fucking carry any.
Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, or as I should say, the last Chris Avalon Unfiltered before we slide our way into, well, I should say, cha-cha slide our way into 2025. I'm Chris Avalon, and yes, this is the show where basically we get into all the news going on in celebrity news and pop culture. So if that's the show for you, definitely stick around for that because we got a lot of tea to spill. It's not particularly a lot of tea. It's whatever we've just been floating around over the weekend. I'll get to what those topics are in a second. So if you can, before we get to said topics, if you could do me a solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And so we got some tea to spill. We got to talk about Jason Momoa. He got a new gig. He's about to play a new superhero and it ain't Aquaman. For the the DCU. So we're gonna get into that. Plus, wait, hold on, let me close this because I just realized I got my intros thing still open. Okay, then we gotta talk about Baldoni. Some people out here are calling him a hypocrite and him going in on this current season of What If, where they were basically, it's a case of right message, wrong messengers. We'll get into that. Justin Baldoni is filing a countersuit against Blake Lively, so we got to update you guys on that. Plus, we got to talk about Beyoncé and Knowles Carter plan and what's going on up in there. It's a mess. Apparently, Tina's still out here trying to act like Beyonce publicist, windmilling on everybody or anybody that got anything negative to say about her daughter's halftime performance. So we're gonna talk about that. Plus, word on the curb is Beyonce might be a little pissed and concerned over these Jay-Z R-word allegations. And then another person who I know that's in the industry is telling me that apparently Jay-Z going after anybody that reports on this story regarding the R-word allegations. And I'm like, so you just going to try to go against all the media? So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. Plus, Diddy is not having apparently not living his best life behind bars because apparently they said he had a breakdown during, Christmas and all other stuff. So we're gonna talk about that. Plus, I've been telling y'all for the longest that Diddy and Luigi Mangione have been sharing, not sharing a cell, but they're in the same facility down in Brooklyn. I did post the address if y'all want to send him some stuff on my social medias. People are like, is it legit? Is it legit? I'm like, if y'all have been paying attention, not necessarily to me, but if y'all actually pay attention to stuff on social media, they said that they put him in the same Metropolitan Detention Center down in Brooklyn. So, yes, that address is legit. But apparently they said that they are in the same unit, but they might be on the same floor eventually. Plus, we haven't talked about him for a while because I noticed somebody, I can't remember who, that usually jumps in the comments, friend to the show, who was always talking about the Abercrombie and Fitch dude, Mike Jeffries. How is it that he's able to roam free while Diddy is still locked up? Well, apparently his lawyers are claiming that he got dementia. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about Jennifer Lopez, who got another flop on her hands. Child, 2024 is not her best year, apparently. Plus, we got to talk about we're going to go into some daytime soap news because apparently Ingo Rademacher is suing General Hospital because he feels like they're a bunch of damn hypocrites over there and he feels like he got the evidence. We're going to break that down. Plus, since we're at the end of the year, I thought about doing a separate video, but I was like, I don't know if I feel like doing that. So I'm going to just lump it all up in here and then cut it up when I want to do like separate things so that way people can watch the video and respond to it later on. But for the live, I'm going to do my best horror films of 2024 list, plus my best films of 2024 list, and my most anticipated movies of 2025. So we got all of that and a whole lot more. And like I stated before, if you can, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Let me hit my banner. Let me see who's in the comments. Yes. Hola, muchachos. Sí. Sí, senor. Congrats to Sophie Alex Bextor. 2001 smash hit Murder on the Dance Floor was the biggest single by a British female artist in 2024. And that song is like over 2 decades old. So yeah. There. Congratulations to her on that. When defending girls allowed having bops, I said no. I said one good thing about streaming, it definitely opened me up to international pop music and realizing that's how I became a mixer. And Wait, so wait, you weren't familiar with Girls Aloud until you started streaming their music? Because, well, I already told y'all that when I was younger, I used to live in the Virgin Mega Store, and that was the one place that I knew off the top of my head that I can go to. I mean, I'm sure maybe Tower Records, all of them had them, but my go-to store, because I did like what is it, HMV, and I did all of the other little conglomerate ones, and they never really had the library that I needed. But whenever I came into the city, especially when it came down to um like payday came, Chris, the first place I went when I cast my check, because I don't think I was trying to think, did we have direct deposit back then? Look, I can't remember that far back, like 20 some odd years ago. So whenever I would go, I would just basically just like digital wasn't what it was back then. So it was like cash and all the stuff. So first thing I would do is like I would basically just go to the store. I would basically go in the Virgin Mega store and I would go into the regular music section where they had like those booths where you could listen to the music, and then I would go to the import section to see what was popping over there. That was the one place. The only way you can get Khaleesi's Wonderland, because they never released it in the United States, was on import. And I actually bought the CD. That shit was expensive, but when you a fan of somebody, that's what you got to do. So I was listening to a lot of the international artists and buying up all that stuff and spending a shit ton of money on the imports. But that's what I was like, wait, so you never? Because I'm like, but yeah, but I do feel like streaming does open the door for a lot of that stuff to go down, where people can get introduced to a lot more music. Apparently not, because speaking of, people sharing the same facility, you got Luigi, you got Diddy, and you got Austin Wolf in the same facility down in Brooklyn. I looked, there is no information as of yet on Austin Wolf. I don't know if the homosexual news people are on vacation and ain't coming back to work until the first or the second. But yeah, when I was looking on the regular one, because usually Pride.com is the one that always be covering the Austin Wolf news. But when I went on there, they didn't have any information regarding what's going on with him. But I would not be surprised if they're going to delay his damn trial or his case again for another damn month. I'm like, child, y'all literally had 6 months to get all this together. What are y'all doing? Is Luigi forever be isolated from the popular? Well, I don't know, because actually the article that I'm going to get into, I'm sitting there, I was eating Snickers before. That's why I'm chewing like on the nut. I was eating the Snickers before we went live. I was like, ooh, there's a nut. Pause. But I don't know. There's the article that I have coming up about him and Diddy. Pretty much will explain that. But right now, I believe he is kind of like he's not in general population as of yet. Garbage, Alanis Morissette, Madonna, and veterans all announcing new music. And the funny thing was, I was gonna do my best albums of I mean my highly anticipated albums of 2025, but I didn't do it yet. So I'm gonna do it probably tonight. I can't do it tomorrow because I got the Fitch concert, and that's the New Year's thing. So I already know that's gonna be a long one. So, and they're doing like a 4 night situation. Tonight is night 3. I'm not doing night 3. I'm doing 3 out of the 4 shows. So, or I did 2 of them already last night and the night before. So, when it comes down to the music, I was like, yeah, I need to do my list. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but I will say this: I am excited for some new garbage. I'm excited for new Madonna. I'm excited for Bad Bunny, which is coming out next week, I think. His new album is coming out. I can't think of, I don't know anybody else off the top of my head that's coming out with music. That was another thing too. So I have to do like extensive research. Are you gonna cover the what? What's that? Is that about the Korean? Was about the Korean police department? I don't know them people. What's KYPD? Um, I think it's because Universal never tried to market Girls Aloud. Disney rejected them for Freaky Friday, and Herbie Fully Reloaded, and their version of Jump was denied in the U.S. Well, the U.S. was always kind of like was gatekeeping what they wanted in and out of the country. You can't do that no more. Being like, oh, this is what we want y'all to listen to. Said that will not be happening. Okay, so now let's get into our first topic. And let's talk about Jason Momoa, who has been announced, and he announced it himself because he went on his Instagram and revealed that he is set to play Lobo in not his own solo film, which I actually like the fact that they're introducing him in a separate situation versus, him having to come out and be like, oh, well, we're going to introduce you to this character y'all don't know, and with the hopes that you guys are going to want to go and see this film and we're going to, make a profit. So yeah, he posted on his Instagram that he's about to play Lobo, which is, I know, a character he's been wanting to play for a long time. Like, there's been talks about, I even know the fans were like shipping for him to want to play Lobo. And then on top of that, Jason Momoa has been out here windmilling hard for an opportunity to be in Lobo. Well, look, it looked like his dream has come true. But I'm also wondering, because remember, there's a video that went viral, I think almost about a year ago. It might have been a year ago, where he was talking, when he came out of the Warner Brothers studio, he was like excited. So he had apparently gotten some great news. And I think this is around the time before the release of Aquaman, which I already know, like, after the Snyderverse, that was going to be his last time playing that character. So I'm wondering if this was the news that he had gotten, if there were meetings happening and they're like, well, we're just going to iron everything out and now it's official and he could talk about it. So I'm wondering if that was what that moment was, or was that something else? So yeah, so he is going to appear as Lobo officially in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, an alien bounty hunter who first appeared in the comics in 1983. So now, according to Deadline, they said Momoa has been linked to the Lobo role since before James Gunn came in to lead DC alongside Peter Safran. He's been vocal in the past about his interest in the part, and today confirmed his attachment to the role in a post on Instagram where he screenshotted comments from a past interview. Well, and we have his situation there, so we'll leave that there. He says, I collect comments and I don't do so much anymore, but was always my favorite. I think he meant to put Lobo was in there, or maybe they forgot to put that in there. Okay, and I always wanted to play, oh, well, because I'm reading Deadline. Deadline made the mistake. But let me go over and read the Instagram post, because apparently they got it way together than they do over on Deadline. So he says, so Lobo was, I collect comments and I don't do so much anymore, but he was always my favorite. And I always wanted to play Lobo because I'm like, hello, it's the perfect role. I mean, listen, if they call and ask me to play him, it's a fuck yeah. I haven't received that call, so I don't want to put any fake news out there. But if they ever call me and ask me to play or ask me to audition, I'm there. So this is him posting something in regards of, yeah, back then he had said that I want to play the part. And you know what they say, when you put something out in the universe, 9 times it'll happen. And it happened. Now, it says, an anti-hero known for his violent and irreverent personality, who hails from the planet Sarnia. Lobo possesses superhuman strength, regenerative abilities, and an invulnerability that makes him a formidable opponent. Created by writer Roger Slifer and artist Keith Giffen, the character often was depicted as a bounty hunter who enjoys chaos and destruction. He was first introduced in Omega Man #3 in June of 1983. Now, plot details for the new Supergirl under wraps, and as previously reported, House of the Dragons' Millie Alcock landed the role after a long search, with Matthias Schoenaerts boarding as villain Krem of the Yellow Hill. Now, more recently, Eve Ridley came on to play the part of Ruthie Mary Knowles. Well, here's the thing. I'm not really familiar with Lobo. I mean, I knew based off of him wanting to go so hard in playing that part, but I wasn't really familiar with Lobo. But now hearing about this, where they're talking about that they have this, he's going to be playing like this destructive bounty hunter. Clearly, you look at Jason Momoa and you look at pictures, because that's what I've been taking it from. Like, I would look at photos and stuff of Lobo online with the long hair and the big beefy body and the sinister looking face and those, those eyes where he just goes in and very intense. I'm like, that is so Jason Momoa. Like, you literally look at him and Lobo, it's like, you definitely see the resemblance. So he was literally, in my opinion, born to play the part. I like the fact that we have Lily Alcock playing Supergirl. She definitely looks like she embodies what a Supergirl would look like. I know the only reference that we have would be that horrible damn TV show that was on the CW. And then, yeah, I did not like it at all. And then the other movie with Helen Slater, Christian sister, where they had the movie back in the day. The movie was cheesy as hell, but I definitely loved Helen in the part. So kind of bringing this into this different direction. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this. But of course, let's go over to the comments where on Instagram, they call, well, he goes by the name Pride of Gypsies. And James Gunn is in the comments, 48 minutes after, well, it was around the time that literally, I think an hour when he posted it. It may have been like maybe 12 minutes after he posted the Instagram post. James Gunn posted, "Welcome, my friend." And then some people in the comments said the only man to play Lobo, LFG. Another person said make it R-rated and I'll be there. Well, here's the thing. I'm tired of people thinking, oh yeah, let's make something R-rated. I'm like, ratings doesn't make necessarily mean that the movie is going to be good, because we've seen movies that are PG-13 that are terrible. We've seen movies that are rated R that are superhero films that were not great. Hello, we most recently, what the hell is the name of that movie with no, not Morbius, Kraven the Hunter. Kraven the Hunter just came out. It's an R-rated movie. It's got all the blood and all the other stuff in there that you guys crave, that everybody craves. Don't get me wrong. I love a violent action movie. But if the script sucks, if the story isn't there, it's not going to make the movie any better because it's R-rated. So if they decide to make it rated R, okay, great. But if the movie sucks, then I don't think it necessarily matters ratings-wise. So then also, what is it? Okay, so then it says Craig Gillespie will direct a script by Anna Nogueira. The project is based on Tom King's 2022 comic book series Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, which Bilquis Everly illustrated. Well, everybody up in here got names that are freaking tongue twisters. DC bosses Gunn and Safran will produce, with DC EVP Chantal Nong executive producing. Production kicks off on January 13th. So they have not shot the movie yet. The movie officially starts shooting January 13th, which is actually my sister's birthday. So I'm actually excited for this. I like Jason Momoa, and Aquaman, I believe, his movies, the Aquaman movie, say what you want about him. I did like the first one, didn't necessarily care for the second one, but those movies combined, they grossed more than $1.5 billion worldwide. I think the first Aquaman was the last movie under the DCEU, and that's not James Gunn, because James Gunn's thing officially kicks off. His DCU officially kicks off, even though we got Creature Commandos, technically. It kicks off over next summer when we get Superman. So with this whole situation, $1.5 billion worldwide, I believe that the billion came from the first Aquaman. That was the first and last time that DCEU under the Snyderverse grossed $1 billion at the box office for a single film. The other movies have not been able to capture that same magic, hence why they had to bring in new management, which people are still pissed off about. So now you also, he's got other things that's coming out. Minecraft is supposed to be coming out on April 4th. Now, I don't know about that one. That one doesn't look that great, and I don't think it's going to probably do great. If it does, I'll be shocked. But for the most part, Minecraft doesn't really look that good. He also has a live action animated film coming out called Animal Friends, and he's also set to appear in Fast X Part 2, which I don't know when they're going to start filming that. He's got an Apple miniseries, Chief of War, and Amazon MGM's The Wrecking Crew opposite Dave Bautista. So the thing is, Jason Momoa, say what you want, but the man has been busy. He's got a lot going on, and all I got to say on this is I am definitely excited to see Jason Momoa as Lobo and how they're going to bring that character to life, especially under the umbrella of, the new DCU. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? You guys excited to hear this news that just literally came out about maybe an hour or two ago, that Jason Momoa is set to play his dream role as Lobo within the DCU in the upcoming Supergirl film that's supposed to start shooting on January 13th. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. So you said Melanie C and all three Little Mix Girls 2025 was more exciting than 2024. But we'll see if the music the music next year will be better than the music this year. Because it's like, yeah, there was some albums that came out, but nothing really like stood out for me. I just think like everybody was just so on the tit of Cowboy Carter and Taylor Swift and Brat. that everybody was so wrapped up in that it was just like, okay, but everybody else was putting out stuff. So, okay, it was all right. We had some cute things, but nothing really like stuck in the landing, in my opinion. I think I heard something about that. That child, the whole mess with. I have to look further into that. But the when do we get to vote out Mayor Adams? Because that man is a damn clown, and all the people he got working for him. Perfect role for him, Aquaman role. Yeah, it's time to move on from Aquaman. Aquaman, it was cute for what it was, but I'm ready to move on from the DCEU. I'm ready to move on from the Aquaman, especially since I was so disappointed in the second one. Like, I like the first one. The first one had its moments. The first one, you know, I can watch it on repeat. But the second one, it was just too much going on. It was just a lot of the colors and everything. It was such an eyesore. It's like, okay, that was a one and done for me. I can't sit and watch that movie a multitude of times. I don't know what the hell was going on in that movie. I don't even think the people who put that movie together knew what the hell was going on in the second Aquaman movie. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing him play in Lobo, because Lobo is a much edgier character, and I kind of resonate more with like these anti-hero, these dark villainy type of superheroes, someone who's could be a little edgier versus some, squeaky clean, true justice of the American way. And I don't mean to just throw shade at Superman in that way, but Superman, I'm looking forward to Superman, but Superman can only do but so much. Oh yeah, we heard about that. The remix album. We was kind of clowning the remix album when we heard about it. We were just like, why? Because he has Ollie Alexander. They had to put Ollie Alexander years and years. Like, okay, if you gotta over explain who somebody is and people are gonna be like, who? Then don't do it. And I like Ollie Alexander. He has a new album coming out. I can't remember what the name of the album is though, but I know he has a song called Cupid's Bow. Who's calling me? Oh, probably my freaking job. Yeah, so I know he's got a new album coming out. And then there's some people. I think she also did a. There's a couple of people that she has that she's collaborating with. I can't remember all of them off the top of her head, probably because I don't care. Katy Perry's album was a flop, and then she wants to come out and release a second. She wants to release an extended version, and then or with more songs. So like what do they call it? Yeah, like an extended version of the album, and now she wants to do a remix. I'm like, okay, sis, you doing too damn much. Like, if nobody cared about the album the first go around, why is Capital going extra hard to just be giving us all these extra songs and remixes on top of that? Now, if it's as bad as Chromatica, meaning those remix songs, oh yeah, Kylie Minogue is supposed to be on there too. From what I heard, she's supposed to be on the remix album for Katie. Thank you for bringing up the blessed Madonna, because the blessed Madonna did a track with Kylie Minogue on her album, not Kylie's album, but on the blessed Madonna's album. And then now they're talking about Kylie Minogue's about to do a song with Katie. I'm like, why? But if you like it, I love it. Okay, now okay, so let's move on. Let's get into Bo DeMeo, who basically has not been liking this current season of um What If, and he ain't the only one. There's a lot of people up here who's been giving relatively mixed reviews. Now, What If season 3 has been a festive treat for many MCU fans, delivering the final installment of the animated series with new episodes releasing on Disney Plus daily from December 22nd. The new season has seen a more divided set of reviews from both critics and audiences, but perhaps its most scathing review has come from none other than former Marvel Studios showrunner Bo DeMeo. Why did they say Marvel Studios showrunner? He's not a Marvel Studios showrunner. He was actually he was behind X-Men 97. Y'all making it sound like he had the Bob Iger job. So, shout out the comic book of the story. So it says in a new set of social media reaction posts, DeMeo wrote, hashtag What If season 3, yikes, just yikes. He then posted, I'd watch more, but give notes on how it could have easily been done better, but I have some water to watch. Now, the shade didn't end there, as DeMeo went beyond ripping into the content of What If season 3 and started calling out the executives behind the show by name, saying this is also the season where AC Bradley completely stepped back for Chauncey to take over, DeMeo said in one post. referring to the creative changes behind the scenes at Marvel Studios Animation, which saw What If Season 1 and 2 writer/showrunner A.C. Bradley being replaced by Matthew Chauncey. Isn't also Matthew Chauncey the same person they chose to replace what the hell's his name? To replace Bo DeMayo. I could have sworn that he was the one that they actually chose him to replace Bo when they fired him on, you know, from X-Men 97. So they also went and said that the former X-Men 97 showrunner went on to spill some creative tea, writing about the irony of some of the creative notes he received on the show, saying, I know Marvel and Chauncey tore up my inner cut time hopping across the first episodes because it was too complicated. DeMayo posted, yet complication and layers is what the show #WhatIf needed. He added, noting that the new season of What If has no substance, it feels like fanfic. The dialogue is flat and so obvious, and some of the premises are just weird. Now, ignoring the obvious personal bias that Bo DeMayo is going to have in this situation, now I would say that as well. It's like, okay, so now people are feeling like there's a personal bias there because he was fired by Disney and he would have sour grapes. Now, any other time I would say, yeah, that could possibly be it. It was like, yeah, sour grapes. But if you feel passionate about something and a job that you had, and you're telling these people that don't know what the hell they're doing, and you're trying to give pointers, but they don't want to listen to you, because you would think that, and I know this is hard for some people to compute, but when you're looking at something like, especially X-Men, which X-Men is always about people who are othered, who want to feel like they're a part of something and are being ostracized because they're different, the only people that I can think of that would possibly relate to that is the homosexuals and people of color, which is why when you watch whether you like them or not, the previous X-Men movies, they had a gay man, problematic stuff aside, as in what's his name, Bryan Singer. We ain't got to get into the alleged stuff that went on with him, but as a gay man, you would think that he would understand what it's like to kind of be ostracized and discriminated against because based off of his sexual orientation. And a lot of those nuances were sprinkled throughout the X-Men films that he worked on. Same thing with Bo DeMayo. Bo DeMayo is a man of color. He's also a homosexual. So he's going to take a lot of those things that he grew up dealing with in regards to discrimination, and it's like it's something he can identify with. So therefore, he's going to sprinkle that throughout the show. And people, for the most part, me included, I loved the first season of X-Men. So when he says something like this, I actually would agree with him on a lot of the stuff that he's saying regarding, you know, this current season of What If. Because here's the thing, I watched the first season of What If. I was disappointed. I just didn't feel like it was a good season. Then people were telling me season 2 was good. It's much better than season 1. I didn't get around to watching season 2 because life happened. And plus other shows and things were pulling my attention. So I didn't really go back to Disney Plus. And to me, to be honest, Disney Plus has not been, even though I pay for it still, which I'm kind of irritated about, I don't really go back to Disney Plus as much as I do other streaming services like a Hulu and an Apple TV and, you know, a Netflix or Paramount Plus. Like Disney is not at the top of my food chain right now in regards of like show channels that I go to want to watch programs. I am now because I'm watching Skeleton Crew, but before then it was just like y'all were just too few and far between when in regards to the content. So sometimes I will forget that Disney Plus had things dropping and it'd be out of sight, out of mind. And y'all be taking too long to drop stuff. Like y'all don't have enough things coming out. Like Paramount Plus with Taylor Sheridan got a new damn show coming out every other week. And so it keeps me fed over there. What if I want to watch certain things on Paramount Plus? Whereas, like I said, in Disney has not been that channel to pull me in enough to want to even invest in a lot of the stuff over there. I think maybe I just keep Disney because they have Star Wars and all that stuff over there. So that's the only reason why I really watch it. But what are they going on to say in regards to, you know, after I just went on my little rant? So they're talking about that it must be noted that he is not, you know, based on what he said, he's not alone in his assertion of that, What If Season 3 has been a notable drop in quality. The third season releases come with a massive drop off in hype from the surge seen with Season 2. Fan criticism of uninspired episode concepts and story arcs have been commonplace in What If Season 3 reactions, which is exactly the sentiment that DeMeo is echoing. And that's what I was saying. Is like when I said before, they said that, yeah, there's been a notable drop in quality because from Season 2, everybody was like, Season 2 was a much better season. After Season 1 was also a pretty weak season, but then they managed to capture the thing and bring people in. But now it's like Season 3, y'all fell off again. What the hell y'all doing back there? Who y'all got writing these shows? Like, y'all doing these what ifs, and this is like, it's not inspiring. So, Bo has generated big headlines in the last year, in case y'all need a reminder, after Marvel Animation fired him from X-Men 97 due to allegations of misconduct that is still somewhat unclear. Since then, he's been active on social media and unafraid to fire back at Marvel/Disney with his own allegations of toxic workplace conditions and discrimination. This latest tirade against What If Season 3 also saw Marvel Studios catch stray shots from DeMeo. He made a point to refute quotes from What If Season 3 director Brian Adams, who claimed that What If couldn't use more mutant characters because the showmakers weren't aware the Disney Fox deal was being done in 2019, saying they were very well aware of the rights. We had combos. Absolutely bullshit. Again, just liars. This is what he posted in response. They came and asked my X-Men 90 hashtag X-Men 97 team and what character they could use in hashtag What If Season 3, and we pointed them to What If hashtag 12 from 1990. This is like the line BS with T'Chaka. Now, the last statement refers to back to another X-Men 97 PR battle, saying season 1 of the show featured a cameo from Black Panther, only it was King T'Chaka, father of T'Challa. Some fans felt the cameo should pay homage to Black Panther movie star Chadwick Boseman. DeMeo was forced to be silent until his NDA agreement with Marvel expired, saying he finally cleared the air about the choice and saying it marks a pattern of DeMeo popping up to routinely demonstrate how Disney/Marvel allegedly uses PR spin and control narratives like the narrative surrounding his firing. This time, however, it also seems like DeMeo wants to create early separation between the work he did on X-Men 97 and what fans may see by the time season 3 arrives, because if What If is any indication, it could be a substantial drop off in quality. And I saw that some people were getting all upset because I saw like one of my friends posted Natasha Lyonne joining the MCU was not on my bingo card, but here we are and she's effing fantastic. And some people was like, is she being Fantastic Four? Because we not feeling her. So there were some people. And then I went and I posted in the comments, I heard the season was of What If isn't good. And then, people was jumping over in the but they said it isn't, but this episode is fantastic, saying the Natasha Lyonne one. But one of my friends jumped in. He said it wasn't interesting or engaging. It didn't really give us situations that made us engage with the characters in a different way, i.e. the Gundam episode was just the heroes in mechs. The 1852 episode just threw a few characters into the Wild West. Now the HTD and Darcy episode was interesting and gave us a birdie and an interesting conflict with the Watchers, but we had to wait until episode 7 for that to get interesting. Overall, a very weak showing with 3 and 8 episodes just slightly above meh, and the rest pretty much at or below and that's funny. Where he had to kind of go, and I was like, that was a descriptive run because some people are like, I need more description. I'm sure I don't got time to write a whole damn novel to explain to you why a show is not what it is, or if I'm not responding to a show the way you wanted to. Because somebody was in the comments like, you need to be more specific. I don't need to do anything but stay a mixed race child and keel over and die. That's all I need to do. I don't need to sit up in here and have to give you a whole freaking thesis on why I don't like a show. Unless I'm on here having a talk. I ain't got time to be sitting here typing a whole goddamn novel. I ain't got time to do that. Some of y'all who don't have a show, y'all can do that. But me, no, I don't want to. So, but then to wrap all this up, some people were getting upset with Bo DeMeo because he jumped in on the bandwagon and started making these comments. Like, it be these ones, some of you coloreds, and I live for y'all, but when y'all be up in here trying to make everything, and I think, what, rightfully, they have a right to feel how they feel because some people be feeling because it's like now I gotta go and scroll up to some of my friends making these comments because one of my friends, Ron, says, now when we talk about things and people who we should leave in 2024, Bo DeMayo should be on that list. This is the same, and this is because they're gonna go in on the whole sunspot situation, and this is why people feel like this is the case of right message, wrong messenger, because there's been some accusations of colorism on Bo's side working behind the scenes at X-Men as well. But it kind of makes you wonder, now, was it up to him or was it the executives at the top that were the ones that were pulling the strings and saying some of these things? He may need to have to address this online because he's being hit with this stray of that the possibility he could be a colorist. So they said this is the same anti-black Latin adjacent mother effer that was fired for sexual misconduct at Marvel and then tried to play coy like he didn't know what was going on. Secondly, Sony made Electro black. Marvel had nothing to do with that. Lastly, didn't you purposely remove all traces of Sunspot's black heritage? And don't even get me started on how you literally shitted and played the fuck out of Storm and Bishop. But that's a whole nother post. So this is how some people are feeling in regards of Bo DeMayo and him speaking out on them changing people's, race, color, whatever you want to call it, on situations, but they're saying like this is the pot calling the kettle black because you was doing the same thing allegedly when you was over there at, Disney. And don't even get me started on Disney up in here trying to be slick with remaking all they damn IPs and animated IPs and just trying to make them live action, and y'all ain't coming up with nothing new and original. And then, like fools, a lot of y'all just be out there taking y'all kids to go to the movies to see stuff because it looks pretty on the screen. But then it, like they were saying about this, What If season 3, it lacks context, it lacks a story. It's just dull. You just sit there looking at things flying on your screen. It's pretty eye candy, but then there's no substance. And Disney, y'all need to get it together when it comes to the substance. So I'll say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards to what Bo DeMayo had to say about slamming X? Wow, I got X-Men 97 in my head because that's the show he was a part of. But what do y'all think of what he had to say about What If season 3? Do you echo his sentiments regarding season 3? And do you feel like this is a case of right message, wrong messenger based off of the colorism allegations that he's had to face based on, what people have said about him on social media in the past, and especially how he changed people saying that where's the Afro-Latino aesthetic of Sunspot? Why weren't we seeing that in the show? Because at one point I was like, when's Sunspot coming up? And I'm seeing this little boy that looked white on the damn screen. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Are you talking about with all that damn filler they be putting in their face? Yeah, because Tina. Let's move on. I was going to save the reads for Tina later on. I need to get Max again as Harley Quinn return. I guess I'll get the ad version since those ad versions. Yeah, the Peacock isn't bad actually. Peacock, the ads they're 60 seconds, which is really good because it's like the commercials go by relatively quickly. And I'm liking Peacock. Peacock has some good stuff. That's how I watch The Housewives, Beverly Hills, and the other ones I don't really care for. And Married to Medicine. And then also Day of the Jackal is a really good show. I'm definitely getting into that. If y'all have not seen that show with Eddie Redmayne and Lashana Lynch, definitely check that show out if y'all get a chance. It's a really good show if you're into like spy stuff. And I guess that's what's going to have to do until we get another James Bond. Child, they had a same sex scene up in there in the last episode I watched. I was like, okay, let me find out. Uh, but yeah, Max, I don't have ads for that. I think the only thing I do ads with is Peacock. What is the mail doing now? I was thinking that too. I was like, what is he doing? I know he has an OnlyFans. I don't know if he's doing anything sexual on there. I mean, I've had somebody send me his nudes, and one of my friends actually, I don't know if they ever actually did a shoot together, but I know that he and Bo has had a conversation about possibly working together on doing a photo shoot. So, but that is a good question. I have no idea what Bo DeMayo is doing right now. Okay. So what we got going on next? Okay, so we got an update on this whole Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively story, which, child, y'all give me a migraine. And there was something or another that she's feeling stressed out and overwhelmed and stuff about this whole trial situation. I'm like, no, duh. I mean, if you're going to file a suit against somebody, what you thought it was going to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy? Like, you wasn't going to deal with no stress and all the drama that comes with all of that? You're not going to, until there's a see-through at the end of the tunnel or whatever the case is, girl, you're going to keep stressing out. Just raise them 4 babies and let the lawyers do what they need to do. But anyway, so apparently they're saying that the legal battle between It Ends With Us stars Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni continues to escalate as the film's director plans on bringing real evidence to counter the actress's harassment lawsuit. Now, according to the Daily Mail, the actor and director is preparing to submit legal documents when the courts reopen after New Year's Day. So I'm not going to speak on when or how many lawsuits we are filing, but why would you let people know how many? I mean, why would you even bring this up if you're not going to speak on when or how? Anyway, so they said how many lawsuits we are filing, but we file our first lawsuit is going to shock everyone who has been manipulated into believing a demonstrably false narrative. This is what Baldoni's lawyer, Brian Friedman, told Deadline on Saturday. Saying it will be supported by real evidence and tell the true story. In over 30 years of practicing, I've never seen this level of unethical behavior intentionally fueled through media manipulation. Now, it remains, he said, it reminds me of what NBC tried to do to Megyn Kelly and Gabrielle Union, and we all know how that ended up. Stand by. You didn't want to say stand back and stand by? But it was like, yeah, I remember that story about the whole thing where Gabrielle Union filed discrimination against NBC, as did Megyn Kelly, and they ended up winning their cases. So now, in a legal statement to Page 6, Freeman said, this is not a response or countersuit. It is a deliberate pursuit of truth. The lawsuit will uncover and expose the false and destructive narrative that was intentionally engineered by a trusted media publication who relied upon nefarious sources and neglected a thorough fact-checking process to confirm the validity of these texts. Now, the attorney claimed that the texts and other evidence the New York Times released in their article on December 21st were doctored and spliced without context, saying in over 3 decades of legal practice, I've never witnessed such unethical behavior fueled by those who abuse their power and manipulate the truth. This is what he told Page 6. Now, this isn't an isolated case. It's a recurring pattern in Hollywood and the mainstream media whose careers and reputations are destroyed to maintain control. Legacy media has long weaponized their platforms to distort the truth, exploit vulnerabilities, and destroy lives without accountability. And I will say this, he's absolutely right in that last part, where it's like legacy media has long weaponized their platforms to distort the truth, exploit vulnerabilities, and destroy lives without accountability. And this is why you got certain old school artists out here who live for, old school media because they feel like they're the end all be all. And it's like, no, legacy media is on their way out. And they're hating the fact that people aren't relying necessarily on legacy media anymore, whether it's them covering entertainment news, because, it's all about these corporations that pull the strings and run the show. And then also, so it's not even just corporate media news, but it's also, like I said, entertainment news and corporate media. Whereas like the regular networks that y'all be watching, the ones that sit up in here and distort the truth about what's going on in the world. And then as well as, the local news where they sit and tell you, oh, don't go outside your house because everybody's getting set on fire and stabbed up. You can't go nowhere because the killer's going to get out there and he's going to rob you and he's going to shoot you and he's going to stab you. All the fear mongering a lot of these local news channels do, where you get these zombie-fied people who just sit there like a bunch of damn air brains and just read what's being spoon-fed to them over a damn teleprompter. So then it also says that Freeman said his client's lawsuit will ensure that no individual or entity, no matter how influential, can continue perpetuating this cycle of fear and destruction, adding that the truth will only come to light and it will dismantle the illusions propped up by those who believe themselves untouchable. And it kind of makes people wonder, is like, why is it that all of a sudden everybody's believing, and I'm just asking as a devil's advocate, why is it all of a sudden, based off of Blake's known reputation for being a see you next Tuesday in the industry, why all of a sudden now everybody believes her? It's because she's fucking Ryan Reynolds and she got 4 kids with him? It's because y'all love Deadpool so damn much that you don't think that this lady can be exempt from being a problem as well? So that's what I'm wondering. That's just me showing the other side. So, like I said, you know what? At the end of the day, if they could present something in court that you can go against what she's saying and be like, because people, if you don't believe women, people want to automatically call you a misogynist or you hate women or you just look. Y'all don't be thinking women be out here lying and doing stuff. We've heard stories on here where it was like you get a lot of these white women that be straight up imitating black men. There was a woman that literally just said not too long ago 4 black men raped her and she went and lied. Why isn't she in jail? So this is the question I'm asking, is that she was probably a nightmare on set like she usually is. He wasn't putting up what he probably was going at her with some stuff behind the scenes. And then all of these lawsuits ensue. But then again, there could be some truth to the fact that, with his past revelation of him having a sex addiction and watching a lot of adult performance type stuff, which he has talked about that he was watching that stuff when he was like, 11 or 12? And he had an addiction to it. There could be some things there where he was being inappropriate on set. There have been many times I've been on a set and people are just doing inappropriate and saying inappropriate things. Hollywood, I told you, runs on an entirely different scale than regular corporate jobs. And so, yeah, back then it was acceptable. You can sit and say and do all kinds of stuff. And it's pretty much like a more relaxed environment. So it's not even seen or treated as this big corporate situation where it's like, yeah, when you come in here, you can't be saying inappropriate things to this one. You can't be touching people inappropriate. That's not, a lot of that is not in the rule book. Hollywood was always held at a different standard. Now it's like the times are changing. Now, Sloan commented, so they said, according to the Mail, the lawsuit will completely flip Lively's narrative that Baldoni and his crisis PR team allegedly planted a smear campaign to destroy her reputation. Instead, the complaint will accuse Lively's publicist, Leslie Sloan, of doing so to Baldoni. Now, Sloan commented on the report to Deadline Saturday and said the following. She said, it's clear that Mr. Baldoni and his Wayfair associates are suggesting I originated press stories about HR complaints on set, which is false. Please read Ms. Lively's complaint and the complaint filed by Jones Works LLC and Stephanie Jones, which provides the details of the campaign against my client. Now, furthermore, the complaint will claim the texts obtained by Lively via subpoena that seem to implicate his team discuss how to bury the star have been misrepresented. So I'm definitely curious about that. Now, they said that his team also reportedly plans to claim that Lively only submitted the filing to help rebuild her reputation after she received negative press while promoting It Ends With Us over the summer. The battle between the stars comes after rumors of a feud swirled all summer long as the pair separately promoted their movie. The gossip only became louder when Lively and Baldoni avoided each other at the film's New York City premiere. Now, Lively has been publicly supported by those involved in It Ends With Us, including the novel's writer Colleen Hoover and her co-star Jenny Slate. Well, some people would wonder, Colleen Hoover is probably aligning herself with being Team Blake, because if she wants to continue to make money and wants to get a sequel or something or another done, then why not align with Blake Lively? Blake Lively is the bigger name on the call sheet. Blake Lively has leverage and cachet because of who she's married to. So, with her reputation of having that, of course, this other lady who I ain't never heard of because I ain't never read the damn book, nor do I plan on it. And if y'all want to see the movie, you could definitely go over there to Netflix. They the one that have it. So if you haven't seen It Ends With Us, you go over there and watch it. But I've heard mixed reviews on it. That is just okay. It's nothing to brag home about. So to me, it just seems like the drama surrounding all of this is way more entertaining than the movie itself. But so everybody's aligning with Blake, but Baldoni has been dropped by his talent agency and sued by his former publicist following Lively's legal complaint. Why would she be suing him though? Is that a way for him for her to not be associated with the mess? So yeah, so that's basically all we have on this story right now, and I will definitely keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops. But in the meantime, I want to hear from you guys in regards of what you think of this story, and I'll definitely be, like I said, I'll be keeping track of it. I'll be following it because it's going to be a ongoing pickleball situation. They went back and forth with the pickleball until somebody gets tried. And why do I have a feeling that Justin Baldoni is not going to win this case? But that's just me. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. Oh, you said so. Mariah and Anderson Park are a couple. Congratulations to him. I hope he can deal with all of that because Mariah's a lot. They said Pac about being a couple. A lot of people ask how is her relationship more successful with men versus Madonna or J Lo. I say it's simple. She's very much old school, submissive. Madonna and J Lo want to lead the relationship. Which, yeah, I would think like the thing with Mariah's very much a girl's girl. She ain't gonna let you walk all over her, but she's someone who is just like, you know what? I like being a traditional woman thing and all the other stuff. And Innocent Park, you know what? He's famous in his own right. I don't think he's threatened by Mariah, who's a legacy act. Whereas you would get a Nick Cannon that would be, in my opinion, someone who would be kind of threatened by the success of a Mariah because she is the biggest star. If you're looking at a Nick Cannon, and you said, look at how Nicole Kidman said to Pop Crave's face, you didn't go to college, so you can't, girl, you was married to a damn Scientologist and you have no access to your adopted children. So I know you're not going to come up here trying to say some bullshit against Pop Crave and talk about what people didn't go to college and calling, oh, you're not a journalist and you're not a real actress. I was like, girl, go have a seat. If anything, what people are saying, both Blake and Justin are both losers. I mean, are the losers. The PR people are the villains because Justin's former PR had an agenda to destroy him. First of all, these publicist PR people, they are a mess. Damn, I need to get in contact with one of my publicist people so she can give me some inside tea on all of this mess. I'm like, girl, what you heard? Federal case to where nobody tells the truth because he didn't want social media to make it a Johnny versus Amber Heard case. The rule is to believe women and that hurt. Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like, yeah, I know in so many cases we're supposed to believe women, but there has to come a point in time where it can't be an automatic men are bad, women are good type of situation. Everybody's case is different. There's always like a situation of a case by case basis. It shouldn't only just be, oh well, women automatically let's believe them, even though some of them could be out here lying. But if you have, like I said, if you have enough evidence that you have to be like, well, this is what happened, and I got all the tea, which he did obtain a lot of information regarding the people that he had hired to go against what he was doing, then why not? Or trying to destroy her career. But like I said before, Blake Lively has a horrible reputation behind the scenes with people. Oh boy. Okay, so now let's get into this Beyonce Tina Knowles story. This is what I'm going to now. This is now speaking of people who need to stop acting like people publicists and get their phone taken away. Yeah, let's talk about Miss Tina. Who was the one that said earlier that Tina and Madonna starting to look alike? Tina need to lay off the damn fillers. I don't know what she's doing to her face, but girl, why you always look like you? Don't she look like she always mean? Like she just gives me mean old lady. That's what she gives me. So yeah, now Beyonce did the Beyonce Bowl. It happened on Christmas. People gave their opinions on it. The opinions were mixed. I told her I was slightly underwhelmed by the performance. I felt like what she did up there, she pretty much, I already seen. Some people was in my comments about, but what do you want her to do? Shave her head and that? I was like, no, how about give me something different or not perform a lot of them songs from Cowboy Carter because that album is boring, in my opinion. That is not, in regards to the whole Beyonce music thing, that album is like my least favorite from her. And I'm not going to sit up here and try to act like I'm a hardcore Beyonce fan because I'm not. But I just hate the fact that when people come up here and they give any kind of criticism not liking something or saying, sis, that wasn't your best. And it could be just anybody. But apparently, according to Tina, nobody can say nothing about her damn daughter because apparently she walks on water and can turn water into wine. Because that's the way she be acting out here. And some of you stands be acting like that shit too. So one of the things about Beyonce, and I do like her about this, she never responds to the critics. She's like, I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to live my life. I don't care what y'all say, and I'm going to go about my business, which is cool or whatever. And people have a right to feel how they feel. However, Tina felt the need to get on social media and windmill on anybody that didn't like her daughter's damn performance. So now many criticize the Texas Hold'em hitmaker for making a gun hand gesture, which the Football League banned and gives a 15-yard penalty to any player caught doing it during her flashy performance. But guess what? She's not a football player. So therefore, what penalty y'all giving her? Except she was paid allegedly $20 million to perform during that medley. Now, Knowles hit back through, via Instagram. Which, here's the thing. That's what y'all was upset about, a damn hand gesture. That's what I don't get about America. And me being born an American in this country. The shit y'all get pissed off about makes me want to, it baffles me. So of everything else that was going on in that performance, y'all mad over a gun gesture? That's what y'all pissed off about? Meanwhile, we have an epidemic in this country regarding mass shootings, and I don't see y'all feel no ways tied about that situation. But y'all mad over her doing a gun gesture, which I understood why she did it, because it was sort of like her doing her little country thing. So if the whole theme is promoting Cowboy Carter, because that's probably going to be the first and only time y'all ever going to see her perform them songs from that album. Because like I said before, she's someone who is so in her ego, she cannot see herself scaling down or doing a smaller venue to promote that record, because I do not see a lot of people coming out to support a Cowboy Carter tour at a stadium the way that y'all did with Renaissance. Renaissance was a whole nother situation because it was house music and she was incorporating all those other songs within that whole vibe. So that calls for a lot of exterior, a lot of razzle dazzle, a lot of flashiness, a lot of what you would expect from Beyonce, but she was giving something different. But with Cowboy Carter, it's like, oh yeah, she rode down on a horse singing. I'm like, who else can do that? Somebody who actually knows how to sing. So it's not just gonna be her. Like, she can get on a horse, hold her notes, because she is someone who continues to practice her vocals. Like, you acting like she was upside down, flying in the air like Pink, holding her nose. Now that's something that's impressive. Getting on a horse is basically, okay, somebody is taking you down the thing on a horse and you're singing. Which, quiet as it's kept, some people said they don't even think she was singing. They said she was lip singing. Well, I don't know. I wasn't up in her throat, so I don't know if she was lip singing. But I did notice that the sync was off, and it could have been based off the video that I was watching that was sent to me from Twitter. So yeah, here's the original post. So someone by the name of I Am Chrissy Mon wrote the following. They said, irresponsible of if you like Beyonce's music or not. It is proof that motivation that okay, girl, you should have proofread this before you hit send. Is that it is proof and motivation that no matter how undeniably talented you are, people will always, always, always have some negative-ish to say. Watching Beyonce made me not care what anyone thinks of me anymore. The amount of hatred and trolling this woman can receive for a flawless freaking performance is unreal to me. Moral of the story is, do you. If Beyonce ain't worried about the haters, you shouldn't be worried either. Go be great. And Tina Gum jumped in the comments, and I'll be surprised if she come out and say she was hacked. Because that's her excuse every time when she come out. She said my sentiments exactly after she reposted. She said, it's mind-boggling to me that you would take your precious Christmas day and watch a performance of someone you hate and you don't think has talent so that you can go talk ish about it later. Obviously, you are so obsessed with them, addicted to them, and secretly admire them, wish you could be them, that you cannot help but to watch and critique and comment and say dumb, ridiculous stuff that makes you look like a joke. So go to another channel when it's halftime, watch goofy cartoons or Bozo the Clown or something you can relate to and see yourself in. Said with love. P.S. I have learned so much from her warrior spirit that of when they go low, girl, you did not go high with all of that, because did you write this or did somebody come up in here and write this whole situation? Because she was talking about comparing people to Goofy and Bozo the Clown. But here's the thing. If I don't like somebody, trust and believe, I'm not going to sit there and watch what they doing. I could care less. Just like I didn't, I don't like Justin Timberlake. But that don't mean I sit up there and watch what he does, because I could care less. So yeah, if it's a specific artist, I'm not gonna watch I'm not gonna invest in what they're doing. I'm not gonna listen to their album. I'm not gonna go pay money to their tour. I'm not gonna watch their concert on YouTube. I'm not gonna do any of that stuff. So I do agree with that. I do feel it, but no shade, Tina. But Beyonce is not above reproach. She is not a god. She's a human being like every damn body else. So if people are not feeling her performance, then they should have a right to speak on it. Now, if you come up from a place of racist undertones, which I have caught those on social media, then there's a reason to cuss somebody ass out. Because I have noticed a lot of you white folks up in here, you clear people who have jumped in the comments and started throwing your little comments up in there that is rooted in racism, where someone had the nerve to say, oh, this performance is an embarrassment to country music. Really? Because I've seen some of y'all regular country artists who have done some embarrassing ass performances. So for you to sit up in here and compare what Beyonce did as an embarrassment to country music, that's some BS. I'm not agreeing with that. Now, if you watch the performance, you're like, so her bringing out a marching band, been there, done that. Her doing the whole HBCU type situation, been there, done that. Her doing the cultural black references, which she did in her, Baychella, which she's done in other situations. I'm like, okay, sis, we've seen this already. There were people even comparing some of the things that was in the show, of course, even the lift and stuff that she did, to what Rihanna did when she was pregnant with her, what is it, her second child? Sometimes y'all be having so many damn babies, I can't keep track of how many times y'all be getting knocked up. But there were some people saying that she was biting off Rihanna. So there were little things there, and then people was feeling like that. They said that it was lazy. That a lot of them, oh, she has a bad knee, and okay, so y'all just going to sit up here and make excuses. Why can't people just say, okay, they didn't enjoy the performance, and that's it? So that's what it is. It's like we know Beyonce couldn't gives what she gives, but if people feel like compared to many other performances that she's done, that this wasn't her greatest performance, then that's perfectly fine. You entitled to your opinion. So, what else did they up in here say? Oh, she said, I've learned so much from, because that part cut off. So it's like she said, I have learned so much from her warrior spirit of when they go low, I work harder. The fashion designer, if you call the House of Diarrhea fashion, then y'all need your eyes checked. But anyway, so they said the fashion designer concluded her clapback by quoting Isaiah 54:17, saying, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Okay, sis. But then how come you couldn't stay married to the two men you was married to? If you talking about all that, whatever. Anyway, so it says Beyonce mom is defending her famous songstress time and time again over the years. Now, most recently, she hit back in rumors that Beyonce was paid $10 million to appear at Kamala Harris's Houston rally in October, with some people saying that, yeah, there were a lot of celebrities apparently that were paid to go to the rally, and that the Democrats spent way more money than Republicans. But I'm not in a wallet, so I don't care about all that. I do care about these super PACs and a lot of these corporations and CEOs investing a lot of their money into controlling these politicians that y'all keep trying to push in our face and saying that these are the ones who's in line to be president. It's like, we don't want them. Now, Tina, back in November of 2023, didn't mince words when clapping back at fans who accused the cover singer of bleaching her skin and trying to appear Caucasian at the premiere of her Renaissance tour film. Well, I do think that Beyonce has gotten lighter than usual. I don't know if back then she was using a tan or whatever, but sis, we've noticed that you do be looking lighter than usual. Like, you was never that light. Not when we was watching you come up. So they said she does a film called The Renaissance, where the whole theme is silver, with silver hair, a silver carpet, it suggests a silver attire. And you bozos decide that she's trying to be a white woman and is bleaching her skin. And you know what? That seems to be your favorite word, Tina. Calling somebody a damn bozo. How sad is it that some of her own people continue the stupid narrative with hate and jealousy? Well, that's because it's always the case. Unfortunately, the saddest part about all of this is that the most critical of Beyonce is black folks. Y'all be the main ones that be up in here going hard on her. I mean, white people started doing now because they feel like black people are infiltrating their country music, which we already know, even before Beyonce decided to touch Cowboy Carter, that the foundation of country music was from black folks. Black people have been a huge contributor to country music. Now, country music may not be the number one genre that black people hold space in, but historically, black people have contributed a lot to country music. and folk music, which is it all kind of goes hand in hand. So, as you know, she performed a couple of songs from Cowboy Carter, including 16 Characters, Yaya, and Jolene, and was also criticized by Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy, who tweeted, "Beyonce has been lost since Destiny's Child." That's some BS, because first of all, she has not been lost since Destiny's Child. Beyonce has given a lot of impeccable songs over the years. She has many a hit. She, has definitely solidified herself as a force to be reckoned with in the pop music space. Even being up there on a level of like a Prince, a Michael Jackson, and a Madonna, who I'm sure she's taken a lot of inspiration from, including who else? Tina Turner, who she has admitted that she has taken a lot of influence and inspiration from her. But the thing with Beyonce is that, she's taken a lot from being like watching the greats and taking all the best parts of the people who have come before her, which is what a lot of artists should do. It's like you should always look to the people that came before you and aspire to be as great as they are, and then pass that down to the next generation. Because a lot of you new generation artists, y'all just be giving mid, lazy, no kind of vocals. Your dances be weak. Y'all be looking exhausted. How you 20 years old and tired, and you got Beyonce out here who's 43 and giving 10 times the energy that a lot of y'all don't. So we're not going to take away from the fact that Beyonce does have impact in holding in the pop music space. But it's just, for me, she spent more time being an entertainer and the paying homage to this one and trying to shove so much of Cowboy Carter into a 12-minute video or a 12-minute performance that it was just a lot going on. I was overwhelmed, and it was just, I was overwhelmed by everything I was seeing, but underwhelmed by the performance as a whole. So, and also in this picture, why is Tina Knowles giving me LaToya Jackson tease, or is that just me? So that's all I got on this topic, but I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do y'all think of this story in regards to Beyonce's mother coming out and saying what she says? Now, I get it. Like, Beyonce, Tina, that's her daughter. So she's always going to come out and windmill hard for her child. Sidebar, I had some people in my comments about where's Solange, because since all these allegations been coming out about Jay-Z, Solange nowhere to be found. So that's what the people saying. I don't make the news. I just report it. But in regards to all of this, I'm definitely curious to hear what y'all got to say on this. It's like, for me personally, I was just underwhelmed by the performance. But if y'all like it, then that's great. If you didn't like it, that's great. But if you coming from a place of just being a hater, or, oh, I hate her, and I had some of my comments call her the C word, I'm like, okay, all that ain't necessary, number one. And if, and then if there's racial undertones because y'all feel like, because she's black, she don't have the right to be singing no damn country music. But then again, all you clear folks can come and infiltrate everybody else's genre of music. But then when black people over here try to reclaim something, it's a damn problem. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Now, speaking of comments, child, I knew this was going to hit. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people commenting on this. So hold on. Damn, I gotta scroll up. He said Tina is going to become her daughter's Achilles heel. People are getting mad. They can't criticize Beyonce art without her mother coming. But Beyonce is becoming another Janet 2.0. Oh, you mean giving the same thing over and over? But the funny part is like, yeah. And you know what? To me, I was going to say Tina sound no different than a lot of these beehive that be coming up in there and saying negative. Like, anytime somebody say anything remotely critical of Beyonce, y'all just be up in there trying to go after people. And it's like, people are allowed to have a difference of opinion. And to me, I feel like, Tina, you don't need to be out here responding to every little thing somebody says about your child. I understand that's your daughter and you defend her. Beyonce is out here living her best life. She got other bigger fish to fry, which is this next topic we about to get into when it comes to her husband and them allegations. That's what y'all need to be focusing on, instead of people criticizing a gun gesture from the damn halftime that she did on Christmas. That should be the least of what you worrying about. And the fact that the father of your grandbabies ain't a rapist. When I'm in my 40s, time to play it. Where I'm in my 40s, time to play it safe. And look, there's people out here was like, when you're in your 40s, Madonna didn't play it safe when she was in her 40s. In fact, when she was in her 40s, she released some of the best music of her career, Red Light and Confessions. So this is not the time to play it safe. I always feel like in your 40s, that's when you figure out, that's when you come to terms with who you are as a person, and you still give a fuck a little bit, but not entirely. I think when you get to your 50s, I ain't there yet. But when I get to my 50s, I'll probably be in that no fucks given type of energy. But in regards to everything else, it's like, yeah, Tina defends her daughter like crazy, but her daughter's okay. They be real quiet when it comes to, the whole thing about, well, were they quiet when Matthew was cheating on her? And were they quiet with Richard Lawson? Well, them checks got to keep coming in. That's why Tina be out here working overtime, acting like she Beyonce publicist. She got to make sure that coin is secure. Her daughter ain't gonna let her go broke. An established permanent A-lister releasing a country album that half of her fans didn't like ain't playing. Quiet as it's kept. Yeah, that's true too. And that's why I'm like, I really would love to hear from the Beyonce fans that was like, you know what? This wasn't her best record. This is like, if I could be, I really wish that there would be more people that could just be honest in that situation. It's like, y'all know I live for Madonna, but I told you, Madam X is my least favorite album from her. Why can't people just be open and honest and just be like, if you like an artist, that sometimes they make a misstep. We get what your intentions was, but as far as the execution, we ain't asked for it. Just like we ain't asked for Madam X, but that's what Madonna gave the Madonna fans. Now she can look at her. After that disaster, she going back to basics. She going back to the dance music while working with Stuart Price. So we'll see we already have an idea what direction Beyonce allegedly is going to be going to. That's the rock record, which that would definitely be in her well. She's done rock. She's played in that sandbox before. So her doing a full-fledged, like giving, some of that, like some funky rock. Like if she could go in sort of like a Rufus and Shaka Khan direction, she can kind of give us that vibe, but with a little Tina Turner, and looking back to the old greats of Black women that did kind of like that funky rock type stuff, and give us like that Mars Day and the Time Minneapolis vibe. I'd be here for that record. I would like for her to work with Pharrell, because I know Pharrell could bring that out of her, but we'll have to see who produced those tracks. And so I need artists to treat their 40s like it's their 20s. In the 2000s, the mantra was 40 is the new 20. Where is that attitude and belief system? The girls are going to learn they'll be 40 and will be 60. That's what I was saying. It's like, age ain't nothing but a damn number. It's not about how old you are, it's how old you feel. Because a lot of people be like, yeah, I'm 40 something, I'm in my 40s, but I definitely feel youthful. When you're in your 20s, that is a time when you're trying to figure everything out. You're making mistakes. You don't have it all together. When you're in your 30s, you're still making a little bit of those mistakes, but you mature and you know a little bit more, so that when you're not out here just being a full-on hot mess, that you got it somewhat together. In your 40s, it's like, okay, I got it down. I know what I'm doing. The mistakes that I made in my 20s and 30s, I ain't trying to do that now. I'm still feeling youthful. I'm more self-assured in who I am, and it's a lot of those. And that's why I was like, one of the things, that's what I loved about this interview that I just saw Adore Delano do with Monet Exchange. I don't think I talked about this on this show. And she was talking about how, like, it gets greater later. And she could just call herself old because, when she did American Idol and Drag Race. But she's in her 30s. I mean, Monet is as well. And they be feeling like, because, well, not Adore, but Monet, I guess, was in her bag of like, oh, I'm a certain age, and it's like, we have to be doing this thing at this time. And it's like, says who? Like, you could be in your, like I said, if you 45 or 46 years old, and you want to release that pop album, you want to put out a dance record, why the hell do we put so many guardrails on what it is that we want to do? If you could sit up there and stand next to that 22-year-old and show that bitch how you work it out in that whole performance or whatever the case was, then why not? Why did we put guardrails on things? Because, oh, when you're 44, you're supposed to be doing this. When you are 50, you're supposed, says fucking who? It's like, I saw this other read. I was like, oh, y'all are mean. People was out here talking about Paul Mescal looked like he in his 40s. I was like, so I had to look. Apparently he's 28. But y'all were trying to say he look old for his age because I guess he smokes and drinks. First of all, he's Irish. So you already know they be living a hard damn life. But I was like, yeah, when you a certain age, I'm like, why do we put guardrails on what we do when we get to be a certain age? You should be able to do whatever you want as long as you got breath in your body. If you want to release that book at 60, release that book. If you want to put out a pop record, like I said, at 44 or 48, your first debut album, you may not get the record label behind you, but if you can get scrape some money together, you work with them people and you put it out there, the internet is your oyster. Go out and do what you need to do. Fuck these other people, what they got to say. That's my mantra. One day it's inevitable. Cowboy Carter is already being played in well, yeah, I could definitely see like Cowboy Carter is going to get like the Target and the Walmart treatment. I would have said Kmart, but there's not many left. I have no words. The Wide Tyrant is being played while I'm grocery shopping for the week. They play a lot of interesting songs and stuff in, Target and all that stuff. Well, I told you, we started getting a lot of Targets in the city. People age better now than it. Absolutely. You absolutely right. Because it was like my generation, I don't know what it was. But I think, and then also when Sailor Mermaid did my chart, whatever, he was saying like it's a line that I look younger than my actual age. But yeah, a lot of the generation of like some millennials, even some Gen X do look younger than their actual age. Whereas, child, some of you Gen Zers, like, what the hell happened? It's like, yeah, how is Paul Mescal 28, but y'all here saying he 40. He looked 40. What the hell is 40 was supposed to look like? Main reason why is the cigarette business is way down. Only people smoking is people in their 60s. Well, yeah, I don't really see a lot of younger people smoking. I think if anything, they smoking weed, but not necessarily cigarettes. What did you want her to do differently? Beyonce does not know how to play. Well, I wasn't saying she needed to get up there and play guitar. I ain't saying she needed to become Madonna and get up there and play a guitar. And maybe at this point, it's like, yeah, that's all she can. Maybe that is all she can get. Maybe she's already hit her peak in regards of like, okay, so when it comes to stage performances, you pretty much know what you're gonna get. She's not gonna be up here doing like, flying in the air and cartwheels. That's not her thing. She's gonna get up there, she's gonna sing her songs. She's gonna give you the same long, short, butt length weave or wig, and she's gonna give you a show. She's gonna give you the razzle dazzle. So if that's what she's gonna give, then it's like, okay, but look, she's giving us way more than Janet Jackson. Well, her 4 backup dances on her minimal set. So I'm not gonna windmill on Beyonce too much. I do wish that Janet Jackson would evolve, but she just won't. Probably because she got Randy, or maybe she just is not interested. I think someone wrote that for her, like Trump's statement about Jimmy Carter. Well, I did say that when Trump went and said that nice thing about Jimmy, only a couple of us in this club of presidency would understand. I'm listening like, that sounds like something Trump would say, because you acting like, oh yeah, we're in an elite club, so no one will really understand Jimmy Carter. But I'm like, if you understood Jimmy Carter's policies and all other stuff, it's like, yeah, it was relatable. It's not some exclusive club. What are you talking about? Yeah, that is true. Skincare is a must. I exfoliate pretty much every day and use facial scrubs. Isn't that bad for your skin if you do it every day, though? I look really young for 20. People assume I'm still a high school. I remember when I was in my 20s, people literally thought I was a teenager. I'm 48. And when people meet me, most of them think I'm 35, 36. Yeah, and look, that's a good thing. It's like, yeah, when you're in your late 40s or mid to late 40s, if you could look 10 years younger, that's even better. Beyonce, but sometimes I'll be cringing. I don't know if it's necessarily a respect thing, but I be getting annoyed because people be calling me sir. I'm like, you making me sound old, but I get it. It's a respect thing. So sometimes I have to get myself out of that mindset. Beyonce gave more during the halftime show than any other artist in the country genre. Can you imagine Carrie Underwood and Miranda Lambert getting up there? No, they wouldn't. And that's maybe that's what they're used to, is they're used to them girls get up there singing their little twangy songs and standing up, walking back and forth on the stage, and they accept it. The funny thing is, white people can be mediocre and it's okay. They can give bare minimum and it's acceptable. I don't want to windmill Taylor Swift up in here, but that's what they be saying about her. I didn't want to hit her with that stray, but we having a conversation, we gotta have the conversation. But then when it comes to Beyonce, it's always like, y'all want her to give a damn blood sample. Y'all want her to just like cut open her guts and rip out her intestines and just fling it out to the audience. And to me, it's just like, I'm like, yeah, okay. But I think it was just the Cowboy Carter songs for me just did not work in a live stadium setting. That was just maybe my situation. I was just underwhelmed by the songs. And it's probably because I didn't particularly care for the album. Although I added it to my best of albums list. Maybe I shouldn't have did that. Because I'm like, if I wasn't really feeling the album, but there were songs on the record that I liked. So that was one of the reasons why I added it. The only black person I know that's successful in country is Darius. Yeah. And remember, he was even dragged at one point for getting in the country when he was a part of Hootie and the Blowfish. And what the hell? You tell me check my inbox. What am I looking for? I mean, I do see the whole thing about why white people don't watch black movies. We don't need them to. Oh, like you telling me my inbox? Are you talking about Madonna's in Japan? Is that what I'm supposed to be looking for? First of all, do you realize you send me so much stuff? Are you talking about ex-American Idol contestant? This is Katy Perry song. Well, you know what? I'll since we already have an action-packed show, I'm not adding any more to the docket, but I'll get into that. But anyway, let me see. Check your inbox, your personal one. I feel very much, Parma, how Katie said to an idol contestant, you're not allowed to write songs as we have contracts for you. He's laughing, saying, oh yeah, her music is dated. It's like, how you gonna tell somebody they can't write their own music? Oh, you talking about Tina Knowles? Tina Knowles just revealed that she and Madonna are sisters. Yo, all that damn filler. My friend Craig and I have honest talks about Madonna where we sometimes criticize something she does and we're both longtime fans. And that's the main goal, is what I've been saying. We come up at a time where we're a fan of someone, we admire them for their work, but if they do something that is of criticism, we criticize it. We're in a generation now where everybody wants to be a part of an exclusive club. They think, oh yeah, it was so easy to go in and throw shade. No, it's so easy to jump on the damn bandwagon and kiss people ass because y'all afraid about what other people gonna think when you have a difference of opinion. We see it happening with when it comes to drag race. We talk about it many a times on this show, that when it comes down to the drag race situation, the main thing y'all do is like, oh, everybody be up here trying to produce themselves and they can't really go in and say things because y'all worried about, oh, if they come after y'all fade, then you're going to get dragged on social media. They're going to tell you to unalive yourself. They're going to bully you. Then especially when it comes to like any black queens that come out and say something towards a poor defenseless white queen, how racist a lot of y'all comments and stuff be in the drag race fandom. It's the same thing with this whole thing. It's like the stands, y'all annoy the shit out of me in regards of like when you can't even come up here and say certain things because y'all worry about and you want to go and bully or me, I'm thinking my damn skin. I don't give a good goddamn. I'm gonna say what the hell I want. But within reason. And I'm gonna give you a reason as to why I don't like it. So I'm not just gonna come up and well, I just didn't like it. Or just being real shady with the situation. I may add a little shade because it's to add a little sprinkling in the seasoning, a little gentrification and for dramatic effect. But for the most part, if I'm not really feeling something, I'm gonna tell y'all. And that's why I agree with that. It's like, yeah, if you're a big fan about artists, you should be able to have those honest talks and just be like, you know what, I really wasn't feeling what they was doing. And that's fine. Speaking of Janet, they're waking up and realizing she wasn't a gay icon and her conservative politics is finally showing. You want to know something? I think this is a tough one because I feel like, yeah, the only time that Janet really acknowledged her gay fans was when she did the Velvet Rope. And she was kind of playing in the whole gender construct situation where she's saying that, what was that? What was his name? Rod Stewart, that song. And then she wouldn't change the lyrics, which was what was it? Because I love you, girl, and everything is gonna be all right. When she wouldn't change the lyrics to that, and they were like, "Is Janet coming out as a lesbian? Is she bisexual?" I'm like, she's got a fucking song. She just didn't change the lyric for "girl." So now she eating pussy? The Kinsey scale? Is this what we measure in situations? I had to think of it for a second. Like the Kinsey scale, sex, gender, all that stuff. So I'm like, is this what we measuring things on? Because she wouldn't change a gender lyric. Now she eat the box. Like, get out of here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she probably had it lapped around a couple of times, or she may have experimented. But do I think that Janet Jackson might be bisexual? No. Also, like when she did Together Again, which was towards her gay friends and stuff. I mean, I'm sure she had gay friends, and being in the industry, she's been around a lot of homosexuals. But do I think she may be a gay icon on like a level of I guess you would say like a Madonna or a Cher and all those other ones? I really don't feel like she's put enough, or Kylie. She has, in my opinion, that Janet may have. I know there's gay people that like her music, me being one of them. But as far as like an icon within the gay community, yeah, I don't see it. A facial scrub exfoliating every day isn't good for you. That's what I was thinking, because I was like, yeah, you're not supposed to do a like exfoliate and scrub your skin every day. That's like, yeah, you can strip yourself of all the vitamins and things, or some people say vitamins. So Madonna has aged badly. Can you place a then and now for y'all have seen I posted pictures of her up here. It's the Botox and fillers. I saw a picture of her sister and she looked um where her sister looks much older. And you said Madonna looked good to me when I went to yeah, she did. That's what I was saying. Like when I went to the celebration tour, her face was not bad. It's just that I think the problem with her is she tends to her stupid ass will go and get fillers in her damn. Like if I got to be at the Grammys tomorrow, sis, you don't get Botox injection the day before the damn Grammys. Your face is swollen within the 24-hour period, and it takes a minute for it to go down. So why the hell would you go and get Botox and filler and all that other stuff in your face the day before an event? Like if you're gonna do something, you gotta do it. Was it like a week? Like you gotta give it time to settle. I don't know. I've never had Botox, although I have said many a times that if because a friend of mine asked me, there was like, if the opportunity ever presented itself, would you ever get Botox? I was like, yeah, I wouldn't be against it. She looked good when I saw her too in the Rio show. Yeah, when I saw her in New York, she didn't look bad. Um, I was speaking of which, somebody went and messaged me. I don't remember who it was to tell me that the celebration tour is on YouTube. Carmen Carrera said she'd go on All Stars if they did it. Oh yeah, I saw that episode too. You talking about the one where she did with Matt Cullen? That was a good one. She did say that they would do it, and we've said many a times we'd be down for all trans season. First of all, there's been so many girls that have come out as trans on Drag Race that would be a perfect season. That might send RuPaul into a tizzy, especially the comments he's made about trans people on the show. But at this point, it was like, yeah, it would definitely be a good season to get all trans season of Drag Race. Why not? Y'all need to do themes because All Stars is kind of getting a little stale. Crystal gets to meet David. Oh yeah, I saw her comment about that. That she get to meet David Howard Thornton and Rose McGowan. David Howard Thornton, as y'all know or may not know, is Art the Clown in the Terrifier series franchise. Janet made Together Again and Rhythm Nation, and y'all think she's conservative. Yeah, she is not conservative. Her brother may lean conservative. She may have been raised to be conservative because she's, was raised Jehovah's Witness. But when she's talked about social injustice, although people was windmilling her, me included, when she was up here talking about, oh yeah, social injustice, you wrote Rhythm Nation and these other things, but then you was out here making them comments about whether or not Kamala Harris is black enough. And it's like, sis, your whole family got zebras running around in a damn situation. But you up in here talking about, and I can say that as as someone who is a mixed race. So you got a whole bunch of damn zebras running around the Jackson compound as an all them mixing y'all be doing up in there. And you want to all of a sudden measure how black is Kamala Harris? Really? We doing this on Beyonce internet? Or over there on what was it she did it? The Guardian, which the Guardian seem to be getting everybody in trouble whenever they do interviews over there. RuPaul got in trouble doing his interview, speaking of which, about the whole trans thing. Remember that comments he made? And they dragged him on social media for it, even some of the Drag Race girls. I would love to see Carmen. And speaking of which, I would love to see Carmen come back, but I don't know. She might not because remember the whole situation about the she-male situation. It got a lot of people over there pissed. I know, and she said that she is still friendly, Carmen. She said she's still friendly with some of the people that work at the show. But I'm like, no sour grapes. You could have came up with something else. I would have just been like, well, I don't know why they had to do she done already done had hers. I just think that's so stupid. But it's embedded in the DNA of the show, so might as well keep it. But I would just been like, ooh, girl. Like you could have just kept that and had like an alarm, like one of those sounding alarms or something going off. You could have did that instead of and just dropped the you got she mail, which I get why they had that. It was a play on Tyra mail and you call it she male. But I think what hurt the show, see, we didn't really pay attention to until they did that segment where it was like, he male or she male or something or another, and they had to identify who's a she male or who wasn't. When they did that, which that episode was cut off the thing, you can't even find that episode. That went in the wedding episode where they had that homophobe that was on there. Those are the two episodes you will never see on Drag Race. They removed them. I think it was season 5 when they did that one with the she-male. I mean, the homophobe in the wedding dress challenge. But yeah, the she-male, I mean the he-male or she-male, whatever that segment did, they chopped that because there was complaints. Yeah, tonight's the night. I knew it was I couldn't remember the name of the damn song. She praised Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice during the Velvet Rope tour. Well, yeah, they're conservative. Maybe she does lean Republican. You know, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of people out here who do liberal shit, but low key to identify as Republican. Janet was gay icon of the '90s, but not so much now. Yeah, I can agree with that, especially with Janet and then the Velvet Rope. Why do so many homosexual men love Madonna, Liza Minnelli, Cher, Beyonce, etc.? Because I think it's because when it comes to gay men, when you look at a woman, they can identify with those strong women, which is like they're resilient. When they get knocked down, they get back up. Gay men are told that they can't be like these strong characters or whatever the case is. So I think a lot of homosexuals identify with a lot of these women because they can see themselves in, their strength in these women. Whereas if you're a straight guy, you have, what you're told to be into. You're into the sports and you're into, all those things. But the gays, their sport is worshiping pop stars. So because they've been around us, Madonna felt seen and appreciated by us. I know her father figure was a gay guy. And when she went to her first homosexual bar, they gravitated towards her and she realized, well, we'll have to go over that in a second. Madonna was one of the first celebrities to speak out about AIDS. There was Elizabeth Taylor, but she's an actress. And Madonna is someone who kind of just more or less pushed that further into the mainstream, especially in I would say the first celebrity to speak out about it, as a pop star. And especially when people were kind of thumbing their nose up at the LGBT, the queer community and people with HIV and AIDS, especially treat them like lepers. That's why I don't like the Reagans, based on their history of how they treated people with AIDS. The love we had for her before she became a celebrity, and the love was really natural. So there's a documentary on Sky TV. Oh, so that's when it's coming on because, well, I've talked about it on the show many a times. I just didn't know when it was coming out. But when it drops on YouTube, because I don't even know how to get Sky TV, but I'm sure somebody will record it, somebody will put it up on YouTube, and I'll go and watch it. But if it does come out, somebody send me the link so I can watch it. It was season 6. Jocelyn Fox was the queen that did it. Oh yeah, yeah, that was a messy one. And then when you look at his makeup, he looked silver. He didn't even look white. I mean, I don't know what kind of makeup that was. They made him look like the Tin Man in drag. That's what that made that whole situation. But yeah, it was Oh, so you said it was season 6. Because that was the one with Bianca Del Rio, right? I don't know why I always get them confused. Alaska was on season 5. I love Janet and Madonna because their music quite literally saved my life when I was 17. The Velvet Rope and Ray of Light will probably always be my favorite albums ever. And you want to know something? I think for the most part that people echo your sentiments. I think most queer people would say that, is that when they look at people like a Madonna and a Janet, they were speaking on things that the gays could resonate with. Whereas you had closeted artists who had to sit and be all ambiguous or pretend they were liking women and singing those songs. When Luther, speaking of which, isn't Luther Vandross's documentary Never Too Much about to come out on CNN? I think it's tomorrow when it's supposed to come out. When is New Year's? Yeah, tomorrow. It's supposed to be coming out. So you got people, you got the gays out here low key not singing to us and writing songs for us in the community. There was one person I knew when I was coming up, but he passed away from cancer, Sir Ari Gold, who was a independent pop star who was singing music, R&B and pop to the gays and wasn't changing up the gender and all that stuff. He was singing to men. And very rarely we didn't have that. We have that now. I mean, we have Troye Sivan and so many others that are doing that. But back then it was slim pickings when it came to pop stars who were singing music to a specific audience. But we went and we got what we wanted through those women. And Janet and Madonna was one of them. But speaking of which, let's move on because I don't even want to count how long we were doing this whole story regarding this whole comment. Because remember the other day it was like we spent 45 minutes, but I was like reading the comments. So anyway, now speaking of Beyonce, like I said, instead of Tina Knowles being out here worrying about people critiquing Beyonce's halftime performance, what they need to be worrying about is these alleged allegations that Jay-Z has got himself wrapped up in. So, according to some reports, it said Beyonce has been left upset and concerned after a judge ruled against throwing out the R-word accusations against Jay-Z, but she is standing by her man, a source has revealed. Now, Jay-Z, whose real name is Sean Carter, is currently locked in a legal fight against a woman who accused him of R-wording her when she was 13 years old. Now, after several attempts through the 55-year-old's lawyer, Alex Spiro, to squash the case or force the woman to be publicly identified, Judge Annalisa Torres sided with his accuser on Thursday, granting the woman anonymity. We all struggle with that word. I remember, I was watching an interview sidebar with Adore Delano on Monet Exchange's show, and she was struggling saying the word too. It's like we can't anonymity. Ciao. So they said now a source has exclusively revealed to DailyMail.com that amid her husband's legal woes, Beyonce, who's 43, has accepted that there isn't anything she can do except support her man. They said she 1,000% believes him and is heartbroken that his accuser is a similar age to their daughter, Blue Ivy, who's 12. Well, just saying at the time that it happened. Now, Beyonce is upset and concerned about the allegations brought on to her husband. This is according to an insider. Now, she's 1,000% believes him, but it is very stressful to deal with, not only because everything is such in the public eye, but as a mother of a daughter at a similar age to the accuser at the time, it is heartbreaking. Now, Beyonce, who has been blessed with a life where she usually has control over her own narrative, now has to deal with this, and there isn't anything she can do except support her man and be there for each other as the legal side of the thing goes through its motions. The insider also added that the Blackbird singer has accepted that there isn't much she can do to help. Now her husband is seen by the world right now. They continue saying it is a struggle to deal with, and for her to try to think on ways to help the situation is tiring, especially when she can only literally do a certain amount of things that may sway public perception. She will be by Jay's side throughout, and she is starting to accept that this is all she can really do. They also noted that the star is keen to get back to her normal life as soon as possible, stating she is praying that this will be over soon and isn't dragged out. Everyone wants to get back to their life and everybody wants to be happy. Well, here's the thing. Look, says you can just sit up out here and just focus on what you can control, and what you can control is your career. Like, you can get out there and work on what's the next chapter to this Renaissance era. So work on you, work on, I guess, mothering your 3 kids and supporting Jay as much as you can. But that is true. It's like there's only so much that excuse me, that you can do. You don't have control with the situation. And no shade, but us Virgos, I do agree that we do try to control the narrative. We hate not being in control of situations that's going on around us. But when it gets to a point that is beyond our control, what we do is okay, so live and let live. What will be, and we're just gonna let the universe play it out the way it needs to be played out. That's all we can do. It's like we do try to control every aspect. I ain't gonna hold you on that. But you can only do but so much, and that is true. It's just like, yeah, she can't control. She can control how she's perceived in the public eye. She can control, all the pictures that y'all see of her online, like the pictures I showed y'all earlier of her at the halftime situation. That was all from Parkwood, because so she literally wants everybody, everything has to be pre-approved and gone through her. She gets to control all the stuff that's going on with that. But all this other stuff is like, yeah, this is beyond your control. This is up to the legal system, and it is what it is. So I was genuinely I'm wondering, how is she dealing with all of this? And according to these reports, allegedly, now we know. So we could take this with a grain of salt, but I'm sure, like, any person whose husband has been accused of SAing a child, I would definitely be concerned and stressed and having to deal with all this stuff, especially when, Beyonce is big on her reputation and how she is perceived. And when you have pretty much led a immensely private life and keeping a lot of your personal tea under wraps, and we don't know a lot of what's going on in your situation unless you want to let us know with Lemonade. And they allege, not even alleged. We see in the video of Solange going ham on him in that elevator. So when it comes down to all this stuff, it's like, yeah, we got all that. But then a friend of mine went and sent me this because I was just like, you know what? Let the courts and stuff do what they need to do. But Jay, you was pissing me off when I started seeing a lot of this mess. So there was one thing where a friend of mine sent me, he was like, so I don't know how invested you are in reporting about Jay-Z, but seems like the people reporting about it with high numbers are being reached out to by Jay's lawyers with intimidation. This is going to get bigger and bigger. He's not the only one. There have been others that have said they are being reached out to. So yeah, there's a content creator. Let me see, because a friend of mine sent it to me on Twitter. Called OG Barbie Shorty Down Under. I want to see if I could play y'all. I'm gonna just play y'all the audio because he sent it to me through my phone, and I don't have time to be sitting here looking for it on the Twitter. So they said, attention all content creators, Jay-Z has been accused of harassing popular YouTubers. Allegedly, live streams are being interrupted, texts are being sent out, and phone calls are being made. So this is the allegations that's going on with him. And I'm like, okay, now if you out here trying to bully and intimidate because you can't get this girl, you can't get the court to do what you need to do in regards of letting us know who this girl is that's accusing you of SA, and you can't bully your way into trying to buy the courts and get them to do what you want. But you coming after content creators who out here just basically reporting the news, then to me that's a red flag. But hold on, let me see if I can play this for y'all and then we'll talk. Hold on. If you don't, thank you.
Well, I don't know who it is. Like last night, see, I'm a content creator. I do YouTube videos, and I was on live last night. So while I'm on live, my live just starts messing up, and it just kept going out. And my whole stream was like, "Hey, your live froze. Your live froze." So then I get a phone call while my stuff is messing up. I get a phone call, and it's from a number. I don't know whose number it is. At first, it's a New York number, and after I did a Google search on the New York number, it came back to Alex Spiro and his law firm. And so I had 2 missed calls from them. And then my live just kept messing up. And I got a text message from a New York number, a Manhattan number. And it said, shift the focus back to Diddy. Hold on, matter of fact, let me read the message for you. This is exactly what the message says in my phone. It says... And the message in your phone, was that text to you? Yes, it was text. It says, stop speaking on my name and keep the attention on Diddy. I can do more than stop your live. That's just a taste of my power. And then I proceed to get like 100 blocked calls back to back to back. This would not stop calling me blocked until 5:30 this morning. How many followers do you have? 164,000. 5:30 this morning.
Okay, so
I don't know.
that was basically. Hopefully, y'all heard that right, because I was like, I had to put my microphone up to the phone. So yeah, it's like he has over 100 some odd thousand followers. If you have a big following, then you know Jay-Z's people are gonna reach out to you and try to. Would this be a form of doxing? So they're basically going to be coming out and they're coming after you for reporting any kind of news regarding what's going on with this case. And my thing is like, how are you out here trying to bully and intimidate content creators? Now I get how, this may be a stem from when Jaguar Wright, because, Jaguar Wright would spend a lot of time going on a lot of black blogs and black content creators channels. And it was radio silence from Mr. Carter until she took her ass over there to Piers Morgan. Then all of a sudden, they put that big ass battery in his back and he had a whole lot to say. And he went in on Piers Morgan, which had Piers Morgan got spooked and nervous and took down the video and apologized. So now he's going after content creators who have a big reach. My thing is like, if the stories need to be told, we should be able to tell those stories. But of course, if y'all gonna come out here and y'all gonna be telling the stories, y'all need to be telling the stories and giving opinions based off of the facts of what's in the reporting, and not y'all spoke, oh yeah, I was there at the time and I believe it because he did this and this and this. If you don't have evidence of him sticking his dick in no 12-year-old, then don't be up on social media saying it. But we can speculate on things based off the evidence that we have. And this is why, as content creators, we got to be careful. But then also, if he out here trying to bully and pulling scare tactics and bully people and messing with their lives and all this other stuff, then yeah, Sean, I am side-eyeing you. And Beyonce, if you get a chance, you better run. I hope this is not a case of NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, where you so caught up in the being emotionally stripped down and abused. Because no shade, Beyonce do be looking like a shell of her former self. Like I just be feeling like sometimes I be looking at her, there's no light behind them eyes. So I hope that Sean didn't come in and do some number on her where her spirit is in the sunken place somewhere, the real her, and we just see it getting a shell of Beyonce while we out here in these streets or seeing her out in these streets. So I say, well, this is like, what do y'all think of this story in regards of Beyonce allegedly being upset and concerned over these allegations, which I would think like I would be too if I was married to somebody who's being accused of such, blasphemy. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay. He said the only queer artist I knew being open as a kid was Katie Lang and Melissa Etheridge, and they set a stereotype to me as a kid that they're lesbians, and I didn't know lesbians could be feminine and into dance. I mean, yeah, I agree, because when I was a kid growing up, it was like, yeah, the only gays that I knew was Katie Lang and Melissa Etheridge because they were in the mainstream popscape, and I guess that was more acceptable because they were kind of doing like that alternative rock thing, so they managed. Well, Katie Lang was more jazz, but Melissa Etheridge kind of played in that whole rock music type vibe, so she was able to kind of get away with that. But yeah, it's like now it's sort of like we will, the industry was putting guardrails on people. A lot of people didn't think like, yeah, you could be you don't have to be a butch lesbian in order to make it. You could also be like Chappell Roan, which I did see an article on her where she was talking about growing up as gay and religious and all other stuff. I didn't care enough to even read the article, but I just saw the headline. They said Beyonce should just leave him. She gains nothing from him, like how he gains from being her husband. True, and yeah, he's got the mogul thing going on, and nobody's really. I mean, he gets thrown around in conversations regarding who is like the greatest rappers of all time. Like he's always in the conversation regarding that. But in regards to everything else, it's like, yeah, she gains nothing from Jay-Z being her husband. Unless they got way too much wrapped up in their business endeavors that it's going to be hard to untangle that. Well, I'm sure with all the money she got good attorneys. Do you think Beyonce would leave Jay-Z if he is found guilty? Well, look, didn't she say in Lemonade that if some stuff went down, he gonna lose his wife? Well, we'll see if she'll hold up her end of the bargain in regards to that. And I'm sure, like, you know what, in so many ways, Jay definitely helped Beyonce when it came to getting the solo success that she has. I'm not trying to discount and say that she didn't play a contributing factor in her career being what it is, but trust and believe, Jay definitely helped with a lot of his influence, especially, you know, in hip hop circles. So maybe she feels indebted to him in some sort of way. Because I definitely get business relationship from them too. He probably has dirt on her too. That might be part of why she's staying. Child, you never win when you play dirty. Title is also the least you exactly. And that's why I was wondering. I'm like, do people still use Title? Because remember at one point they were trying to do some whole thing with Title and get all these celebrities to come on and endorse it. I personally never saw the appeal of Title. I knew people that bought that had a subscription, but I'm like, ew. First of all, I use Apple Music. That's the only thing I use. And I use Spotify, but Spotify, I just use the free thing. And I don't even use Spotify to listen to podcasts. That's the only thing I use Spotify for. But for the most part, my main go-to is Apple Music. You said, I didn't know it was still around. Quiet as it's kept. Okay, so now, okay, so let's get into this Diddy tea, where apparently he had a breakdown over the Christmas holiday, which I remember I was reading a couple of things on it, and I was like, okay, well, I mean, what are you going to do? But yeah, so apparently he had a breakdown, and I guess because he couldn't be at home with his kids and all that other stuff. But look, you know, as my mama used to always say, you do the crime, you do the time. So Sean Diddy Combs, who was embroiled in multiple lawsuits alleging SA and trafficking, reportedly had an emotional breakdown during his time at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center the day after Christmas. Now, according to a source close to the rapper, the guards at the detention center refused his request. The insider claimed with his high powered legal team, Diddy thought he'd be out on bail by now. Now, spending the holidays behind bars was a nightmare for him. He eventually managed to calm himself down with the meditation technique he's been using while he's been behind bars. So it took him a few hours to keep breathing and focusing to get out of the bad space that he was in, but he finally managed it. A separate source close to the disgraced rapper denied the reports, claiming the rapper is staying strong in jail despite missing his family a great deal at Christmas, which is the time he always spends with his children. Now, Diddy is facing, you know, charges of trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in prostitution. We already know all this other stuff. And now he's been facing multiple SA allegations because every other day it always seems like hundreds more people are coming out accusing him of doing crazy stuff to them. And Tony Busby got to figure all that out because Tony Busby dealing with Diddy, he's dealing with Jay-Z. And so Tony Busby busy. But in regards to this whole situation with Diddy, I could totally understand, like, in jail, people would have like a mental breakdown, and there'd be things that's going on in prison where it's like, well, damn, um, I'm homesick, I'm not seeing my kids. There's so many things going on, but like I said earlier, you do the crime, you do the time. You should have thought of that before you was out here taking advantage of using your power and your influence to have control over people who are far less fortunate financially than you are. And that's what a lot of some of these rich people do, is that, you know, when you have the money and the power, you can intimidate whoever it is that you want to intimidate. But then again, if I'm having a mental breakdown, why the CEOs and all of them and isn't honoring it, which makes you go, which brings up a whole nother conversation about our judicial system, our prison system, and how the fact that it's supposed, I could have sworn that the prison system was built to try to help rehabilitate people. So when you send them back out into the wild, that they won't go and repeat the things that they did to get their behind back in the prison. But we all know, and this is a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day in regards like the prison system is one big Ponzi scheme and how they're profiting off of the amount of prisoners they keep in jail. So rehabilitate my ass. That I don't. It just doesn't feel like that the prison system is even built to even help people or rehabilitate them for them to not come back to make the same mistake. So if I'm having a mental situation, they should have had him examined, checked out, and see whatever. But then again, on the flip side, some people would think like, okay, here go Diddy being a stunt queen, trying to act like he's going through some stressful moment because, you know, he has tried 3 times to post bail, and he's been denied all 3 times. So this might be his latest stunt that he's trying to pull, so that way he won't be up in the jail. So it could be a whole plethora of things. But I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of the diddler allegedly having an emotional breakdown behind bars? And and now he out here Nambio Ho Renge Kyoin behind bars and got a whole new meditation technique that he got going on that gets him back fully centered. Om Shanti Om. So let whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. You said Jack Dorsey owns Tidal. I know many people who are POC that supported Tidal because it was a Black-owned business. Yeah, but to me, Tidal just I didn't feel like compared to all the other apps, gave me anything worth subscribing to. When it came out, Jack Dorsey owns Tidal. Republicans was like, is there any tech that's not liberal owned? I want to leave X because Elon true colors on the working class is showing. And you know what? There's a lot of people that I just find it funny that MAGA has turned on Elon Musk and Elon has and MAGA has turned on Vivek, big head ass. So I'm just cracking up over the infighting going on. They called it a MAGA civil war. I'm like, okay, y'all are so damn dramatic. Now, speaking of the diddler, let's get into the story about him and Luigi Mangione, who I have told y'all many a times that Luigi is currently serving time in the same facility as Diddy and Austin Wolf. Now, like I said, Austin Wolf stuff, we're about to go into January. I haven't heard nothing regarding his story or his case as of yet. Every time we do talk about Austin Wolf on this show, it's a delay in his court situation. So I guess I'm just gonna have to wait until after the holidays and maybe we'll get a later an update on it. But yeah, it's supposed to, I could have sworn right around now we're supposed to hear some tea. So now they're basically saying that Luigi and the disgraced music mogul are said to become neighbors in Brooklyn's most notorious prison. Because I told her, I was like, when I first heard about it, they said they was bringing him to Brooklyn Metropolitan. I was like, so he's gonna be up in there with the Diddler and Austin Wolf. Combs and Mangione are currently being held on separate floors at the notorious Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. However, Mangione, who's 26, and Combs, who's 55, will be on the same floor together at some point, prison consultant Sam Mangle exclusively tells Page 6. Now, the Ivy League engineer accused of unaliving United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in broad daylight at New York City on December 4th was extradited to NYC from Pennsylvania last week. After the state indicted him on first-degree murder, he was also hit with several federal charges, including murder and stalking. He pleaded not guilty on Monday, and his next court date is set for February 21st. As of now, Mangione is still being held in observation or in the Special Housing Unit, which is called SHU. Mango explains of the small solitary confinement cell. Now, Luigi has not been moved into Gen Pop yet, which is where Sean Combs is being held. They will be held on a separate floor and at some point will be on the same floor together, but at this point they have not been placed on the same floor. Now, the disgraced rap star, was arrested on September 16th. We don't need to go through the charges again because we already went through that in the last segment. And it's funny how, like, whenever we talk about Diddy, you always got to put a reminder what he's been charged with. It's like, okay, how many articles y'all going to do with the same damn story? So it is interesting to see, like, what they're talking about. Yeah, so Luigi and Diddy going to end up on the same floor. I'm not surprised to hear that they would be in the same facility at some point. I think most of us even thought about that. And the funny thing was, I was just watching, what is it, Pondering Politics with Kyle Kalinske? I actually like him. He did a report on there was a poll that was recently done, and I think even mainstream media is starting to slip up a little bit, that said 69% of Americans agree with what Luigi did. And they're blaming the fact of the CEO's death on our shitty healthcare system and how it's one big scam. So I have to reiterate this because I still had people in my comments. One of my friends made a comment talking about basically it was wrong for him that murder is murder. You should be killed. I was like, no shit, Sherlock. And that's to anybody. But I also didn't agree with somebody in my comments talking about, oh, Luigi, you forgot one. I said, oh, no, bitch. First of all, I know we cool and all, but this is somebody I actually know personally. This is one of my classmates that I went to film school with, and we still have a friendship. I don't appreciate you trying to sit up here basically saying that, oh, well, this person needs to be killed because they have a difference of opinion. What are you doing? I don't like that. So my thing is this. So I had to say to him, I was like, I don't have, because I think it was saying something or another about, oh, well, oh, if it was one of your family members that was killed, you'd be upset. I said, well, nobody in my family works in the healthcare system that's denying people healthcare and making millions of dollars off of denying people healthcare. So I don't have nobody in my family that does that. My father did work in the medical industry for 4 decades. He is retired now, and that wasn't what he was doing. But when you're having to deal with the BS of the insurance and all that other stuff in the medical industry and working in the hospital, and I worked in the hospital at one point, I hated it. So I only lasted about 3 years working in the medical industry, and then I left and off to doing my entertainment stuff, back and forth. So I think it's common sense for the most part that yes, death is wrong, taking a life is wrong. Nobody's condoning that. However, comma. And that's what always should come after that. It should be a however, comma, or a but. After you say, and once you reiterate, murder is wrong, regardless of who does it. I think common sense tells you that. That's a no shit Sherlock moment. But due to the circumstances, we know why Luigi did what he did. And it was, most people agree that our healthcare system is ridiculous. And I think in the maybe hope, this is what I'm hoping. The next term, because you ain't getting it from Trump. If y'all really think that Trump gonna be out here talking about universal healthcare for all, all this other, we don't even know what policies he was running on, except he want to get rid of illegals and ban rights of medical care for trans people. I mean, we know that part. But if in regards of like universal healthcare, I don't think there was ever a conversation on that. So hopefully in the next maybe 2026, the midterms, or even 2028, when we go for another president, that we have somebody out here that would speak on Medicare for all, universal health care, or whatever the case is, and stop taking money from these damn billionaire corporations, these CEOs, because that's where the overall problem is. And then you got Joe Biden delusional ass out here talking about that he regrets leaving the Democratic Party because he would have beat Trump. No, you wouldn't have. Y'all both were a hot ass mess. But you even worse. And talking about that, oh, if I stayed in the race, I could have beat him. Maybe 4 years ago because it was fresh about the whole COVID situation. But people got people got short-term memory. People got the memory of a net now. You could have did something a year ago and they forget about it. But I don't want to get in a whole rant about these old fossils taking our, burning our government down to the ground on both sides, because both sides is fucked. I don't like neither side. We need a whole new party. Quiet as it's kept. But the thing with Luigi, it was like, yes, I get why he did what he did, even though what he did was wrong. So that's what the conversation should be had, and not just, oh, well, it was wrong. He shouldn't have killed somebody. No shit, Sherlock. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of Luigi and Diddy about to become neighbors? Hopefully not butt buddies, but neighbors. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Excuse me. Okay, let's go to some of these comments. And you said Ricky of Pride is too busy being the passer. You better leave Ricky Cornish alone. Because he do be doing them articles, and he was always running around being invited to Austin's legendary, what was it, that little thing that he was doing in Mexico, where he would have the week of the content creators will all come out and do videos. But we'll see if Ricky Cornish is going to cover the story. But yeah, they might be on holiday. Us independent folks, we don't know what a vacation or a holiday is. Luigi hasn't said why or even if he committed. Exactly. Because he hasn't. Some people saying that how in the period of when y'all caught him, would he get a touch up on the unibrow? So some people don't believe that they even got the wrong person. I don't know. It's just we don't know specifically as why he did what he did. So people out here speculating. I watched the 2020 special they did, but I did see that up on my on Hulu, but I didn't want to watch it, and only because I pretty much figured how corporate media was going to handle this situation. So I didn't want to watch it because I already know what corporate media gives when they want to have these conversations about our healthcare system. They're not going to really go in on the healthcare system. They're going to paint Luigi as like this disgusting terrorist type of human being. And it's like, yeah, killing a person does not make you a terrorist, number one. I thought it was killing a multitude of people makes you a terrorist. But y'all up in here changing narratives and trying to steer things in a different direction. And I was like, if them broads, them dummies over there at The View was going to say the stupidness that they was going to say regarding this whole Luigi thing, I already knew what ABC was going to give. So that's why I didn't watch it. They said, yeah, his friends were surprised at what he did because they didn't see him. Like, and, they were going, oh my God, I am so, because, and that's always a typical thing. Oh, they, nothing like this ever happens in our neighborhood. Oh, I never knew that he'd be capable. You'd be surprised what fucking people are capable of. And I think it's at a point where you can't, as a just period point blank, you can't continue, and I've said this many times, poke the bear and tell them how mad to get. You can't, people are capable of anything when they back into a damn corner. You never know what people are capable of. So for people to sit up and say, oh, well, I didn't think he would do, or I can't believe that they would commit this crime, or I couldn't believe this. And it's like, yeah, when you're fed up, when you're backed into a corner, and some people can say, well, he has the money. And it's like his family has money. That don't necessarily mean he has money. Or it shouldn't matter how much money someone has in the bank. Whether you have a shit ton of money or no money at all, everybody is affected by, the medical industry, especially if you got back issues and you probably had surgery to deal with it. And then you're still dealing with the aftermath of that pain. So it was like, yeah, we spent all this money and I went in thinking that I wouldn't be in all this pain or whatever, and I'm still dealing with a lot of ailments and situations like that, and was probably denied something from somebody. We don't know what his motivation is, but yeah, so there's that. Because I probably just go on a whole damn tangent. Unpopular opinion on Luigi if it wasn't with the majority. If it isn't with the majority. So Luigi doesn't even have the cojones to admit what he did. Does he think he's getting out of jail? Well, look, stranger people have gotten out of jail for crazier things. The jury will get him or not guilty. It's another old situation, but with politics and classism issue. And that's what I think the main goal that we should be talking about here. This is the issue of classism. This is not about race. It's not about gender. It's not about sexuality. This is a class issue. The haves versus the have-nots. The 1% continuing to steal and take from the top while the rest of us out here fighting for some damn crumbs. He went missing months before, and his family filed a report last month before Thanksgiving. Yeah, so something was going on with him. Hopefully, they gave him an evaluation on his mental. The insurance CEO was viewed as a first responder. Really, really, a CEO equal to a cop or medical apparently. And the way that our government's been running is sort of like, the life only matters when you're, well, we know it's simply murder. And that's why I said earlier, it's a no shit Sherlock. We know it's murder, but all murder ain't created equal. Wait, what? Somebody writes? Oh, one of my friends said Times Square is already unbearable. Well, Times Square is always unbearable. I hate going to Times Square. That's why I try to avoid it. But look. But like I've said many a times, murder is wrong when it's a billionaire CEO, but thoughts and prayers when it's a classroom. So we need to be treating people on an equal situation and not thinking that only lives that matter in this country is if you got a lot of money. So there's that. But that's why I love being on the show. We can agree to disagree respectfully. Okay, so where are we going? Because I'm done with the whole Diddy situation. Okay, so now we do need to talk about this Abercrombie and Fitch story. Because we haven't talked about, Mike Jeffries in a minute. Because, some people was running around here saying, well, how is it that this man gets to roam around free as a bird? But then Diddy allegedly was doing all the things that he was doing. and gets to be scot-free out in these streets. Well, now Mike's legal team is out here claiming the man got dementia. So is this what y'all old white men of a certain age like to do when y'all be out here doing criminal activities? Because, he claiming dementia, and isn't Erica Jane ex-husband? Is she divorcing him? Tom Girardi? I don't even know. He claiming dementia too, after stealing all them people's money. But anyway, let's get into the story. So, defense lawyers said the former longtime CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch may have dementia, and a competency hearing is necessary to determine if he could face sex charges. So, shout out to the advocate for this story. So Jeffries' lawyer said that the neuropsychologist diagnosed the businessman after his legal team questioned his health and concentration, according to the documents NBC News reports. The Michael Jeffries, who presented himself not even come close to resembling a master's degree educated individual, who was just 9 years earlier the chief executive officer of a publicly traded company. This is according to the new filing. Now, police arrested Jeffries earlier this year in Florida on one charge of trafficking and 15 counts of interstate prostitution. Now, Jeffries pleaded not guilty after posting a $10 million bond and being ordered by a judge to home detention, which is basically what Diddy wanted and didn't get it. Now, some people will equate racism, but based off of what we saw in that video and all that stuff, maybe Diddy was 10 times worse than allegedly what this man did. But this is where the people that accuse him of trafficking and all the stuff need to come and speak out. And hopefully they will on this. Now, authorities allege that Jeffries and his boyfriend, Matthew Smith, yes, he's a homosexual, along with associate James Jacobson, operated the trafficking scheme, with Jacobson acting as a recruiter. The men were inducted 1 year after, indicted. I said inducted. The men were indicted only 1 year after Abercrombie and Fitch announced it would be hiring an independent law firm to investigate allegations against Jeffries and Smith, revealed in a report by the BBC, claiming that the pair sexually exploited young men during Jeffries' time as a CEO, which spanned 1992 to 2014. Company officials have said current leadership was not previously aware of these allegations. Now, Mike Jeffries, the homosexual 80-year-old embattled former CEO of clothing brand A&F, has dementia and Alzheimer's disease, his lawyers have said in court documents filed this week. They're requesting a hearing to determine if Jeffries is fit to stand trial for federal criminal charges in connection to sex trafficking. Now, they also said that the Michael Jeffries, who's presented himself, did not even come close to resembling a master's degree educated individual who was just 9 years earlier the chief executive officer of a publicly traded company. Wait, did I repeat? So I'm noticing, did they put the same thing in here? Where's the rest of the article? Because I got to scroll down. Oh, so they also said prosecutors said that the men were not doing certain. Hold on. Because it was they posted the same damn thing more than once. Now, they also said that authorities said in an indictment that the men allegedly employed coercive, fraudulent, and deceptive tactics in connection with the recruitment, hiring, transportation, obtaining, maintaining, solicitation, and payment of the men to engage in commercial sex. Prosecutors said that the men were told to do not doing certain sexual acts would harm their careers. Many of the men allegedly targeted by Jeffries and the others were also in precarious financial situations. The doctors concluded that Mr. Jeffries currently suffers from dementia with behavioral disturbance, Alzheimer's disease with late onset probable, the Lewy body dementia, the recent filing says, according to NBC News. The outlet reports that the competency hearing has been set for June. Now, Heather Colo, a New York law school professor who specializes in mental disability and criminal law, told the BBC that there is limited data on how the U.S. justice system treats those with dementia. Now, if Mike Jeffries is found competent, the case will move forward. This is what she told the outlet. But if he's deemed incompetent, and it's found there's no reasonable likelihood that his competency will be restored, then the charges will have to be dropped. So this seems to be the angle, because I was like, how would they even assess this situation in court? I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how they would work that out. They would probably, like they said, have to do the test or whatever the case was. They would have to probably subpoena the person that did the examination to testify, and in that situation, or have to come before a judge, because I don't even think there would probably be a trial, because then you have to determine, oh, well, if he is competent to stand trial, then I'll just have to, as a judge, interview the person that examined Mike to see if he's able to stand trial. If not, we're just going to have to dismiss the case, which is sad, because this man was over here doing what he was doing with his partner and another person for decades. And these men who were abused and put in these situations where it's like they were forced to perform acts with other men so they could keep their job as a model, then they're not going to be able to get the justice they deserve because, oh, he's a man of a certain age now and that his brain don't function properly. So, in so many ways, I feel for those young male victims who had to succumb to such abuse, especially because, we talk about many a times that a lot of men don't really, what we talk about is 0.3% of women that come out and say that they've been SA'd. And then it takes a lot for them to even come out and come forward and say they've been abused because of the firing squad that's going to come in on them, calling them all kinds of liars and sluts and whores and all kinds of disgusting names. And then you get, the men who get abused, far less that come forward. So I'll definitely keep abreast of this story as it develops, because we haven't really been speaking about or hearing much from Mike Jeffries in a while. But let's say, what do y'all think of this story? Do you believe that Mike Jeffries has dementia? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. So New York is a mess, and the extreme left are responsible for it. Things went crazy during the George Floyd looting. Well, don't even get me started on how messy our system is in New York. They said he showed his other side on Twitter, but on Instagram he seemed like a happy young guy. Well, it's funny how, depending on the platform, people will show different sides of themselves on there. It's like, oh well, Instagram, you can't really go in and say all kinds of crazy stuff, so you have to be on your best behavior with Meta. But when you on the Twitter, because Elon is running it, you can pretty much say all kinds of stuff within reason if he agrees with, what you're saying. You can't drag him, he'll block you. Like he was blocking a lot of the MAGAs that was coming after him, or removing their deactivating their, platform on Twitter. The Texas governor sent his prayers to the Carter. You talking about the Carter? You mean Jimmy Carter? Even extending condolences to his wife, Rosalind, who died back in 2021. He's such an idiot. Meals on Wheels is all I like to call it. I can't stand Greg Abbott. If Jeffries gets locked up, you'll see how quick he gets his memory. Okay? That part. Okay, so how many I was like, wait, where did my banners go? I almost lost that chair. Okay, so we got 5 topics left. Well, we actually got 2 big entertainment stuff left before I get to my best of list. So before we get to said topics, technically 5, but 2 of the main celebrity news and gossip before we get, so like I said, my favorite countdowns of the year. If you can, hit that like button and the subscribe button, and also be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Without further ado, let's get into this tea about Miss Jennifer Lopez, who, damn, we're about to close out 2024, and yet she's got another damn flop on her freaking hands. So, I don't know if y'all heard, but she's been out promoting this new movie called Unstoppable, which is produced by her soon-to-be ex-husband, Ben Affleck. And it stars her and Jerome. It's based on a true story. Well, I didn't know the movie came out, but apparently the movie didn't make that much money at the box office. But I think maybe I didn't know it came out because it was released only in the UK, if I'm not mistaken. It hasn't been released in the US yet. So she's regarded as one of the most influential Latin singers of all time, having sold millions of records worldwide. So it might come as a surprise that LA-based singer Jennifer Lopez, 55, has suffered major career challenges this year, including low ticket sales. Now, Jennifer has suffered yet another fresh blow after her new movie Unstoppable flopped at the box office. Now, according to Radar Online, the Diva's biographical drama about U.S. wrestler Anthony Robles made just $3,900 in its opening weekend in the UK, where it was the 55th most watched film in cinemas. Well, look, at least they got something in common. It was the 55th most watched film in the movies, and she's 55. So at least it's a number that matches with her age. So, I would try to find a silver lining and stuff. Okay, so now it says its tagline, "No One Wins Alone," proved accurate as the film dropped out of movie theaters completely on its second week. The movie tanked despite Lopez, 55, making a promotional visit to London last month, which included an appearance on the Graham Norton show on the BBC. Now, in the movie, she plays the wrestler's mother, Judy, alongside co-stars including Don Cheadle, who's 60, Michael Pena, 48, and Gerald Jerome, who's 27. Well, Michael Pena, I didn't even know he was a Scientologist. I found out I was watching something and they was talking about like all the people that was in Scientology. So they say its foreign box office reported by the British Film Institute caps off a difficult period for the star, whose comeback album This Is Me Now reached a disappointing number 55 on the UK charts last February. Well, look, it seems like 55 must be her damn number. But the album came in at 55. The movie came in as the 55th most watched movie in cinemas this year. And Jennifer Lopez turned 55 in June. So, wait, no, she didn't. She in July because she's a Leo. She's a July Leo, not an August Leo. Ben Affleck is the August Leo. So look, 55 apparently is her number. You better play that, the lotto. So it was accompanied by a musical and documentary which cost millions but went straight to Prime Video. Now in June, as speculation raged about the state of her marriage to Ben, who's 52, she canceled the U.S. leg of her tour weeks before it was due to begin, saying that it was, she wanted to spend time with friends and family, but child, it was because of them low ticket sales. Nobody was coming to see you at a bunch of arena dates to promote this record. Now, if she was going to come out and do greatest hits and all that other stuff, and maybe sprinkle a couple of them new songs up in there, which probably would have provided a lot of sit down or drink refill or bathroom breaks for a lot of the people that went to go see her, then I could understand that. But people felt like she was going to be heavily trying to promote a lot of the music from that album, and nobody was willing to pay that kind of money, especially the ticket sale prices that they were going for. It was like, sis, like you haven't really solidified yourself in a place where, yeah, you put out music for the past 2 decades, but you've never really like solidified yourself on the same level as a Beyonce or a Taylor Swift or Madonna or Kylie Minogue or Britney or these other girls that will put out a record and tour it. Jennifer wasn't that girl. Jennifer will put out a record and then promote it on the TRLs or go to the talk show circuit doing the whole old school beat of the way they would do things. And she never really evolved what she was doing as an artist. To me, I always looked at her doing pop music as sort of like this little hobby. It wasn't something she took seriously. It's like you took the acting seriously and you just capitalized on it because you played Selena. And because you're an okay singer, but you're a good dancer, they were like, okay, we can make you passable. You could be a pop star. And this is no shade. It's just basically like looking at it from the business standpoint. It's the fact that, yeah, you dance, you start as a fly girl, you can do a 1-2 step, your voice is passable. We'll just, do a little yang, creative buttons and all that. So we'll push in the studio to make you sound like you hitting your notes. And turn on the back of the track when you're on the tour real loud and turn that microphone down real low. Because Britney would do it too. Britney was lip singing for her life. You think she was a damn drag queen with all the lip singing she be doing at the residency and on her tours and stuff. But I will give Hannah for this. She definitely was doing what needed to be done in regards to like trying to make her, become a better singer. She's not the most spectacular singer of the world, and that's fine. I don't expect Adele vocals or Whitney Houston vocals or Celine Dion vocals from a Jennifer Lopez. I want razzle dazzle. I want flying, flowy hair. The diva fan. I want glam. I want choreography. I want fabulous. I want the shiny, the shiny disco balls. I want all the razzle dazzle. That's what I get from her. I want a showgirl. And that's what Beyonce. That is what Beyonce gives us. But that's what I want from Jennifer. And there's nothing wrong with that. But then she went and put out this Is Me album and thinking like you was a damn singer. I was like, girl, no, that is not your strength. So you don't want to show up the weak part of your pop dumb by singing these mid-tempo R&B pop songs, which pretty much sounded like it was dated. But then she said she was taking time off to be with her kids, family, and close friends. Maybe that was the reflect, but girl, that was a lie. We knew that wasn't the reason why you took off. You took off because the thing wasn't selling. You had to stop it because you would have lost out on a lot of money. And it would have been embarrassing you doing all these arenas and it's a 20,000 seat arena and you only doing theater numbers, which is you only got 5,000 people showing up to your arena tour. Now, I do believe she would have sold out places like New York and Miami and those sort of things. But outside of that, I don't think so. And that's why I wish she would have just stuck to like, you could do the dance music, you could do the pop music, you could do like the hip hop type stuff, like that real New York girl, roundaway girl type music. But then you should also capitalize on being Puerto Rican, meaning a lot of those Latin rhythms should have been incorporated into that. You could have been given international pop star tees, like the type of music they would be playing down in Greece at the beach, or or Mykonos even. Mykonos is in Greece, or the type of music that they be listening to down there. Like that would have worked for her. Child, you should have hired me to be your damn manager instead of that Queen Benny Medina. He don't know what the hell he doing over there. So they said the actress revealed it's probably the most challenging and rewarding role that she's ever had. It's about love, acceptance, and finding beauty in the darkness. I think those themes are so relevant right now. Now, Radar Online also revealed that Jennifer fully expects Affleck to get back together with his first wife, Jennifer Garner, following their split. Now, that story I already told you, I don't believe that. I do not believe that Jennifer Garner would go backwards and deal with Ben. Ben has a lot of baggage. Ben's got a lot of things going on, and I think that they've been able to work out things in a way where their marriage works, or not even marriage, is that they're co-parenting. The fact that they can co-parent, Ben and Jen Garner, they have 3 kids together. So they found a way that they could be cordial in a room together and do things. Yeah, they spent Thanksgiving feeding the homeless, which I think is awesome and very charitable. I don't know if I could ever see Jennifer Lopez doing that. And maybe that was one of the things. It's like, yeah, she's in his thing, she talks about I'm real, but she's probably a little too self-involved in a lot of the way that she carries herself. Very much the diva and stuff. And he's just a regular schmegular dude from Boston that just so happens to be this Academy Award winning movie actor, director, movie star. You want to incorporate all the things because he can do the movie star thing 1 minute, then he can be an actor the next minute. But he also directs and writes. And so he's a jack of all trades in the whole movie A-list Hollywood situation. But in regards to this movie, Unstoppable, now if it did bad in the UK, I don't have high hopes that it's going to do well when it's finally released in the US. I also think that, and it's not, I do think that Jennifer Lopez is a better actress than a singer, but this type of movie should have just been released straight to streaming. I don't see people going to a theater to want to go see this film. Not saying that it's not, it probably isn't a good movie. It's just that this type of theme, I don't see people spending $17 to go to the movies and see. Now, I do wonder, because her next film that she has coming out is an adaptation of the musical Kiss of the Spider Woman. That might be more up her alley. That might be even more successful for her. So we'll see when that movie comes out. I don't know when that comes out, but I'm sure it'll probably be out in 2025, possibly the summer or the fall. We'll see. I mean, don't put it too close to Wicked Part 2, because Wicked 1 is already doing gangbusters, so you don't want to go up against Wicked. I wouldn't push for that. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story about Jennifer Lopez would get another flop on her hands thanks to her movie Unstoppable making under $4,000 at the box office? So Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Ooh, hey, Rover, I see you up in here. You said they was willing participants. The flopping is unstoppable. Apparently, it's like she can't stop flopping. What is going on, Hannaford? Because I'm sitting there thinking, like, if you're making these movie choices, the music choices, all this other stuff is not going your way. I don't know if it's just like bad luck or it's the fact that she has a team of people around her that's advising her wrong. But whatever the case is, it might be time to clean house and start over. There goes any award buzz for her performance. Well, look, I don't think that was going to happen. That she would get any kind of Oscar buzz because I haven't heard anybody really talking about that. Like the ones I've been the stuff I've been hearing regarding like Oscar buzz. I mean, we've been talking about it on the show, like the conclaves and all those other type of films. I haven't heard anybody say Jennifer Lopez and Unstoppable. Now I would have agreed with people with her with getting the accolades for that stripper movie she did because she was good in that, and I do feel like she should have been getting. She should have gotten some nominations, but they slept. You know, they overlooked her. Don't even get me started on that Motown medley. Everybody admits this hasn't been a good year for Young Money or Cash Money. Bigfoot being named the worst song of the year. Oh yeah, we talked about that on the show. Um, yeah, Bigfoot was a terrible ass song. And then the worst part about it was you just basically took your whole 72-hour rant from Twitter and you turned them into lyrics. I'm like, sis, we already heard you go on these rants when you was on the social media because of one little comment, one little line that Megan said on social media. I mean, in that song, you went ham. So I'm like, there was nothing special about the song by the time it came out, which also shows that, you know, Nicki Minaj, she could be shady with her reads and stuff, but you're not a good battle rapper. I mean, Remy Ma, no shade, pretty much let us know that when she went on her the first time. Yeah, Benny is a yes man. She need to get rid of his ass. I mean, Will Smith stopped fucking with him eons ago. Shakira got her record extending 24 number one hit on Latin airplay, extending her record for most number ones for a female, making Gloria Estefan impossible to take back the record with 8 more number ones. But Gloria ain't putting out no music, so but she is an icon. I bet Britney will make a successful comeback before J Lo's because her fan base is solidified. But that is true. The thing with Britney is Britney's bread and butter was music. That was, and she pretty much solidified herself in that way. Whereas when you look at Jennifer Lopez, I do not think that she really was putting music as at the forefront. She was focusing on a lot of the acting. She was getting busy with like the acting and the music was happening at the same time. But I feel like she invested a lot more of her energy in the movies. And over the years when she was putting out her records, she wasn't really touring. She would do like a one-off concert special, but she never really like took the time to put together a like she never took the time to really go out on tour like any other artist would. It's like, okay, I'm gonna do 2 movies, the movies come out, whatever. Now I'm really focused on let's get a tour going. Let me go, let me give me 2 months to rehearse the tour, putting everything together, and then we spend the summer basically just touring. And then I get back to the acting after I take like a month off. To recuperate or 2 weeks because that's all I would need. I would just need 2 weeks. Just give me a 2-week vacation. I'm good to go. I'm ready to get back to work. The Fat Creed Nickelback Ace of Base is getting a Gen Z TikTok resurgence, and Jennifer is basically no longer relevant on Icon. Yeah, because I told you I worked the Creed show. Their show was actually pretty good. Shout out to Scott Stapp, whose body was on point too. I was like, okay, I see you hitting the gym at your big age. Nicki cried foul to her label about Sheether after Nas cleared ether samples. So yeah, Nicki hated the fact that she was losing the public to Remy Ma. And everybody's like, well, Remy don't put out music. She don't need to. She got other things going on. And besides that mess that she got going on with her and Papoose, but that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. And then you got Fat Joe out here getting dragged for making racial microaggressions, which was a topic I thought about talking about, but I was like, I don't want to waste my energy on no damn Fat Joe. First of all, whenever I talk about Fat Joe, them numbers don't really go up about him anyway, so I'll just let y'all go in and let have. He's not that entertaining to me. And don't even get me started on the fact that you are, as they would call him, a white presenting Latino who likes to say the N-word a lot. And people do be dragging him over that. Okay, so let's get into this topic and let's talk about there's some tea and some drama going on with the soap people. Daytime soaps is out here fighting. So Ingo Rademacher is basically trying to take ABC to court over a situation where he was fired from General Hospital. Now, for those of you who don't remember, he was fired from General Hospital a couple of years back because he basically, it was some COVID protocol. They wanted everybody to get COVID tests and all this other stuff. He was saying that that was not something he agreed with. They ended up firing him over it. Steve Burton was on another soap, was fired for, I believe, the same reason, but then they rehired him over at General Hospital where he reprised his role as Jason Morgan. And people were saying, oh, so Ingo's angle, and I knew this before as I read the hell, I said, oh, I see where he's going with this. So the gag is, oh, so you can fire me for not following COVID protocols. But Steve Burton did the same thing over there on another channel. They fired him, but then you hire him back because Jason Morgan is a popular character over there on General Hospital alongside Sunday Corinthos. Yeah, I know my soaps. I grew up watching General Hospital, so I know the soaps and stuff that's going on over there. But anyway, let's get into the story. So he's crying foul over that. And I'm looking at it as, oh, so Jason Morgan is a popular character, so you're going to roll out the red carpet for him. But I guess Jax, who Ingo has played for, I believe, 25 years, you know, they stay long. They play characters a long time over there. And then sidebar, I heard people so mad over the fact that they killed off Sam McCall. And they fired the actress that plays her, Kelly Monaco. Could not remember her damn name, but it came to me real quick. Thank you, brain, for working today. And now I heard the backlash was so loud and people were so mad at the writers for doing that they bringing her character back, but they bring her back as another character. That's what my mother was telling me. Because, you know, she watches General Hospital. So, according to court documents obtained by Us Weekly, Rademacher, who's 53, filed a motion on Thursday, December 26, requesting a new trial against the network, citing there was new evidence. Now, in the filing, Rademacher alleged that Burton's recent return to General Hospital undermines ABC's argument that Rademacher's political beliefs did not play any role in the decision to fire him back in 2021. Now, Us has reached out to ABC for comment. Now, in November of 2021, both Rademacher and Burton were fired from General Hospital due to their refusal to comply with the show's COVID-19 vaccine mandate. Rademacher, who played Jax on the ABC soap for 25 years, was vocal about his beliefs on vaccination requirements. Before his firing, he advocated for medical reform via his Instagram page. Now, 1 month after his exit from General Hospital, Rademacher announced he was taking legal action against ABC for their policy. Rademacher followed through and engaged in a legal battle with the network where he accused ABC of religious discrimination, retaliation, wrongful termination, and violation of his right to privacy. Now, ABC denied Rademacher's allegations. The network claimed their decision to let Rademacher go was based on health reasons, not due to his religious beliefs. Well, he's saying that it's against his religion or whatever the case was, that he didn't want to take the COVID situation. But you're saying, yeah, on health reasons. If you are not going to comply with our requirements because this thing is contagious, they don't know the level of what COVID can do. We did lose, during 2021, we lost a lot of people to COVID. And especially if you got preconceived conditions, if you have a weak immune system, you are prone to getting COVID. It's hard for people to get rid of. Some people have died. Like I had friends of mine who had pre-existing conditions who passed away because of COVID complications. So they didn't want you on set putting people's lives at risk, all because whatever your belief system is, you don't believe in taking vaccines. And that's fine. But according to them, it's like, well, you're not going to work here if you're not going to comply. But then again, so I think this is where they made a mistake, because they said that they both were fired around the same time. But then according to the article, Steve Burton was over on Days of Our Lives at the time that Ingo was on was on General Hospital. So they said that Burton, for his part, did not seek legal action against the network. Instead, okay. So now they're saying what he did. He was fired. So he left and went over the Days of Our Lives, where he basically played Harris Michaels, a character that he played in 1988. Because a lot of them, they all float around in different soaps, and then they'll play a certain character and they'll come back from the dead all of a sudden. Nobody really dies on these damn shows, apparently, unless you die in real life. But then earlier this year, they said that he announced that he was leaving Days. Now he said, I just shot my final scenes here on Days, and I just want to say thank you so much for the cast and to the crew. It's been amazing. So I guess maybe what it was that he was more diplomatic about it. He didn't get all political. He didn't go, well, I'm mad that y'all went and fired me. This is wrong, and now I'm going to sue. Instead, he just, I'm okay, you're going to fire me, I'm going to go somewhere else. And I'm going to get another job. Now, I guess maybe the protocols weren't the same over there on NBC as they were at ABC. But he took his lashings. He went over to another thing and made his money elsewhere. So yeah, that when he said all of that, it was a video that was uploaded to Daily Drama's YouTube page. So now 2 months later, it was announced that Burton was set to return to GH to reprise his role as Jason Morgan 3 years after his firing. He made his first appearance on the soap opera in March. Look who's back in the ring, the show's official Instagram teased in March, at one Steve Burton, has officially returned to Port Charles, and that's all we can tell you for now. #GH, #General Hospital. So I'm guessing, based off of this, that he returned to General Hospital this year, and now Ingo is pissed off about that. But here's the thing. The COVID protocols aren't the same as they were 3 years ago. Since the time of which Steve was fired, and you were fired, the COVID protocols were really, you had to follow, they were like tight to the T. Now that COVID will always be around, in my opinion. You have President, Joe Biden talking about COVID's over. No, it's not. People are still getting it in RSV. And so they're all getting different iterations of, these respiratory infections. COVID is not going to go anywhere. It will evolve as something else. So now versus how it was 3 years ago, the times are different regardless of that. So they're probably going to say, you know what, you can file this suit and be like, oh, well, so you went and fired us, but then you hire him back, but you won't hire me back. Maybe the reason why they won't hire you back is because you filed a lawsuit, whereas Steve Burton did not. So maybe if you didn't file the lawsuit, this is giving me Nene Leakes going up against NBC. Although they made bygones be bygones, and allegedly word on the street is Nene will be returning to the Housewives down the road. I ain't gonna tell you when, but I heard the tea behind the scenes that she may be coming back to the Housewives down the road. So maybe that's the thing that they're pissed off about, is the fact that now you're filing a suit against them. But now this also makes me think, okay, so you filed this suit, and suppose you win. Now what? Are you trying to come back to General Hospital? Like, what are you planning on doing? And quiet as a skip, do y'all know what has Ingo Rademacher been doing since he was fired from General Hospital? Is Jack's the only job that you can get? Being on TV? Like, what exactly are you out here in these streets doing? Because it's like some of these actors, they be doing the soaps and they stay doing that gig for like 40 damn years and don't do nothing else because they can't get hired nowhere else. Some are lucky to be able to move on to other things, be it small screen TV shows or streaming, whatever the case is. But it's like, some of these soap stars, they stay doing the soaps until they pretty much kick the bucket. So this is the latest on this story right around now. And then I will definitely keep you guys abreast of the story as it develops. But my daytime people, I want to hear from you. What do you think of this story regarding Ingo Rademacher talking about he got new evidence against General Hospital, saying that they wrongfully, for wrongful discrimination? Me personally, I get the sentiment of why he's doing what he's doing, but they hired him 3 years after the COVID protocol. And this is probably the angle they use, is that, we hired Steve back after the COVID protocols were lifted a bit, where it's like, yeah, it's not a requirement to come in and have to do a COVID test and all this other stuff in order for you to work on our sets now. Whereas in 2021, it was a mandatory requirement that you refuse because you're saying it's your religious beliefs. I don't know if Steve Burton said that was one of the reasons why he wasn't going to get a COVID situation, but if it's been, the loophole, in my opinion, would be, oh, it's 3 years later. The COVID protocols have changed. Therefore, that's why Steve Burton was brought back to General Hospital, and your ass wasn't, because you decided to act like a damn Ken and file a damn lawsuit against the network because you didn't agree with with them firing you. You wanted to put people's health at risk. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said, I think people are sick of Hannah. They might be. Look, they did say, sis, take a damn break. She ain't take no break, because when she was talking about she was taking a break and all this other stuff, she was still in the news. The blogs, myself included, we were talking about her and the back and forth with her and Ben and the alleged allegations that was going on and why they broke up and all this other stuff. Then we're still seeing her out here in these streets promoting the movies and stuff. So with all this, the overall sentiment, I just feel like some people just think that even though she took a break, she was still in the news. It's like almost as if she ain't go no damn where. So that's why we're like, it's like, no, we need an extensive break. Like, stay in the house. But then again, why would I have to be confined in the damn house because you tired of seeing me? Because like, if I'm not on your screen or whatever the case is, I can understand that. But you know what? You can't control when movies and things come out. I think Timothy Chalamet would get nominations for his portrayal of Bob Dylan. I've heard mixed reviews on it, but I could definitely see that he can get nominated. I did see that there was a conversation that was going around where they talking about that a lot of men are trying to look like Timothy Chalamet, where they look malnourished. I'm like, who are you speaking to? Because there's nothing attractive about looking like you ain't had a meal in 3 weeks. Maybe it looks good on screen, but no. She threatened lawsuits on Megan and Remy, but won't because she don't want the street smoke. Well, she thinks she got the streets to protect her, and that street would be Mr. Petty. Hannaford didn't do her first tour until 2020. Exactly. So it's like you put out an album, your debut album on the 6th. When did that come out? 1999? And your first tour was until 2010? So when you take that long of a gap before you actually feel comfortable enough to give a proper tour for your music, people look at that as like you're not 110% fully invested in this profession. That is nothing but a hobby to you. Oh, okay. Because I was confused by this whole thing. I'm like, so I guess it was he was on Days of Our Lives and then he left and then he came back to General Hospital. Look, the reality is only like 4 soaps left. About to be 5. Wait, so there's what is it? It's Bold and the Beautiful, right? Then there's General Hospital, Days of Our Lives. We're about to get that new soap opera that's coming on CBS that's about to replace The Talk because nobody watched that trash. I do want to see that new soap opera, the all black one with Tamara Tuni. I want to see that one. And there's another soap. There's another soap. What is it? Young and the Restless? Yeah, so I think those are the only ones. So now we got 5. Y'all need to bring back All My Children and One Life to Live, Quiet as It's Kept. Y'all need to bring them soaps back. I need my Erica Kane and my Erica Slazak. That would be Vicky. As of the original Scream 3 script leak, the killer was Neil Prescott, Sydney's father. In your inbox, looks like he killed Gail. Well, damn. So Gail was actually supposed to die. Who leaked the damn script? Damn, y'all was gonna have Sydney's father snapped. I was like, who leaked the script? Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to read that later. I was but look, I'm glad they're not going in that direction now. But speaking of which, I did like the idea, speaking of Scream, that Critical Overlord had posted. And I was like, oh, I kind of like that concept. They need to go along with it because there was a rumor that's talking about Scream 7. So how do y'all feel about the motive of Scream 7 being celebrity worship? They said the killers are infatuated with Sydney Prescott and believe her family/friends, Tatum, Mark, Gale, don't appreciate her. An obsessed Sydney fanatic who sees her as a god almost, a mother they never had, and they feel like Tatum doesn't appreciate her, that her family and friends use her, and so they decide to become Ghostface, which kind of, plays into the whole wheelhouse. So it has to be obviously probably one of Tatum's friends that realizes how disrespectful Tatum is to her damn mother, as these typical damn teenagers are. Because I'm watching Invasion season 2. We need season 3. And that little boy Luke, who keeps going after my girl Ghost Shifter. You know, I like her from damn, what was that movie? With Extraction 1 and 2. I like her in that. But her son, I'm like, why are teenagers so damn annoying? He is annoying me. And it's like, so I get it. Like when the way they be writing teenagers and stuff, how y'all just be insufferable when it comes to your damn parents. When y'all think you know everything, you want to defy what your parents tell you to do. And so then we get this whole situation where, you know, it gets in this situation. So you have somebody who probably doesn't have the best family dynamic, who looks at Sydney and is sort of like, you know what, they don't appreciate you like I do. It kind of plays into what they were alluding to in Scream 5 with that whole celebrity worship. And to me, regular people are the new celebrities. It's not like these, you know, you get the people that still worship at the altar of the Beyoncés and all of them girls. But I feel like now the new celebrity is regular people who tend to go viral about stuff. And in Scream, they could play up the whole, you know, especially when it comes to what do you call it? Those podcasts where they go into like past murders and things. You know, they played into that into when they did damn, what was that movie? Terrifier 3. They played into that a little bit. But they could play into that into this new one. But anyway. Okay, so I'll read that script later on. Okay, so now speaking of horror movies, let's get into my list. So I got a couple of lists. I was like, I'm gonna combine all this together and I'm gonna edit down all of these later on to like separate videos because I was like, I didn't want to kind of cut off the show and then just come back on. I'm like, oh yeah, look, a separate video. I'll just edit it down and put it as a separate thing so people want to come in the later ones who want to watch the thing and want to chime in. But if y'all want to chime in into the live, that definitely can in regards of, you know, my horror movie choices. Because 2024, in my opinion, was definitely a great year for horror movies. So, you know, as a huge cinephile, you know, those of you who know me and basically watch this show, y'all already know how I feel about like horror. It's like one of my favorite genres. I like all types of genres. I love action movies. I like some comedies. You know, the distasteful, the better. I like toilet humor as long as it's cleverly done. I like a drama. I like all type of genres, but my go-to will always be like the horror genre because I just love the fact that when it comes to horror, that they, you know, they're not afraid of experimenting and trying different things and telling different stories and pushing the boundaries in regards of like the visuals and how they do storytelling, be it linear, albeit I should say linear or non-linear. Linear or non-linear. I said linear. What is going on with me today? So, you know, we got like what, a day and a half left? Because today's almost gone, especially when being on the East Coast. You know, there's a plethora of horror films that were released this year. It's coming to a close this year. And to me, a lot of movies did not disappoint. Now, there were some movies you know was terrible, but for the most part, I'm going to concentrate on some of my favorite movies that came out this year in regards of horror. So let's get into my list of horror films that not only pushed the story creatively, but also exceeded my expectations. And one of the ones that exceeded my expectations is none other than Smile 2. But that is on my list. We'll get to that later on. But for the most part, my first one is Immaculate. So Immaculate was, I'm starting from the bottom on the way up. So Immaculate was a film that definitely surprised me this year. It took me a while to even get around to watching that movie, but I know it was on Hulu. It took me like maybe since it was released on streaming about a month or two to get around to watching it. And when I watched it, I was pleasantly surprised at how much I enjoyed it, especially because Sydney Sweeney, I have a love-hate relationship with her, but she did her thing in this film as an American nun who was kind of questioning her faith in a lot of ways and kind of goes, not kind of, she goes to Italy to go to this convent where she's trying to, I guess, find herself and get back into connection with her faith. But then craziness ensues. You got this mad scientist priest who basically impregnates her with this creature or whatever the case was. There's a lot of sinister stuff that's going on. The nuns are going amok and seeing all kinds of crazy stuff going on. So that movie just started out as like this weird twist, like your typical nun horror movie. But then watching, I'm like, okay, you're taking me in a direction I wasn't expecting. So I thoroughly enjoyed the film. And I thought, you know what, for what it was entertaining. Now, the next film that I saw, this one happens to be on Shudder, speaking of spirits and all kinds of evil things, and it's called Exuma. I think is how you say it. Now, it's basically about a renowned shaman and her protege who are hired by a wealthy, enigmatic family. They begin investigating the cause of a disturbing supernatural illness that affects only the firstborn children of each generation. Now, with the help of a knowledgeable mortician, and the country's most revered geomancer, they soon trace the affliction origin to a long hidden family grave located on sacred ground. Now, sensing an ominous aura surrounding the burial site, the team opts to exhume and relocate the ancestral remains immediately. But of course, when they're trying to do that, that's when all the crazy, evil, dark craziness ensues. And then realize that they messed with the wrong damn grave. So I watched this maybe like 2 months ago. It's on Shudder if you definitely want to check this movie out. Like a lot of the Korean horror stuff, it's actually pretty good. So if y'all get around to watching that, definitely check that out. Now, the next movie I have is a film called Oddity. Speaking of Shudder, this one is also on Shudder. So it's basically about a woman who was brutally murdered at a remote country house that she and her husband are renovating. Um, Everyone suspects that a patient from a local mental health institution where Ted is a doctor had did it when he was the one that was warning her in the beginning. He was just like, oh, maybe I shouldn't give too much away in regards to the film. So he was just like trying to tell her whatever the case was. It was pinned on him. But then her blind twin sister, who is basically a psychic and she collects cursed items, she paid an unexpected visit to Ted and his new girlfriend and feels like there was more that meets the eye in regards to her sister's murder, and then all kinds of stuff ensues, and then she basically exacts revenge on the people that killed her sister. So if you get a chance to check, if you want to watch a really good, horror film, definitely check out The Oddity over on Shudder. Now I done beat, I already told y'all what the next one is going to be. Speaking of Shudder, it's another Shudder movie. And this film, is basically like while we sit up in here waiting for the Friday the 13th mess to get untangled, there's In a Violent Nature. Now, I will warn you, if you have not seen In a Violent Nature, the whole theme regarding watching Johnny, the killer, as you see here, the Jason-like zombified character being serial killer, watching him kind of in a video game-ish type of way, where he's walking through the woods as, to get to his kills or whatever the case is, can be a little tedious at times. But the overall kills in this movie is relatively interesting. Now, if they decide to make a sequel, they're going to have to figure out how to make this franchise work outside of just having Johnny walk around all day through the movie. Because this could be like a one and done experience for a lot of people. And I know this was a killer, a mood killer for a lot of people when it came down to this film. So Johnny is basically a vengeful spirit, and he had killed some people 60 years ago. His body is resurrected after some people go and steal a locket from him that I believe his mother gave to him. So it's basically just going around trying to retrieve the locket. And once he gets the locket back, he can go back to his resting place and be left alone. But it definitely, like I was saying before, it definitely gives like a different vibe, which was like, it's sort of like he's a Jason Voorhees like killer, but with the stories being told from the point of view of the killer rather than just a group of teenagers, horny teenagers getting picked off one by a serial killer. And based on this picture, and yes, I picked it on purpose, her death was the most insane. How he goes and puts the hook in her. People are like, well, she could have ran. I'm like, what you want her to do? Jump off the cliff? She would have died regardless. Where he basically stuck the hook in her head and pulled her head through her damn stomach after he ripped a hole in her gut. I was like, how the hell do y'all come up with this shit? But yeah, that kill was crazy. So I'm definitely curious to see cinematically where Chris Nash will experimentally take the sequel, because I'm sure we're getting a sequel. And I love the fact that he took this in a different direction. Now, speaking of nuns and demonic spirits and things, I told you I loved Immaculate, but also it was a surprise for me. The First Omen. That movie surprised me this year, which is basically about a young American woman who's sent to Rome to begin a life of service to the church. She encounters a darkness that causes her to question her own faith and uncovers a terrifying conspiracy that hopes to bring about the birth of an evil incarnate, which, if you think about it, is kind of like the same plot, similar plot, The First Omen and Immaculate have, but different executions of how they tell the story. So basically, this was the story of how Damien Thorne was born. But then again, in the original Omen, excuse me, didn't they imply that that he was born from like a jackal? So I don't like that they changed up the lore a little bit, and that's one of the things that irritates me when I watch a lot of prequels. Is how you'll go in and you'll try to change up the lore. But then another movie that I liked was Cuckoo. I don't know if there's been a lot of people that's been talking about like what their favorite horror movies was, and I don't know if Cuckoo is necessarily on their list, but it is on mine. It was a weird freaking film, and I like Hunter Schafer, and it's an A24 film, so you're going to get weird when it comes to that. So damn, I just forgot her damn name just that quick. Hunter Schafer plays Gretchen, who leaves her American home to live with her father, who's a pain in the ass in the movie, and just moved into a resort in the German Alps with her family, her new family, who her father is with. Now, arriving at the future residence, they are greeted by Mr. Koenig, her father's boss, who takes an inexplicable interest in Gretchen's mute half-sister Alma. Now, something doesn't seem right in this tranquil vacation paradise, as Gretchen is plagued by strange noises and bloody visions until she discovers a shocking secret that also concerns her own family. So it was an interesting movie. I liked it. It was weird. I also like Dan Stevens. Sometimes I wonder where is he from, because he's able to put on these really convincing accents. Like we've seen him do an English accent in Godzilla versus Kong, or Godzilla X Kong. Then he's doing a German accent in this movie. So he's like one of those really good accent actors. And I remember him from The Guest. That was like the first time I became aware of Dan Stevens. And he was really good in that movie. I love that movie, as well as the 80s synthy soundtrack. So I'm gonna give y'all 2 for 1. If you haven't seen Cuckoo, definitely check that out. But if you also haven't seen The Guest, and I saw that in the theater back when I worked at AMC, I needed a movie to kill time to watch, and so I went to go see that, and I was surprised how good that movie is. I think Micah Monroe is in that movie too, who has kind of low key become like this new scream queen. A lot of people don't talk enough about Micah Monroe, but she's in Long Legs, and she's kind of been solidifying herself a little bit in like the whole horror movie genre. Now, we're going to take it back to Shudder with this movie, Arcadian, which stars Nicolas Cage, and it takes place in the near future. How, and the earth has been decimated, and basically has Nicolas Cage and his twin sons, which is played by Jaden Martell and Maxwell Jenkins. One of the sons was actually, I believe, in It Chapter 1. They've been living a half-life, tranquility by day and torment by night. When the sun sets, ferocious creatures of the night awaken and consume all living souls in their path. Now, one day when Thomas doesn't return home before sundown because he went to go visit a girl, and when he was supposed to try to return home, he slipped and fell into a cage. Paul basically has to leave their fortress, or basically what they've set up, the farm, to go return and get his son. And then there comes a situation where, trying to rescue his son, Paul becomes wounded. So now the twins have to basically devise a plan on surviving the coming night and get their father home safe before it's too late. So it's a low budget movie, but the effects in the film I thought was really effective. It was minimal, but in my opinion, it was definitely effective. So what I love is that you do see the aliens at some point. They do keep them hidden in some parts. It's like, yeah, I was jumping a lot watching this movie. And the origins of the aliens were pretty much ambiguous, but I was freaking out during some of those scenes. So if you want to watch something that's like really creepy, definitely check it out. Arcadian. Another movie that is in that same boat that I just happened to see a couple of weeks ago, and I've been meaning to get around to it. Azrael with Samara Weaving, and I like her. She's another one that's proving herself to be and getting into the whole horror genre. So, but this movie, I actually thought it was effective because nobody really talks in the film. They don't speak, but so it's a community that hunts down a young woman who has escaped their imprisonment. And I think they were trying to sacrifice her because these creatures that are attracted to blood, and just watching her try to survive throughout this whole film, while these people are trying to recapture her and sacrifice her to these blood creatures or whatever the case is actually interesting, and seeing how she tries to survive the whole movie. So if you have a chance, definitely get around and check Azrael. It's another movie that's on Shudder. Yeah, there's a lot of movies on here that is on Shudder. If you guys don't have Shudder, I don't know what y'all missing. Or you don't know what you're missing. Now, speaking of Shudder, is another one, VHS Beyond, which basically gives us 6 little short films, which is basically a merger of like horror and sci-fi, a lot of alien type stuff, zombie stuff, and I liked it. I thought there was a lot of ones that was in there was really good. I liked the first one when they had they were looking for this guy. I think he was like a cop or whatever. His son or one of his kids went missing, whatever. So they went into this house and it was like zombified. It was like all kinds of zombies in there. So it kind of gave me like this video game vibe. And you see this big creature that's walking around with a baby with a bag over his head. But my favorite segment from that, the skydiving scene in there did freak me out with the alien situation and how these little, what was it? They were like 4-legged or 6-legged aliens was going around trying to kill all the people that survived the plane crash. That one freaked me out, but the one that really freaked me out was the dog people. And I believe that one was written and co-written and directed by Justin Long, who doesn't get enough credit in regards of like him as an actor and some of the stuff that he's appeared in. I've always liked Justin Long. I like Justin Long ever since he was in Jeepers Creepers. So yeah, he directed and co-wrote with his brother this specific segment. I cannot remember the title of it off the top of my head, but there's a segment in there where it's just like these people go on the cover to like this dog pound or whatever because they said they're abusing the animals, and then there's like a twist of events that happens that I was like, what the fuck am I watching? This is the most bizarrest segment, but I'm intrigued. So if you get a chance, definitely, VHS Beyond is one of the stronger contenders of the VHS franchise that's over there on Shudder. Another Shudder film. Well, this is the original Shudder. Has the original film is on Shudder of Speak No Evil. If you want to watch this version of Speak No Evil, I believe it's on Prime Video. Oh no, it's on Peacock. That's where it is. If you have Peacock, you can definitely check Speak No Evil over there. But if you want to see the original, I'm not sure if it is Norwegian or Sweden, one of the places. If you want to see the original version of Speak No Evil, it is on because it's a remake. You can go see that on Shudder. And I actually like this one. Although I did hear people say that, except for the third act, it's pretty much a remake of what you already see in the original Speak No Evil. And the funny part is, in the original Speak No Evil, yeah, it's a foreign film, and they speak mostly English, except in certain parts they do speak their native language. But for the most part, it's a predominantly English language film. But the remake, I did like it because they changed it to the third act. They did add a new twist and made it its own film. So that's what I like. If you're going to remake something, then remake it. But if you're going to add a little something extra to it where it doesn't take away the essence of the original movie, then definitely check this one out, where it's basically an American family are invited to spend the weekend with at a country estate with this family on vacation. And then it becomes this big psychological nightmare. And I don't want to give away what the psychological nightmare and all the other stuff is or what these people's true motive is. But if you get a chance, definitely check it out. And James McAvoy definitely did his damn thing in this film. Oh yeah, I had to leave it small because I realized it's going to start changing up my pictures and stuff. So yeah, James McAvoy definitely did his damn thing, and the body was body. I was like, okay, sir, you went and hit the gym. Okay, so now my next segment, because they already saw that was spoiled, where you have, see, I got to leave it small. Where we have Infested. Now, I don't know if y'all seen Infested. This is on Shudder, too. It's a French horror film. If y'all don't like spiders, Don't see this movie, but it definitely gave me a run for my money in regards to seeing this. Yeah, I'm not a fan of spiders or whatever the case was, but it was. I mean, I tolerate them because they exist, but spiders, any kind of little bugs, whatever, and especially if they were like deadly spiders, this movie basically had me scratching. She was like, "Oh, get off me!" So basically, it's about a kid named Caleb who's about to turn 30, and he's kind of feeling lonely. He's fighting with his sister over an inheritance and has cut ties with his best friend over some stuff that goes on. They explain it in the movie. But then, his best, how he seeks connection, he loves exotic animals. So he finds a venomous spider in a shop, basically brings it back to the apartment. The only problem is the spider manages to get out and um it turns basically the entire building that the apartment complex he lives in, into a dreadful web trap. And so the only way that he and his friends, they just have to figure out basically in the movie of how to get out and survive, and then you see all the craziness that ensues with that. But the movie is directed by Sebastian Vinacek, who I've actually talked about on this show before. And if you like movies like Attack the Block, which is a movie I absolutely love, that was like the first time we became familiar with oh my god, not Daniel Kaluuya, the other one. What's his name? That was in the Star Wars, the terrible ass Star Wars movies. But yeah, that was the first time we became familiar with the actor that was in Attack the Block. I love that movie. That's like one of my favorite films that came out of England. This one comes out of France. So yeah, Infested is a French horror film. And one of the things is the French are really good at like doing horror and stuff. And when we talked about Sebastian on the show was when a couple of weeks ago we talked about how he's set to direct the next Evil Dead movie. So if you see this movie and you like what he pretty much brought into Infested, I definitely have faith that he's going to do what needs to be done in regards of the next Evil Dead franchise. Now, I know some people probably won't consider this horror based off the subject matter, but I feel like based off the subject matter, it is a horror. Blink twice. I saw this movie and I was so damn uncomfortable watching it. Like me, when I watched it, I was like, why are we putting trigger warnings in movies? Like, I feel like when it comes to movies, it should be the overall experience that I go into when I'm watching a film. And that should just be enough. It's like, I'm going on this journey. I'm hearing great things about this film. I just want to go in completely blind. And that's that. However, after watching this movie, it definitely needed a damn trigger warning. This is where I feel like this is the exception to the rule. That, yeah, based on the subject matter and seeing women being repeatedly R-worded in this film, and the twistedness of going like how they started to remember that this was happening to them, I was like, okay. Now I'm extremely uncomfortable. And I will say this. This movie was directed and co-written by Zoe Kravitz. I was thoroughly impressed with the color palette, how she told the story. I definitely want to see more movies from her. I definitely think that Zoe Kravitz has what it takes. If the acting and everything goes south and they want to put her out the passion and she loses the passion for acting, I definitely would love to see her direct more. And we're starting to see that a lot with between her and Maggie Gyllenhaal's directing a Frankenstein movie. And then we have Bryce Dallas Howard, Ron Howard's daughter. She's been directing episodes of stuff over on Disney Plus. But yeah, so Channing Tatum plays a tech billionaire, and he was dating. I don't know if he was dating Zoe Kravitz at the time, but I think they probably had a thing as this film was happening. But yeah, so Channing Tatum plays like a tech billionaire who meets a cocktail waitress at his fundraising gala. Then sparks begin to fly between them. Now, the girl that he basically sparks a relationship with is the chick on the left. So basically, she goes to this private island, which was giving like Jeffrey Epstein vibes. And they're having a wild night. They're drinking. They're doing drugs. All kinds of stuff. Haley Joel Osment's in it. There's a lot of actors that's in this movie, which I was surprised to see Haley Joel Osment in that movie. So yeah, they're out living their best life, doing all kinds of drugs. They're drinking. They're partying. But then shit starts to happen. That there's something wrong with the place. She's slowly starting to uncover the truth about what's been going on at this party and how things get turned over on his head. So, in my opinion, yes, I agree that, Kravitz shows a keen visual eye and a massive sense of pacing, creating a highly effective, star-studded thriller that is also a razor-sharp social commentary. So, it's definitely a movie y'all need to check out. I think I saw it over on MGM Plus. So I don't know if you have that channel, but if you don't, I'm sorry, but I'd say rent it. Or just wait until it comes out on one of the streaming services and then definitely check it out. But Blink Twice is definitely a movie that will stay with you after the credits roll. Now, if you're looking for some fun, gore filled slashings or slasher movie, Stream is something I would recommend. So it's the movie's basically about a family who's trying to get back into like get a little sense of closure. So they go on a vacation. And what happens is they're staying at this hotel. Four deranged killers basically are patrolling the halls of their hotel. And it's basically a thing where on the black market, people are watching and they're competing for the most creative kills. And David Howard Thornton is actually one of the killers that's in it. As you know, or may not know, he plays Art the Clown in the Terrifier films. He is one of the killers that's in this film. Danielle Harris is in it. The late Tony Todd is in it. Felissa Rose is in it. So it's a lot of people. And the guy, I can't remember his name, from the Reanimator, the crazy mad scientist. So it's a lot of the pick of the litter of some of your favorite horror movie icons that you grew up with that are in this film. And I love me some Danielle Harris. So ever since she was a Halloween 4, the Return of Michael Myers, so she has become like our solidified Scream Queen icon. So if there's a movie you definitely want to check, and this was actually but the team behind Terrifier actually put this together. Now, I will say the slasher isn't as smart as it wants to be in terms of social commentary, but it works well as if you want to watch a good cat and mouse thriller, if you want to see some really cool kills, if you want to see a lot of gore and blood and all that other stuff, if you're into that sort of thing, definitely check out Scream. That was like one of my favorite movies of 2024. If you just want to watch like a mindless horror film with some of your favorite horror icons being in the film. Now, my next choice is Abigail, which I done told y'all a million times. I went to the movies. I might have been the only one, but I was in the movies out there supporting Melissa Barrera when the rest of y'all was out here talking about we hate Scream and Scream this and Scream that. But then when the movie came out in the theaters, it flopped. But Abigail, it was a enjoyable horror film. A different take on vampires. It was like Megan with vampires. There's vampire ballerina. So basically, it's, a group of criminals kidnap a 12-year-old ballerina of a powerful underworld figure doing like a whole ransom situation, not realizing that this is a little game. What they've been put in is a trap, and she's basically food for these people. So, the movie is silly based on, just if you really look at like on a surface level, it is a silly film. But it's scary and it's a fun movie. And it was good to see Angus Cloud. This is like his final film that he was in it. Melissa Barrera's in it. Dan Stevens, who we were talking about earlier, he's in it. And the guy that was in, I think who plays her father, Abigail's father, was in Watchmen as the villain. So it does, I will say that it does move a little slow to get going in regards to that. But once it gets going, it's like all the it goes off the rails. Now here's a movie that surprised the hell out of me, and I will say this: like when I was talking about a movie that literally stayed with me after it was done, Strange Darling. Now, when I was talking about earlier in regards of Blink Twice, that it was like, you don't need trigger warnings. I just want to be able to go in blind, whatever the case is. This is a movie that you need to go in blind. If you know the least amount about what the plot is or what's going on in this, the better it will be, the better the experience will be for you in regards to this, because the way you think the story is going to go in regards to Strange Darling, you don't know. And I love the idea of the way they told the story. They kind of told it. See, I always get it confused if it's like when it's linear or non-linear, which is like, it kind of follows like the Kill Bill way of storytelling, which is it tells it in different chapters, but out of sequence, like not in order. So it's like it'll start off at chapter 5, and then it'll go to chapter 3, and then it'll go back to chapter 5 or chapter 4, and I just love the way they were telling the story and from the different points of view. And then when you think, I was like, okay, now this is like your typical okay, this person's going on a date and the person turns out to be a serial killer. But then when you watch the movie, it's like, oh, I thought I knew where this movie was going. And the whole thing about the whole murder spree and seeing Kyle Garner's, I don't know, there's something sexy I find about Kyle Garner. Maybe it's because he looks like he's a little rough around the edges. And I loved him in Smile too, but he's also in this one. So he's in two favorite horror movies of mine that came out this year. And anything with a serial killer or something in it, I do consider it horror, even though it's maybe on the surface, some people wouldn't consider Strange Darling a horror film. But in my opinion, you going around killing people, you a serial killer, it's giving horror movie vibes. Just like I feel like Silence of the Lambs is a horror film, even though the Academy doesn't seem to think that it is. It is. So trust me when I tell you the twists and the turns will have you thinking differently by the time the credits roll. This is a movie that I don't think enough people are speaking about, that y'all need to go out and check out this film. Now, speaking of Kyle Garner, let's get into the other movie he was in, Smile 2, which if y'all watch this show, y'all already know I did not like the first Smile. I thought it was okay. I mean, I didn't mind Sosie Bacon, who is Kevin Bacon and Kira Cedric's daughter. Like, I didn't mind her as the lead in the film, when she played when she played the what was it, the therapist and all this stuff. Like, I didn't mind the whole overall theme of Smile 1. I just didn't think that the execution for me, especially the third act, it falls apart for me in regards of that film. Now, Smile 2 surprised the hell out of me. And I think it also was because Naomi Scott sold the hell out of that damn part, where she played Sky Riley. And I even like the songs from her. So that's why I was like, Trap may have been a shitty film, but Trap had some good bops up in there. Shout out to M. Night Shyamalan's daughter, who was playing the pop thing. And I know a lot of people was comparing Smile 2 to Trap, but I was like, whereas Trap took place entirely at an arena, there's only the third act takes place at the arena. But you're seeing what's happening behind the scenes as Sky Riley is falling apart because this smile demon is overtaking her, and all the twists and turns that came up with that. So, and basically the overall theme of the film, if you take out the whole smile demon situation, this was a girl who was overwhelmed by the escalating horrors and the pressures of fame. And I think it probably resonated because we see a lot of this, and we've been seeing this happen a lot with a lot of pop acts when it comes to what they are out here doing. So we can relate in that sort of way. So that's why I love Smile 2. And plus, a lot of the kills and stuff that was going up in it, especially during certain scenes, which I was mad because in the trailer it was giving away some things, especially on how a certain character died in the opening sequence. If y'all didn't see it yet, but like I said, I thoroughly enjoyed it. If y'all want to see Smile 2, I believe it is on HBO Max. So definitely check that movie out if y'all get a chance. Now, child, I should have rented this movie. The next film I'm gonna pick, but I ended up buying it on a whim because I was like, I love this actress, and I've been hearing so much about it, so I was like, let me buy it. The Substance. Child, when I tell you this movie grossed me the hell out, it grossed me the hell out. The body, I am not, I will tell you, the one thing that I do not like body horror. David Cronenberg, I don't even know how sometimes I sit through and watch a lot of his movies and stuff, but I've been a fan of, I am a fan of David Cronenberg. Like, I like The Fly and all the other films that he's done in the past. And even, I think one of his kids did a body horror film with Alexander Skarsgård. But The Substance, I remember I was watching this freaking movie, and one of the things I will say about it, once you get past the body horror stuff, which you understand where that comes from, the consequence, that person that she birthed out of her back, that girl pissed me off. I was like, can y'all kill this bitch? Please kill this bitch. So she was irritating me through that whole movie. It was the greed that was getting to her. So all you had to do was birth this person, and y'all each get a week, 7 days to kind of live your best life and do whatever. The bitch was getting greedy, which the reflections of her actions, the consequence of her actions was being reflected on Demi's character, who was playing like this Jane Fonda-esque type workout girl who looked flawlessly beautiful, still beautiful, body was on point, but because she's old, you had people trying to push her out for the next big shiny new thing, which was an extension of her, which she did when she went and did the whole substance thing. Because this guy, when she got into a car accident, she goes to the hospital, and the guy introduces her to this stuff in regards of like, oh, I had to be forever young, da da da, so on and so forth. Call this number, and then you can, this thing will change your life. And the craziness ensues in regards of that. But this was like, now this is a role that I feel like Demi Moore should get nominated for. But because of the overall subject matter, I can see the prudes over at the Academy being like, no, this is her, and we don't want to nominate, but nominate her then. Don't nominate the fucking movie. But I just hate like these guardrails that the Academy puts on things because the movie doesn't fit in the narrative of what they want to promote and endorse. So yeah, the movie, in my opinion, is just gross. It's clever, and in my opinion, Demi Moore's finest body of work. So Coralie Farget, I thought, did a phenomenal job with the movie that she did, and it's basically trying to, create a better version of yourself. And that's what basically it's about. And it's about youth and the fact of how we don't want to get old and how we kind of look our nose down at older people. And, it should be easy that, okay, you get 7 days, I get 7 days. But then in day 6, or at the end of day 7, an opportunity presents itself. And then it's like, well, damn. I want to extend my life a little more. So now let me go and shove this used needle, which was disgusting, by the way, that she did in one of the scenes, and let me suck out her spinal fluid and shoot it in my leg so that way I'm still able to stay up and stay alive, and then steal more time when that wasn't part of the deal. And that's what happened. So if y'all get a chance, definitely check out The Substance. That movie grossed me out, but I'm like, you know what? In a way, I'm glad I bought it because I might end up watching it a couple more times. It's like even after the movie's done, it stays with you. It's still on my mind to this day. Like I'm still thinking about The Substance. And so shout out to Demi Moore in regards of this phenomenal role that she took on. Because I couldn't see nobody else playing that part. Now, my number one choice, of course, got to be Terrifier 3. Now, I absolutely freaking love this movie. I love Damien Leone. I love Art the Clown. I don't know, and I'm not really a big fan of clowns. Although I will say this, the only 2 clowns I like was 3. I like Bill Skarsgård's Pennywise the Clown. I love Tim Curry's Pennywise the Clown. And I love Art the Clown. So maybe I am a clown fan, fan of clowns. Send in the clowns. So, the third one is basically about after Sienna and her brother survived Art the Clown's Halloween massacre. Now we move on from Halloween to Christmas. And they're trying to get their life back in order. Sienna's brother's off to college. Sienna's trying to get her life back. She was in a mental institution. Then her aunt and uncle basically take her in and she's trying to get her life back, or whatever the case was. And then Art the Clown basically comes out and he's looking for her, hunting down. All kinds of crazy stuff ensues in this film. So if you like movies like Black Christmas, well, shout out to Olivia Hussey, who I just heard passed away, I think like 2 days ago. And if you like movies like Silent Night, Deadly Night, and a lot of those type of vibes of horror, Christmas, and all that other stuff, definitely check this movie out. This movie was twisted. The gore was aplenty. And I got my life when I went to go see this movie in a theater. So that is my overall list of favorite horror movies of 2024. So I want to hear from you guys. What were your picks of best horror films of 2024? Whatever those were your favorite. I'll say, let me know your favorite and your least favorite. Whatever they are, let me know in the comments down below. And speaking of comments, we have a lot. You said Mariah's Christmas is #1 for 18 weeks. Lil Nas X enjoy having the longest running #1 single for one more year. Even Billboard admits by the end of the decade, All I Want for Christmas Is You might become the biggest Billboard Hot 100. Wait, Shabuzi didn't beat him yet? I heard Last Christmas a lot this year. And there's been so many people that have been redoing that song. Like George Michael, that's a George Michael song, right? So it was like we know the George Michael one. When I worked what was it? Sabrina Carpenter, I think, did a version of it with Ariana Grande, right? And then when I worked Jingle Ball, they had the kid Leroy did a that song. I'm like, damn, is everybody out here singing this song? So speaking of horror, rest in peace, Olivia Hussey. Because I get the no music thing, but it might help to add music. People complain that no music bothered them. In a Violent Nature was too quiet. To me, it was just like, okay, now we're just hearing people walking in the woods and ruffling trees and things. So we'll say, I like Smile too. It was good. Typical US remake. They survived. Yeah. Oh, you talking about Speak No Evil. He said the original, they all died, and Blumhouse, as a father, didn't like how the villain won and the kid was killed. And can we still call it? Oh, you mean the original name? Because it was supposed to be called Pussy Island. I've been telling y'all that. It's like, yeah, Blink Twice was supposed to be called Pussy Island, but of course, being that Hollywood, whatever. Then like, we can't be out here. People going 2 tickets for Pussy Island, please. Like, how that gonna work? It's like, how do we market that? Janet launches her residency tonight. And we already know it's going to be the same damn routine. No shade, just saying. Tate McRae wrote the entire Smile 2 soundtrack and said those were rejected from Think Later and my upcoming. I had no idea that those were Tate McRae songs. I mean, it makes sense. That she's kind of giving like that whole Lady Gaga, Tate McRae, Britney Spears type of vibe. But yeah, so I knew it was somewhere. Yeah, it's on Paramount Plus. But I think it was on. I think I saw it on. I think I saw it on. I'm trying to remember, did I see it on HBO Max? I might not have. I might have seen it on Paramount Plus. I could be mistaken. I know it was somewhere that I said. Now you're gonna have me check my apps, but I'm sure you're correct. Because I'll be watching my RuPaul's Drag Race when I be up on there. Speaking of which, I gotta catch up on Dexter. I think I'm like 2 episodes behind. Speaking of which, and this is why I didn't make my list. I didn't watch Maxine yet. I keep forgetting to watch Maxine. That's why that didn't make my list. If I had seen it, I probably would have liked it and put it up there. You said I watched it when they added it. They're also showing it on MGM Plus. Oh yeah, they did. It is on MGM Plus because so that. Yeah, I loved The Substance. Because I want to see The Substance, but I don't see it streaming anywhere. Yeah, the only way you can see it is that well, it's on Mubi. I'm not subscribing to another app. So I just bought it. So you would probably either you could buy it on Prime Video or you could rent it. I would say just rent it because it'll be a lot cheaper and just in case you're not someone who is fully invested and wanting to keep that as part of your library, then just rent it on a Prime Video. Yes, on Amazon. I watched it for free on a free trial. Oh, I didn't know you was like, oh yeah, that's the best time to be watching stuff. You get that free trial. And at the end of the year, they always start that free trial stuff with the shows. And you said it's streaming on Mubi exclusively there. They bought the film after Universal refused to issue it because it made men uncomfortable on how they felt they were being called out in Dennis Quaid's character. Well, that's a dumb reason that I watch a movie. I was so uncomfortable just from the body horror. That was the only thing that bothered me. I looked for it last night because I wanted to watch it, but it didn't show up. But yeah, so Prime Video has it, but it's only available as like a purchase or rental. But you would have to probably go exclusively to Mubi to watch it. And I know a lot of people ain't trying to do that. Okay, so I was gonna do like my best films of 2024, but I was like, I don't know if I want to do that because I just did that horror one and that was a lot. So I'm probably just gonna take that one out. But I'll just go through the list real quick. I'll just tell y'all. So my list, because I was like, I don't want to have to go through each picture and give it a whole breakdown. It was like my favorite films: Doom 2, Alien Romulus, Deadpool and Wolverine. I had Film. I don't know if y'all seen that movie Film, but yeah, that movie was good. With the drag queen that got beat up by this white dude who secretly was having sex with men, and basically how they was, infiltrating the situation. That was a crazy psychological thriller. Definitely check that out. I saw that on Hulu. Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. We had Challengers, A Quiet Place Day One, The Beekeeper, Kill. Another movie that I love, The Shadow Strays. I don't know if y'all saw that. That's over on Netflix. If y'all like martial arts or like gore and all the other stuff added to it, definitely check that out. First of all, the guy that directed that film, he's directed a lot of movies, but he also is directing Nobody Part 2, which I'm going to get into in my next segment with David Odenkirk. Then I have Twisters, Civil War, Conclave. I saw the TV Glow, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, The Fall Guy, All of Us Strangers, even though technically that movie came out a year ago, and that would be in December of 2023. It kind of fell into 2024, so technically, 2023 movie, but that was at the end of the year. So I put All of Us Strangers, which I heard Madonna was inspired by to work on with her new album. Rebel Ridge, Roadhouse, Carry On, Transformers 1, Monkey Man, and Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire. So those are my favorite movies of 2024. You said Mary J. Blige did a cover of that. Child, I'm over it. I'm tired of that song. I'll let you know what's coming for music. Tate McRae is definitely February. LG7. Oh yeah, that's coming on February too. But I think it got pushed back after Disease flopped. Well, look, I just feel like, because she hasn't really been promoting it. This might be the time for her to start getting on that music. Bad Bunny got a new album coming out next week too. But yeah, I'm gonna put together my best of list or most anticipated albums. But while we wait on the most anticipated albums of 2025, let's get into most anticipated movies of 2025. Now, I already gave y'all my list of horror films. I gave you the movies that I absolutely loved in 2025. I'm pretty much excited for a lot of the new movies and stuff that's coming out in 2025. Some of them were, I think, pushed due to the writers and the actors strike. So there's that interference when we have in that whole situation. And 2024, we had a really good year for, movies, especially in the horror genre, which I did focus heavily on because I tended to watch more horror movies than any other. And I gave y'all my list of, my favorite movies that I enjoyed that came out this year. And so now, as we get closer to 2025, we're finally getting movies that were delayed due to the writer's strike and the actor's strike. I think also for the pandemic, some stuff was pushed back. Plus, we finally get to see the DCU under James Gunn and Peter Safran. With the summer launch of Superman, we got a new take on vampirism, allegedly, with Sinners. We still don't know what that movie's about, but the rumor is vampires. We're getting a revival of a beloved zombie franchise in the form of a trilogy with 28 years later, and some highly anticipated sequels, which would be Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, and Bridget Jones' Diary is getting a fourth sequel. So let's get into some of the films that I'm looking forward to seeing in 2025. Now, the first one, which comes out next month, The Wolfman. Now, I did go see Werewolves with Frank Grillo that came out this month. It's a good movie. The only thing that I liked about it was seeing Frank Grillo because I like him, and the practical werewolf effects. Like, we're seeing practical werewolves. Yeah, there was some CGI thrown up in it in regards of the transformation. But when you're looking at the actual werewolves, it was people literally these tall dudes in the practical costumes. And we want to see more of that. However, the movie was a letdown for me. So I'm hoping that things will change with Lee Whannell's take on the original Wolfman that came out in 1941. Now, this film stars Julia Garner, Christopher Abbott, and Sam Jaeger, who end up at a remote farmhouse and are attacked by an unseen animal. But then the father gets scratched, and what it is that he's slowly becoming this werewolf. So that movie comes out on January 17th, and I'm actually looking forward to it. I think Blumhouse is behind it, so I'm hoping that it doesn't suck. But based on the trailer, it looks pretty interesting. So I'm interested in checking that out. Now, the next film that we have is a film called Companion. Now, the first time I saw this trailer, I didn't know what the hell I was watching. All I know was I'm seeing two people at a table, which is Sophie Thatcher and Jack Quaid, who you know is from The Boys and Scream 5. And she's handcuffed to the table. And then she sets her arm on fire. And it's basically produced by the writer and it's not produced. Well, it's produced by Zach Kreger, but it's the person who's behind Barbarian, and Barbarian was another one. I was like, what the hell am I watching? But I'm intrigued. So this movie looked like a fun thriller. I have no idea what it's about. I don't know what the hell was going on, but all I know, it looked like The Date from Hell, and it's something I'm interested in. Now, who also is starring in it is Lucas Gage, who has been everywhere as of late. Shout out to him. I'm actually like him. Ever since he divorced that Kim Kardashian's makeup artist, I'm actually starting to like Lucas Gage. Maybe it was just Chris Hamilton I just didn't like, but I like Lucas Gage. He's in the movie along with Mena Suvari. Megan Shuri. Why did I say Megan Suvari? Mena Suvari. I'm thinking American Pie. I haven't heard from her in a month of Sunday, speaking of which. So Megan Shuri, Harvey Guillen, and Rupert Friend, who is also in another movie that we're going to be talking about, Rupert Friend, and another movie we're going to be talking about later on with Jurassic World. He's in that. Now, a movie that I am excited to see, but I know is not getting the greatest of reviews because, the screenings the early screenings on it have been kind of mixed, and they've gone through countless reshoots. This movie, Captain America, Brave New World, which comes out on February 14th. Oh, wait, if I didn't say it, let's go back to Companion. That comes out on January 31st, if you guys are interested in checking that out. Now, Captain America, Brave New World comes out on February 14th. They, like I said, they underwent countless reshoots. I am a little bit worried as to, if this film will be any good. However, I do like Sam Wilson. I like him as Falcon. I like the fact that he has incorporated some of the Falcon stuff into being Captain America. And we don't know, based off because what we heard is that Chris Evans is coming back into the fold. He's going to be in Avengers Doomsday. We don't know if he's going to probably play a evil variant of Captain America. What's going to happen between Sam Wilson and the other, America's ass. We don't know of what's going to happen between that. How are they setting this whole situation up with that? Does the reshoots have to do with this whole storyline relating in some way or being connected to Doomsday down the road? So all of that, I guess, will be revealed when the movie comes out on February 14th. But in the meantime, it's because I like Sam Wilson and I like Captain America, and I've been, a hardcore fan of, even though your MCU, y'all been getting on my nerves with some of the decisions y'all been making, I am invested in the franchise and I don't want to just walk away from it. So I'm just going to wait and see when the movie comes out if it's good. And one of my friends did hit me up and was like, we're going to go see this in the theater, right? I was like, yeah, we're going to go see it. So I'm going to go see this film when it comes out. So now, what else? Oh, so Tim Blake Nelson is going to be in it. And is going to be reprising his role in, as he was in The Incredible Hulk. And we also have Harrison Ford as the Red Hulk. And we have, William Hurt. He's taking over the role because William Hurt was the original character of Thaddeus Ross, a.k.a. who becomes Red Hulk, but he passed away. So now Harrison Ford is in the film and he's taking over on that role. So I'm definitely curious to see what's going to be happening with this film. I just hope it doesn't suck. Because I'm sorry, but Marvel, y'all can't afford another bad, you can't afford another turd in your Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now let's get into some horror and let's talk about, because February 14th is relatively busy. We got quite a few movies that are in the February 14th bag, and one of them is Hard Eyes. And I know a lot of y'all feel a way about Spyglass, but look, they got another movie, and this one looks like relatively interesting. And I love horror movies based around Valentine's Day, particularly My Bloody Valentine. I love that damn movie, the original. The remake is not so bad. I like Jensen Ackles. And the remake is not that bad, although I do prefer the original. So this film is directed by Josh Rubin, who best known in a genre circles for his smart horror comedies like Scare Me and Werewolves Within. And it stars Jordana Brewster, who, has appeared in films such as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Beginning, and the Fast and the Furious franchise. Then we also have Olivia Holt, who's from the movie Totally Killer, which I believe is on Netflix. Mason Gooding, who was in Scream 5 and 6, and horror legend Devin Sawa, who appeared in Final Destination, Idle Hands, and the Chucky TV series. And we have this Hard Eyes film is coming to make Valentine's Day way less romantic than it should be. So now in this film, the movie follows the events of the mass Hard Eyes killer, who for the past several years has wreaked havoc on Valentine's Day by stalking and murdering romantic couples. So, who said romance is dead? The Hard Eyes Killer. So that movie, like I said, comes out on February 14th. Now, another movie that's coming out on February 14th, Bridget Jones' Diary, Mad About the Boy, which features Renee Zellweger returning as Bridget Jones. And she's got a great job as a screenwriter. She's got a great family, and she's got a new boyfriend. But the problem is her boyfriend is 20 years younger than her. And so the fourth installment basically stars Hugh Grant, Leah Woodall, Colin Firth, Emma Thompson, Emma Thompson, Nico Parker, Josette Simon, Lila Farzad, and Chiwetel Ejiofor. So that is, I believe, the last movie that's coming out on February 14th. So there's a lot y'all can pick from. You got on February 14th, we got Captain America. So that's action. We got horror for the fans with hard eyes. And we got romantic comedy fans got Bridget Jones' Diary. So that'll be the date night movie. But it's gonna be hard because if you got the date night movie and then you have like a lot of the guys are gonna want to go see the action film. The horror fans are gonna want to go see the horror film, and then the people on the date are gonna go see Bridget Jones. So good luck to whoever's gonna dominate the box office. Now, a movie that I'm really excited about comes out on April 18th. Sinners, which is Ryan Coogler's next film, who he's done Fruitvale Station, he's done Black Panther and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. And whenever Ryan Coogler comes out with something, I'm always there. I'm a huge fan of his work. He is definitely a force to be reckoned with in regards of like cinema. And he has definitely proven that he's good with doing independent films as well as a big budgeted action movie. So Sinners does come out on April 18th, and basically it's him hooking up yet again with his muse, Michael B. Jordan, who basically plays a set of twins on a film rumored to be about a group of people in the 1930s South that join forces to take on vampires. Now, Sinners also stars Haley Steinfeld, Wunmi Mosaku, Lee Jun Lee, Delroy Lindo, and Omar Benson Miller. So we don't really know much about what this film is about. Visually, it looks really cool. I like these. We don't really get to often enough see Black centered vampire stuff. We still out here waiting for Blade. I don't know. I don't know when we get Blade at this point. But in the meantime, if this is about vampires and a bunch of people, like, you got Michael B. Jordan playing a set of twins, and then he has to join forces with the racists and other races to come racists and other races, because I have to differentiate the two, to join forces to take out the supernatural. And I'm here for it. So I'm definitely interested to see his take on, vampires. I know it's funny, we all thought that that's what Christopher Nolan was going to do, but he's doing a take on The Odyssey, which I think everybody pretty much read that growing up in school. So our next film, speaking of superheroes in the MCU, Thunderbolts. Now, I remember the first time I saw the trailer for Thunderbolts, I didn't know much about Thunderbolts and those other stuff, but when I saw that trailer, I was like, you know what? I'm relatively interested in seeing a lot of these casts, especially when you got these new crop of anti-heroes who are basically recruited to work for the U.S. government. And, we got Florence Pugh, who plays another iteration of the Black Widow, Yelena Belova. We got Sebastian Stan coming back as Bucky Barnes, from Falcon and Winter Soldier. That was the last time we saw him on the screen. It was a small screen, but yet again, it was a screen nonetheless. David Harbour as Alexei Shostakov. Sidebar, I heard some tea that he and Lily Allen have broken up. So I need to look into that. Then we got Lewis Pullman as Robert Reynolds, Wyatt Russell as John Walker, aka what do they call him? Like Bargain Basement Captain America, and Julie Louis Dreyfus as a U.S. agent. I have to say, when Julia Louis Dreyfus appeared in one of the previous, I'm trying to remember which MCU film did she pop up in. I particularly care for her character. So if they can make her relatively interesting in Thunderbolts, then I'll be willing to check it out. But when she first appeared on the screen, I wasn't all that impressed. Now, a movie that I'm hoping that'll be good because the previous sequel was a bit of a letdown, and I'm a fan of this franchise. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, which comes out on May 23rd. Oh wait, if I messed up, May 2nd is when Thunderbolts comes out. In case y'all were wondering, because I don't think I pretty much told the date. So Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning comes out on May 23rd. And you know what? As I said, while I was disappointed with Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, I just thought that the plot was confusing. Ilsa Faust, the fact that y'all killed off my girl Rebecca Ferguson, I love me some Rebecca Ferguson. And she was like, to me, one of the strongest female characters that y'all have written in this franchise to go up against Ethan Hunt. Or not against him, but like to kind of go along, to be alongside him. Like you need somebody to be able to be combative with him in a lot of sequences and can hold their own next to, Tom Cruise. And I like what she gave. Now, who knows? Some people I've heard tell me that maybe she's not dead. Maybe that you think she's dead, but she's not dead and she'll make an appearance in the next movie. Well, I hope so. But I was upset when they killed her off. But after the disappointment of some of the, and don't get me wrong, the action sequences and stuff were really good in Dead Reckoning Part 1. Thank God they changed that damn title. You should just call it Dead Reckoning. But I think they did change it and then they took out the Part 1. But it's called a Dead Reckoning. Now this was the Final Reckoning. So it's going to wrap up this one. But I don't necessarily if that means that Tom Cruise is going to step down and no longer play Ethan Hunt. Although it might be time to pass the torch and reboot Mission Impossible. I know at one point they tried to do that with Jeremy Renner. And I didn't mind his character. I don't think that he was a strong enough person to be able to carry on this franchise on his own. So according to the report, it said that it was shot at the same time as its predecessor. The film I think that certain parts of the film were shot around the same time because they did shoot like this other trains. What was it? They shot a whole like a plane sequence around the same time, but they were going to add that later on in the movie. But they had to keep stopping because of COVID and all that other stuff, and then the strikes. So they had to stop at one point. So Tom Cruise plays a renegade as he always does in every damn movie, secret agent in a race against time to save the world from evil artificial intelligence. Now returning to the franchise, we have Ving Rhames, Simon Pegg, Haley Atwell, who made her appearance in the. Speaking of which, I heard Haley Atwell is actually coming back to. She's going to be in Secret Wars, or not Secret Wars, a Doomsday. Haley Atwell, she made her appearance in Dead Reckoning Part 1. Palm Clemente, who I actually like her and what she brought to the film. Esai Morales and Vanessa Kirby, alongside newcomers Holt McCallany and Hannah Waddingham. So I'm actually curious, and I'm definitely excited to see this film. So, yeah, I'll be in the theater seeing it in IMAX when it comes out, and hopefully it'll do better than not getting squashed by Barbenheimer. Because I remember when this movie came out, it came out literally, I think, I'm trying to remember, was it a week before or after? I think they had a week where they were only allowed to be in IMAX. And then I think Barbie and Oppenheimer came out around the same time, a week later, and they got hit hard at the box office. Because I know like when it comes to Tom Cruise and doing these big, movies like a Mission Impossible, he wants the IMAX screens. He wants you to be able to experience it on that big floor to ceiling IMAX screen. And for you to only get 7 days to do it, it's virtually impossible, especially when you got all these other movies coming out. So I know he was pissed off about that, but look, you can't control everything, sir. Now, next film, I'm excited for this, Karate Kid Legends. Now, I didn't even know that. I think I had heard rumblings about Karate Kid Legends, and there was another Karate Kid movie coming out. We still haven't even got the rest of the episodes of Cobra Kai, but I'm sure that we'll get it before the movie comes out. So this film comes out on May 30th, and basically, as someone who was a child of the 80s who grew up on the Karate Kid sidebar, Karate Kid just celebrated its 40th anniversary this year. So congratulations to them because it came out in 84. And as somebody who loves the Cobra Kai Netflix series, even though the cheesiness and all other stuff aside, just the nostalgia of it all, I love Cobra Kai. So they're basically bringing two of the characters from the universe. So Jackie Chan, who played Mr. Han, he appeared in the Jaden Smith starring reboot. And you have Ralph Macchio, who was in the original Karate Kid Part 2, and I believe in Part 3, and then he did Cobra Kai. So he's always going to be forever synonymous with this franchise. So he's coming back as Daniel LaRusso, aka Daniel's son. But we don't know what the plot is. We just know that he gets recruited based off the trailer. He gets called in by Mr. Han. They wind up going to I don't remember, what was it, China or whatever it is. But I don't know off the top of my head. I apologize. But he ends up having to go to this thing, help with this kid. He's in this tournament, and it was just a lot of stuff going on in the trailer. But we don't know what the plot is. But based off the trailer, it looked pretty good. So the film stars Ming-Na Wen as the kid's mother, Ben Wang, who I believe is the lead actor in this film now, Joshua Jackson, and Aramis Knight. Now I remember Aramis Knight. He was in that show Into the Badlands. It was on AMC. But now you can watch episodes of Into the Badlands, and I was so mad when they canceled that show. It was such a good show. You can watch that on Netflix. Now, a movie that I'm really excited to see, and y'all been hearing about me talking about this for a while, Ballerina, with my girl Ana de Armas. So, y'all know I love me some John Wick. I love all 4 movies. I love me some Keanu Reeves. That is my Virgo twin. I already told y'all he and I were both born September 2nd. That's why I will forever call him my Virgo twin. The movie comes out on June 6th, and it takes place between chapter 3 and 4 because it focuses on one of the ballerinas trained to kill by the brutal Ruska Roma clan. So Ana de Armas, the first time I actually became winner, okay, she could do action, was when she was in Daniel Craig's No Time to Die. She had like a little sequence in that film, and she was doing a lot of the action. So I was loving it. I was like, yeah, we need to get her in an action movie. And now they have her as the lead in this film that's a spinoff of the John Wick franchise. And I really feel like, you know what, if they really want to spin off this franchise, they're definitely going to have to get they got to get going, because you already know John Wick. Keanu Reeves said, he's 60, and he says that he doesn't know if he has another John Wick movie in him because his knees. He said, I don't know if my knees could take another movie. And yeah, when you're doing a lot of the stuff that he's doing, the jujitsu and all that stuff, or judo, and he's throwing people, it's a lot of knee work, and it takes its toll, especially when you're a man of a certain age. But also what's going to be good too, if people are feeling a little skeptical, Len Wiseman is directing it. He's kind of been hit or miss with a lot of the films, but I did like Underworld, and I like Live Free or Die Hard. And Keanu Reeves is set to make an appearance in the film. And they said he has like a major role. It's not just going to be some bona fide cameo. He does have a big part. He's not overshadowing the entire movie, but he does make quite a few appearances in the film. And I did hear at one point that they had to go back because it was supposed to, remember, the movie was supposed to come out this year. But then they went and looked at it, and Chad Stahelski looked at the film and was like, oh no, we need to beef up this action. Like, there needs to be more sequences put in here. So he actually came out with some of the action sequences. Please, I really hope that it's better than the sequences he had to come up with for that last Matrix movie. But as someone who's directed all the John Wicks and knows that universe, I trust that he knew what he was doing in regards of beefing up the action. And based off the trailer that I've seen already, the action looks pretty legit. It looks really good. And Ana de Armas definitely looks good, kicking ass. I love watching women in action movies. So this one, I'll definitely be in the theater watching it when it comes out on June 6th. So in the film, Angelica Houston is set to appear, Gabriel Byrne, the late Lance Reddick, Catalina Sandino Moreno, who I've always liked her, but she's also from that show. I don't know if y'all seen that, but definitely y'all need to watch that show. That's good. They just ended their recent season. Norman Reedus is also in it, and Ian McShane. So definitely check this. I'm definitely going to be there to check this film out. Now, another movie I'm going to be checking out when it comes out on June 20th, 28 years later. So, I'm a fan of the original 28 Days Later. I even enjoyed 28 Weeks Later. Even though 28 Weeks Later wasn't as good as 28 Days Later, I thoroughly enjoyed 28 Weeks Later. So I was excited when it was announced that, Danny Boyle and Alex Garland were returning to the franchise to give us a brand new trilogy. Now, Cillian Murphy has been reported that he is coming back to the film. They showed some screenshots of him on set. So he is in the movie. He's also producing, I believe. And we have a new crop of people that are trying to survive the infected: Aaron Taylor Johnson, Jodie Comer, Ray Fiennes, and Aaron Kellyman. So I'm definitely excited to see this movie when it comes out. I like, a lot of people, try to go through this debate. It's not a zombie movie. They're infected. I'm like, if Alex Garland said that he was inspired by George Romero, it's a goddamn zombie movie. The only difference is they're alive and they run. But then again, if you watch the Dawn of the Dead remake, which was written by James Gunn and directed by Zack Snyder, that movie also had running zombies in it. Now, my next choice, Megan 2.0. Which, viral dance gimmick aside, I thoroughly enjoyed the twistedly dark and campy vibe of Megan. Now, instead of getting an early January release, everyone's favorite cuckoo crazy doll is set to wreak havoc this coming summer. Now, according to the plot, it says it's going to be picking up after the aftermath of the first movie. Megan 2.0 sees Allison Williams and Violet McGraw reprising their roles as Gemma and Katie, an aunt and niece who join forces to battle an artificially intelligent doll with a mind of her own. And so the people that directed and wrote the first film, that would be Akilah Cooper and Gerard Johnstone, are back as writer and director of this film. So I hope they're not going to be like at the mercy of, well, we have to come up with some viral dance craze like we did the last time. That was all a fluke or whatever. But I hope y'all don't have to embolden yourselves. We got to come up with that so that we can get people to watch. And I hope it doesn't get to that point. But I liked Megan. I enjoyed Megan. I cackled watching it. So I'll definitely be there to watch this campiness. And look, while in my opinion, I feel like Chucky has kind of lost his gusto, and I don't see any other direction that I could take that franchise because I think they went a little too campy with it. It's time for us to get a entertaining and interesting new killer doll on the loose. So there's that. Now, another film I'm looking forward to seeing is Jurassic World Rebirth. Now, I will say this. I was not a fan of none of the Chris Pratt-led Jurassic World films. I watched them, but I was underwhelmed by it. The effects regarding the dinosaurs was really cool, but for the most part, that whole thing with him trying to tame the dinosaurs, and then y'all did the whole fan service by bringing Sam Neill and Laura Dern back in the third one, but there was really no payoff with bringing them back in the last one. What was that, Jurassic World Dominion? I was so disappointed in that damn film, but I'm hoping with the new cast of characters, including, Scarlett Johansson, Jonathan Bailey, Mahershala Ali, who finally is getting out here doing something instead of sitting on his hands waiting for them to put Blade in a damn theater or get the cameras rolling for that film. Rupert Friend, who we talked about earlier, and Ed Skrein. Ed Skrein, I wonder if he's playing a villain. He always playing a villain in a damn movie. And this movie is being directed by Gareth Edwards. So with Gareth Edwards being behind it, I'm actually got faith this was going to be a good one because I love the creator with John David Washington, and I love Rogue One. So, and Gareth Edwards is someone who is really good at taking something on a small budget and making it look like it has a $200 million budget. Like when you watch The Creator, I'm trying to remember all the time. I think that movie's budget was $80 million. That movie looked like a $200 million movie, or they spent like around that much. So he's someone who's really good at utilizing money in a way where you don't have to spend a lot, but it looks expensive. So that's what we need to be focused on. And we need a whole new story and a whole new something interesting with this whole Jurassic world, because I was not a fan, as I said, of them Chris Pratt ones. Now let's get into Superman. So that one comes out on July 2nd, Jurassic World Rebirth. Now, Superman comes out a week later on July 11th. So I know a lot of people have been skeptical on this. I have heard the rumors that there were test screenings and the test screenings weren't really going over well. I don't know. I haven't heard that from the trades. I've been hearing that from other people. So until we hear it from James Gunn, because James Gunn runs up in here and does address the fans and the fan concerns, and he does speak to people online. So I would love to hear from James Gunn what he's got. So in regards to that, I'm gonna just say I'm taking it with a grain of salt, because people run around here saying that the Superman screenings have not been going over so well. But James Gunn's take on The Man of Steel is, in my opinion, one of my most anticipated films of 2025. Now, David Cornsweet, is set to don the cape as Kal-El, the son of Krypton, and is said to be the first film out of the gate that will launch Gunn and Peter Safran's newly rebooted DCU. Now, in regards to the plot, we don't really know much about the plot, but because all we got was a teaser, and the teaser was supposed to just set the mood in regards of what we could expect from the upcoming Superman reboot. James Gunn's Superman, which is let us know what the vibe is, the atmosphere, who's going to be in it, the colors, all of that stuff, the music, the tone, basically, is what we're supposed to be getting. But according to reports, it says that the plot will follow Superman as he undergoes his journey to reconcile his heritage with how he was brought up in the human world. Now, Rachel Brosnahan, plays Lois Lane, while Nicholas Hoult will take on the mantle of Lex Luthor. So I'm really excited for that. I'm really hoping that the stories aren't true in regards of the test screenings not going over so well. But regardless, I'm gonna still go to the movies and see it because I'm a Superman fan, and I'm really rooting for, and I trust in James Gunn that he knows what he's doing, because he is a comic book geek at the end of the day. Now, my next highly anticipated film that's supposed to be coming out in the summer, I Know What You Did Last Summer, which is scheduled to be released on July 18th. Now, in the midst of the 90s slasher boom, I should say, a little film called I Know What You Did Last Summer hit our screens, lighting them up like 4th of July fireworks and solidifying Jennifer Love Hewitt, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Freddie Prinze Jr., and Ryan Phillippe as teen horror icons. Now, the movie follows 4 young friends who, bound by a tragic accident, are reunited when they're stalked by a hook-wielding maniac in their small seaside town. Now, the following year, we got the sequel of I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, which brought back Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr., but then they went on to some island off peak, and then we had Brandy Norwood was added to the film, Mikhail Pfeiffer, and then they took a trip to the Bahamas, and then 7 years later, they basically we have a new movie coming out, which is going to be directed by Jennifer Caden Robinson, who directed films such as Do Revenge. I believe that film was on Netflix. Not Netflix. It's on might be on Shudder or one of those channels. But they also said, like, you know what? Apparently, maybe we don't know what the plot is of this film, so we could all speculate, but they are bringing in a new class of characters as well as some legacy characters. And I know people still want Brandy to come back, but I don't know. Maybe they'll bring her back in the sequel if it does garner a sequel. But we'll see when the film comes out. I'm definitely curious to see this film. I hope it doesn't suck, because to be honest, as much as I love it, as much as I love I Know What You Did Last Summer, I do not feel, and they were both written by Kevin Williamson, I do not feel that I Know What You Did Last Summer still holds the same kind of weight that Scream does. Like, to me, when I look at Scream already had it solidified as Final Girl. Neve Campbell definitely did her thing as a character. When you look at Jennifer Love Hewitt, as much as I love Jennifer Love Hewitt and grew up with Jennifer Love Hewitt, I do not feel that Jennifer Love Hewitt was a strong enough Final Girl. I just think, especially in the I Know What You Did Last Summer franchise, she was cute to look at. The boobs was moving, but she was overshadowed in both movies. In the first one, she was overshadowed by Sarah Michelle Gellar. Her character stood out way more to me than Julie James. And then when you watch the sequel, even though the script was shit, deep and utter shit, because it was rushed after the instant Hollywood success, after the hit success of the first movie, they went and they rushed the script for the sequel, didn't even check all the plot holes, and then the whole Will Benson, Ben Son twist, that was such the most ridiculous. Like, back then when I was young, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know no damn better. But when you look back on this movie now, it's like, that's what y'all came up with? This is the twist? This is the plot? Will Benson, Ben Son, he's the killer. because you killed my father and now I want to infiltrate the compound and be y'all friend and get y'all on this island by saying the capital of Rio is or Brazil is child. That shit was a mess. But I will say this. But the best thing about that movie was Brandy. Her character, Carla Wilson, stood out. So that was yet another secondary character that was overshadowing the lead. You wasn't going to get that with Sidney Prescott, but you could definitely get that with this. So I'm hoping that, yes, with this film, and I think maybe people are kind of overlooking because we're in this whole nostalgia era now, which is like, we grew up on I Know What You Did Last Summer, and this is like, oh, this is taking me back to my childhood. But when you look back on it, it's like, yeah, it wasn't given what needed to be given back at the time. I mean, now that back then. So I hope that they give her way more to do, and she stands out a whole lot more, and is not just there to play window dressing when we get this new movie. But yes, the movie comes out on July 18th if you're interested. Now, another franchise that I'm hoping, or another film that I'm hoping actually does really well, and they definitely could use a whole lot of prayer and a hit, because I don't think any of the Fantastic Fours have been films that people have been excited for. Like, we've gotten many a Fantastic Four movie. We got two with Jessica Alba and Ian Griffith and Michael Chiklis and Chris Evans. We got two movies out of those. They were okay. They were passable enough to be successful at the box office. But then they didn't make another one after Silver Surfer. Probably because The Rise of Silver Surfer wasn't a good movie. But then we got another one with Michael B. Jordan and all them. They got a remake, and that was a hot-ass mess. I remember the disaster that was when that movie came out. And how it dropped off relatively quickly at the box office. But now we have the MCU is, they're in the MCU now, and Kevin Feige is behind it. And we've got a really interesting cast. We got Vanessa Kirby taking on the mantle as Sue Storm, aka the Invisible Woman. Joseph Quinn as Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch. Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards, aka Mr. Fantastic, and Eben Moss Backrack as Ben Grimm, aka The Thing. So yes, it is being rebooted for maybe, a third time? Because we're not counting the Roger Corman one that came out eons ago. But this only shows a matter of time. It's like, will this be the film that finally pushes Fantastic Four to becoming a big box office hit? Because yes, it's like Fantastic Four has been getting so many remakes and it's been developed so many times, but it just like the fandom doesn't seem to be all that excited. So I don't know. I have to see a trailer. I need to see something to come to that conclusion. But I am while I am excited to see it and I do want to see it, I am a little skeptical. So the movie comes out on July 25th, if you guys want to see it. Now, the next film does not have a release date, but it is scheduled to be released in August. I like the first one. We got Nobody 2. Now, Nobody surprised the hell out of everybody when this movie came out because they were like, oh, here we go with another man of a certain age. This looks like a ripoff of John Wick, which, to the credit of the ripoff of John Wick, it was written by Derek Kolstad, who wrote John Wick and John Wick 2, and I believe John Wick 3. John Wick 4, they didn't bring him back. I don't know, there was some behind the scenes stuff or whatever that happened. So he didn't come back and write the fourth one, but he is the originator of the original John Wick movie. And Bob Odenkirk definitely did his thing where he proved that he could do action. And not only him, but Christopher Lloyd and the scenes that he was doing up in there definitely had me cackling. And I even like RZA being in this film. So now, after Bob became a bona fide action star, thanks to the film finding success on streaming, nobody has been given a green light for a sequel. Now, Indonesian director Timo Tjahjanto, who did such films as, if you want to see some real good action, The Night Comes for Us and The Shadow Strays. Definitely check them out. I think both of them are on Netflix. So if y'all have not seen that movie, y'all want to see some bone-crushing, gory, bloody martial arts, because that's like Indonesia. Them Indonesians, they do not be playing when it comes to the action. I think I'm trying to remember who was in Night Comes for Us, but that was a good one. But The Shadow Strays, I literally just saw that the other day. That's a good one too. So yeah, he helms the film with Odenkirk returning as U.S. government assassin Hutch Mansell alongside Connie Nielsen and Christopher Lloyd. Now, new additions to the film, and I believe she's playing the villain. Sharon Stone is going to be in this film, as well as Colin Hanks are going to be in this movie. So I'm definitely curious to see this film, but it kind of makes me wonder if Sharon Stone's going to be in it. I want to see her do action because remember we've seen her do action before. We saw her in that horrible ass Catwoman movie, and then she also did action, but she kept kicking Arnold Schwarzenegger in the damn nuts in Total Recall, and then her infamous fight sequence with Rachel Tickerton. That scene still lives rent free in my damn head in the lobby of the hotel. And they by the elevator. She comes out shooting, and then her and Rachel Tickerton gets into their little martial arts fight sequence. And I was living for it. I was like, you better work, Miss Sharon Stone. And so I want to definitely see her kind of give that in this movie. Because it's been a minute since we've seen Sharon Stone on our big screens. Okay, so now the next film that I have is The Bride, which comes out on September 26th. And this is Maggie Gyllenhaal's directorial. I think this might be her directorial debut, where this is a different take on the 1935 film Bride of Frankenstein. Now, it's set in 1930 Chicago, and a woman is reborn again at the hands of Frankenstein, or as it was stated by Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween H2O, Frankenstein. And Dr. Euphonious. Now, the movie stars Christian Bale, Jessie Buckley, Jake Gyllenhaal, Peter Sarsgaard, Annette Bening, Penelope Cruz, and John Magaro. And it's funny how she puts her brother and her husband in the movie. So I'm like, it makes perfect sense. Like, okay, if I'm directing, I'm going to put my husband in the movie and I'm going to put my brother in the movie. So, of course, Jake Gyllenhaal is her brother and Peter Sarsgaard is her husband. So The Bride comes out on September 26th, and I want to, I'm all for a different take on different things, especially when it comes to like Frankenstein or werewolves. Like, look, we got The Wolfman, a different take on that from the old Universal horror movie archive, and now we got The Bride of Frankenstein, and then there's I believe, another Frankenstein movie that's coming out that's on this list as well that I'll get to. So we're almost done. I was like, damn, there's a lot of movies coming out in 2025. So now my next choice, Michael. And y'all already know how I feel about biopics. I've talked about it many a times on this show. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of biopics. A lot of times I'm left disappointed, especially as a prime example that I like to use in regards of biopics that turn out to be a relative disappointment for me would be Bohemian Rhapsody. How they try to basically erase all the queerness of Freddie Mercury. I'm like, I'm sure he was not eating as much pussy as y'all trying to make it seem like he was in that damn movie in real life when he was into the menses. But nevertheless, when it comes to Michael, because I'm a Michael Jackson fan, it has piqued my interest. And, with Antoine Fuqua being behind, the film in the director's chair, I don't know who exactly wrote the script, but I know that Antoine Fuqua is directing. And then we have Michael's nephew, Jafar Jackson, playing the King of Pop. And also, they did say, and I was curious about this, that they are planning on covering the sexual misconduct allegations. Now, the question is, just how much of the allegations are they planning to cover? So, the only time we'll tell when the movie comes out on October 3rd of 2025. And so I'm definitely going to go to the movies and see it. Because remember, it was supposed to come out earlier, but I think it was pushed to later on in the year because I think what they're trying to do is put it up for Oscar contentment or make it an Oscar contender. So I could definitely see that happening. Now, a movie that I'm actually hoping doesn't suck, Tron Ares. So while the original Tron, when that came out, like 1982, 1983, the overall effects, CGI, all that stuff was not able to they weren't able to give us the visual that of the Tron universe in that time because technology wasn't where it is today. However, when you look at technology now, it's like all the things you can imagine that Tron will look like, you can actually do that now because the effects have come such a long way since the original movie. And me, I love Tron. What was it, Tron Legacy? With especially the music. I love the music from Daft Punk in that film, and I love the overall visual aesthetic. I forget who directed that movie, but I actually because I think he directed a movie with Tom Cruise too, like a futuristic film. I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but I love Tron, the last Tron movie that came out with Garrett Hedlund and Olivia Wilde. And I would have loved for them to be back in the third one, but they're not coming back as Sam, Flynn, and Cora. And so I love like I said, I love the effects of the original, of the sequel, and I love everything about it. However, Tron Ares is going to take a different direction, I assume, but based off of this shot, we should like this whole look here. And this character kind of reminds me of the one that was in the last film where he was fighting Sam Flynn. But in this movie, we're getting Jared Leto, who's stepping into the franchise as Ares, a digital programmer challenged to join the real world. And we saw, like, at the end of the last Tron film, how Cora was a program and Sam was able to bring her into the real world. So seeing how you could bring programs into the real world, seeing how that all plays out. But also we have Evan Peters, who's going to be playing Julian Dillinger, who is named after the villain in the 1982 Tron, alongside Greta Lee, Cameron Monaghan, Gillian Anderson, Jodie Turner-Smith, and Jeff Bridges. So at least we're getting Jeff Bridges back, out of all the people that's returning. Now, a movie that I am kind of intrigued to see how they're gonna make a sequel to this, because I love the first one, but the way they just killed them off, how they gonna do a sequel? The Black Phone Part 2, which comes out on October 17th. Now, I love the original Black Phone. I thought they did a great job wrapping up the story. I just thought it was cool as a one and done, but you know how Hollywood is. The minute they make a shit ton of money, the first thing they want to do is let's make a sequel. But if you have an idea for a sequel, I'm here to hear it. But how are y'all going to make Ethan Hawke's The Grabber serial killer a thing in the sequel when he died in the first movie? So The Black Phone 2 comes out on October 17th. I'm definitely curious to see this film on how they're going to make it work. If it's as good as the first film, count me in. But if it's not, then I'm going to ignore it and I'm going to just stick with the original movie. Now, another movie I'm interested in seeing, and I'm hoping it's better than the first, Mortal Kombat 2. That's supposed to be coming out on October 24th. And there were moments, I will say this, for the 2021 movie that I loved. And, I saw it on HBO Max. It was like a day and date release. And I saw it at home. I wasn't going to the movies to see it. I would have went to the movies to see it, but I think this is around the pandemic. So I love the fight choreography. I still don't understand this whole idea of creating Cole Young and all that stuff, although I love me some Louis Tan. As y'all can see that I posted this picture up. I don't understand the whole point of the Cole Young character, whatever, but they put the character in there. If y'all can make him interesting in the sequel, then I'll be there to see it. And if the movie actually is much better than the first, I will be there. If the action sequences are top notch, I will definitely be there because I'm a Mortal Kombat fan. So I'm hoping that the second one is better than the first. But look, it did well with Warner Brothers that they gave it a sequel. So we got Louis Tan, as I said, as Cole Young, Jessica McNamee, who plays Sonya Blade, Makad Brooks as Jax, and Shogun co-stars Hiroyuki Sanada, who plays Scorpion, and Tadanobu Asano plays Raiden. All are returning to reprise their roles from the first film, while Carl Urban joins the cast as Johnny Cage. Now, I would have never thought that they would have done that, but if y'all can make it work, because I like Carl Urban, and if he's going to come in as Johnny Cage, then I'm here for it. Now, a movie that went straight to streaming that I'm glad is getting a theatrical release, Predator Badlands. Now, the movie that went straight to Hulu was Prey. Prey, I was like, this is a film that should have been released in a theater. But I'm trying to wonder, maybe they didn't believe in it or they didn't think it was that great, but that was like an actual good movie that y'all dumped on streaming. So the narrative of, all streaming movies are bad, that's not necessarily true. Sometimes you get a good one that slips through the cracks. Sometimes you gotta know where to look. But now, Dan Trachtenberg, who actually directed Prey, is directing a film called Predator Badlands, which is not going to be based off of what we saw in Prey, which is about a Comanche warrior who basically finds a way to outsmart and outwit and take out the predator. But in this new one, they're talking about it's going to take place, while the other one took place in the past, this one's going to take place in the future, and Elle Fanning is supposed to be playing the leads because she is playing a set of twins. So we don't really know what the film is necessarily about, but because Dan Trachtenberg directed the last Predator film called Prey, and now he's doing Predator Badlands, and he's been able to kind of do like what Fede Alvarez has been able to do with not only the Alien franchise, but also the Evil Dead franchise. And he's been able to take an old IP and breathe new life in it. So if I can pretty much trust that Fede Alvarez is good at doing that, then I'm going to trust Dan Trachtenberg to know that he's doing what he's doing in regards to this different idea with the new Predator sequel. So I'll be there when November 7th comes, and I'll be seeing this in the theater. Now another movie, because I'm starting to like I love me some Glenn Powell. He's about to star in speaking of, because we just went from one Arnold Schwarzenegger franchise to another, because in each movie they've always had different people. So in Predator they had, what was it? It was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Then the sequel had Danny Glover. Then we had this one, which was the the Prey, which was what's her name, Amber Mid Thunder, and now we have this new one with Elle Fanning. But now we're gonna go from one franchise that had Arnold into it that's been remade to another, which is The Running Man, that comes out on November 21st. Now I do love the original 1987 film with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Marita Conchita Alonso, and while that film is so totally 80s, the way our country is today politically, the source material, in my opinion, definitely feels current. Now, The Running Man is Stephen King's futuristic sci-fi thriller set in a dystopian 2025 America. The story in the novel centers on Ben Richards, played by Glenn Powell, a desperate man who participates in violent reality show The Running Man in order to win enough money to revive his gravely ill daughter. The show follows Richards being chased by numerous hunters set to kill him. Now, Edgar Wright is set to direct, with King, as in Stephen, writing the script for the feature alongside Michael Bacall and Edgar Wright. The film also stars Josh Brolin, Michael Cera, Lee Pace, Lee Charles, and Katie O'Brien. So I'll definitely be there to look to see this when it comes out. So we got 3 more films. I knew this was going to be longer than my horror one. So we got 3 more films to go through, and then we are done, child. But I'll tell you, there's a lot of movies coming out in 2025 that I'm looking forward to. The next one, Avatar Fire and Ash, which comes out on December 19th. Now, the third film in the Avatar franchise is going to bring audiences back to Pandora and the Na'vi, but this time with new biomes and new clans. The Ash people will represent fire and depict Na'vi, who are not as kind as those we've seen before. Now, new additions to the cast include Michelle Yeoh playing human scientist Dr. Karina Moog, and Una Chaplin playing the villain Na'vi Varang. Now, Avatar 3 follows on the heels of the box office juggernaut Avatar: The Way of Water, and the first act of the 4th film has already been shot. So, this is the 3rd film that's already in the can. They already started filming the 4th film. I was like, how many more movies are they supposed to be making of this? And we'll see if this film is able to, the 3rd time's a charm, if this will be another Avatar movie that will gross $1 billion at the box office, because the first 2 already did. James Cameron is back to direct. The film is going to star Sam Worthington, Zoe Saldana, Sigourney Weaver, David Thewlis, Stephen Lang, Giovanni Ribisi, Michelle Yeoh, and Una Chaplin. So I like Avatar. It is something that visually, it's just something cool to look at. It's not something I get invested in the story, but I'll definitely be checking this out because I watched all the other ones. Now, we was talking about Frankenstein before. Now it's another Frankenstein. This time, we was talking about Bride of Frankenstein. Now we have Frankenstein, which is going to be directed by Guillermo del Toro, and it's going to be a Netflix feature. So he is adapting the 1818 Mary Shelley classic with Jacob Elordi playing Frankenstein. Well, Frankenstein's monster. So no word on, when the film is going to get released. So it's to be determined. So I have no idea when the film is actually coming out. But Frankenstein, will get a theatrical run, and also stars Mia Goth, Christoph Waltz, Ralph Ineson, and Oscar Isaac is playing Dr. Victor Frankenstein. So based off the cast alone, I'm here for it. And I like Guillermo del Toro. I like his overall, he has this gothic aesthetic to what he does, but kind of brings a sense of futurism to it. And so the films I'm going to be getting into, the first one being Frankenstein, these are the ones that don't necessarily have a release date, but they are coming out sometime in 2025. So I'm definitely curious to see that. And I was like, Jacob Elordi definitely sounds perfect to play a Frankenstein type. He's tall, lanky, so he could definitely play that. the silent grunty type. Another movie that we have, Wake Up Dead Man, which is a Knives Out mystery. Now, this is the one I was trying to talk about the other day when I was like, I couldn't think of it off the top of my head. Where it's like, you know, when you title a movie a certain thing, it's like you have to have a sort of relatability with it, especially when you're talking about, okay, you have to call it Knives Out because then people will know it's familiar. You can't just call it Wake Up Dead Man because a lot of the films in this whole genre, they're named after songs. Kind of like if you ever watched Degrassi, each episode was named after a song. If anybody noticed that. It's the same thing with this. They named a lot of the movies after songs. So I love me some Daniel Craig. He's playing Benoit Blanc, a detective who we found out in the sequel is a homosexual. So this ain't the first time that Daniel Craig has played a gay man on the screen. And so, you know, he's back to solve another mystery. And from the looks of it, someone's a dead man. But so we don't really know what the plot is about, which is good enough for me. I like to go in completely blind when it comes to mysteries. But I do like this idea that Daniel Craig comes back as the detective who solved these crimes, and you have like this stacked cast of actors who come in to play all these different characters in a whodunit. I like this whole vibe, and I hope that we can keep getting a whole bunch of them. So the people starring in Wake Up Dead Man is Kaylee Spaney, who is in Alien Romulus, who was like one of my favorite films of 2024. Josh O'Connor, Andrew Scott, Glenn Close, Josh Brolin, Mila Kunis, Jeremy Renner, Kerry Washington, Daryl McCormick, and Thomas Hayden Church. So they said that the movie comes out in 2025, although there's no exact release date confirmed. And last, but certainly not least, that was my last, but certainly not least, there's no other movies that we got. So that's it. That is pretty much the list of my most anticipated movies of 2025. And so I asked you, because like I said, I'm going to cut all this up later on to like separate segments. What movies are you looking forward to on my list that I named that's coming out in 2025, as well as if there's no movies that I even mention in here, I'm definitely curious what movies you know that are coming out in 2025 that you're looking forward to that's not necessarily on my list. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Ooh, hold on now. Jesus. There was a lot of comments, so now I gotta scroll. I was like, where was I? Oh. Um, okay, so Robert says, I need that Madonna songbook after learning he was in charge of her Universal Italy A&R and knows all the tea that could destroy Gaga on how she was able to fake stunts to make Madonna look bad. Well, we all knew about the stunts and shows she was pulling and how she had that old ugly heifer Perez Hilton doing messy stuff, not necessarily for Madonna, but for Christina Aguilera. So, you know, there was a lot of manipulation. He said that's way bad. He even said having them both on Interscope was a bad idea. But thankfully Gaga is huge in Italy the way Madonna is. Gaga respects the Pope and the Catholic faith. In Italy, we don't. That's why Madonna won us over. I did not see Nosferatu. And it's funny how you say there's a 5 out of 10. So much mixed reviews. I've heard a lot of people say that it wasn't like there were some people that did not like it. There were some people that absolutely loved it. Visual, like I've seen a lot of the mixed reviews. I wanted to go to the movies and see it, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just wait until it comes on like digital, and I'll just rent it and watch it at home. I don't know if I want to spend $18 in the theater to be disappointed. Gaga isn't huge in Italy, despite having Italian heritage, and even in Latin America, she was rejected as well. He said art direction, cinematography, and costumes were 10/10. I found myself bored a few times, and there were creepy, eerie moments. Yeah, a lot of people saying that it wasn't scary. That was the thing that was the issue about the movie, is that Robert Eggers is very good at doing atmosphere and mood and visuals and all that stuff. But as far as like, where's the substance? I did like The Witch though, with Anya Taylor-Joy. Jeremy Renner and Rachel Weisz did yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and that was another franchise they were trying to put on him to revive. but it didn't work. They didn't want him for the Bourne Legacy. That's why and then the next one after that they had to bring back Matt Damon, but that movie wasn't good either. And I did hear something or another they are doing another Bourne movie with Matt Damon, so I guess they still trying to revive that franchise. And then so they tried twice with Jeremy Renner. They tried with the Bourne Legacy, and then they tried with Mission Impossible. It didn't work both times. A lot of people are saying it's the Snyder fans trying to destroy it. Of course they are. And we talked about it on the show. My friend said he's already getting calls to have the film banned in our local theaters. How can you sit up here and tell people what they can and cannot put up into the theaters? That's why they have CinemaCon. It's like CinemaCon is a place where you go and you know all the studios are going to be there this year. And it's the angle thing they have in Las Vegas. They show you all the movies and so what they're going to put in the theaters. You people don't get to determine what is going to be in and out of the theater. Like, how you going to say, please don't put Superman in the movie? Like, who the fuck are you? When you own your theater, then you can tell people what people can and cannot put in the theater. But if you don't want to support it, don't go see it. I just don't understand how people go and it's like, oh, I don't want this film, so therefore none of y'all have a right to see it. You don't get to tell me what I get to spend my money on. Just like I don't get to tell you what you spend your money on. If you don't want to go see Superman, then don't go see it. Sit at home and sulk. Everybody else will go and see it and probably enjoy it or dislike it. But at least they went to go see it and went to see it on their own accord without being told that they can't go see something. Hiring scared because the idea of threats is really scaring them. Yeah, these people are crazy, but they always should have security in the theaters. I remember when I worked at AMC in Times Square. Well, I knew all the security guards, so we were heavy on the security up in there. I can't believe the Fantastic Four movie is coming out this summer. It felt rushed for me. I remember us talking about it before filming started. Yeah, well, and yeah, I think they just wrapped filming on it. To learn Jessica Alba tried to get Chris Evans fired for the Fantastic Four series because he wouldn't sleep with her. To learn she treated Jensen Ackles like, wait, she wanted him to have sex with? I'm like, girl, maybe you wasn't his type. But then I love the fact that, you know what, Jensen Ackles did say in his interview with Michael Rosenbaum that they talked about, he told her to her face how he felt. He was being a Southern gentleman because, you know, he's from Texas. And he's from Texas. And then he was talking about, like, yeah, she was under immense amount of pressure. But he's like, well, yeah, the pressure you was dealing with over at Fox, that had nothing to do with him. That you should have took that up with the people that was behind Dark Angel. Who produced that? James Cameron. So you should have took that up with the execs over there. I understand you were the lead. There was an immense amount of pressure put on you because you were young at the time and you were number one on the call sheet. But yeah, they brought Jensen Ackles in to be eye candy. I mean, he's good to look at, just like she's pretty to look at. And some people say like her criticizing him on his looks, like really, like people actually hire Jessica Alba for her acting. I did read that comment that somebody posted, but I'm just like, you mad over another pretty face being on the show? Like, that's not his fault. That's just the studio. Like, yeah, we need a man up on here that could be eye candy for the girls to kind of lure more people into the show. And I like Dark Angel in the beginning, but then it just got ridiculous. And that's why the show got canceled, because they didn't have, I don't think, a distinct focus of where they wanted to go with the series. And Manticore. People are not excited for the news. Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't even mention that. That movie's going to bomb. Did you see the video I posted in the Rebel Hearts chat earlier today? No, I did not. And you said Chris Evans probably had let his sex symbol status get to his head, and he thought everyone would want him. Wait, so was it that he was trying to sleep with her, or she was trying to sleep with him? Because you saying because he wouldn't sleep with her, which makes it seem like Jessica Alba was trying to push up on Chris Evans, and he was like, sis, you're not my type. And you can't say he's not into Latin women because his wife is Latina. Alba Batista. The MJ biopic is coming out next year. It's like, nope, it's coming out in October. It was supposed to come out earlier in the year, but then because they wanted to be contended for like an Oscar, they want to get the Oscar buzz and all other stuff going and get some nominations. They moved it to October, which is close to, Oscar season. Disney as a family entertainment brand has been taking L's. I love having representation, but kids basically didn't care about representation. 2025 is fully booked in movies because of the double strikes. Yeah, that's what it was. That's why this video was longer than usual, this segment, because it was just like, yeah, there's a lot of movies coming out. And so people just have to try to get their coin where they can, because it's like, yeah, there's a lot of movies coming out. In 2025 is going to be cup hacked. I'm going to have to, I'm probably going to be spending a lot of time. Maybe I need to get the AMC A list because I'm going to be in the movies a lot. This may be the one time I'm going to get that damn AMC A list. Many did say they were going to push 2025. They said it was pushed back for award season. Oh, you were talking about Michael Jackson. The new Lilo and Stitch was like, and not only that, but to me, it's yet again Disney doing that BS, which I'm starting to hear that the parents are getting a little annoyed that Disney people, they're getting that backlash, which is, why is it that y'all just digging into y'all animated IP and being like, let's give a live action version of it, and basically just Xerox copy the animated version and make it live action? If you're gonna make a live action Lilo and Stitch, change it up. Like, you can keep the core, the basis of it the same, but why are you telling the same story? I was like, I could just go back to the cartoon. And to me, it's just like, okay, Disney, y'all doing that slick shit because y'all trying to get that fast cash. And that's why a lot of people are starting to lose faith in like the whole Disney thing. It's like y'all just remaking all of y'all animated stuff for live action and giving the same shit. Like Mufasa, totally unnecessary prequel. The Lion King was unnecessary remake of the animated film. There's certain films that don't need to be remade. And then now we got Moana, and then we got Lilo and Stitch. It's like, come on now. And this is why that's why I told you I don't really invest in Disney like that. Although I do have Disney Plus, this is why people don't want live action animation films. It's being done so they can extend copyrights. Disney hates public domain because that means they can no longer claim ownership. The public can. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. It's like, yeah, they want to extend the copyright. That's why, if you notice, like even with Lord of the Rings, in order for them to keep that IP, they have to keep making movies. They have movies coming out. Andy Serkis, I believe, they're doing some with Gollum or something. I can't remember the name of it. But Andy Serkis, I believe, is directing, and he's going to be reprising his role as Gollum in the film. But until that live action film is done, they had to rush that animated one, which bombed hard at the box office. And it's already on digital. Like, you can rent it or buy it or whatever the case is on the streaming on one of the, what is it, on Prime Video. So yeah, in order for them to keep certain IPs, they have to remake certain things, or they have to rush out something. So they did that. That how the hell you say that damn name? The Lord of the Rings animated movie. So yeah, they be doing that. The same thing with and I think it was the same thing with the Spider-Man IP. That's why they created all them stupid Madam Webs and all that crap. The live action remakes was the loophole. How people don't understand that was beyond. They can always find a loophole or something. I think people are over IPs. That's hurting theater because talking to people, they admit it's easier to be a music fan, but fandoms of movies are insane. Yeah, I'm curious about the Nine Inch Nails. That was another thing I forgot to bring up too, because when I was talking about, yeah, I love the soundtrack for Tron, and for the new movie, we have Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor is doing the music. So I'm like, I'm here for it because they can give us like that futuristic industrial sound. Like I love the futuristic vibe of the Tron album, but that was a very French record. But this one is like, okay, Nine Inch Nails, and I've been liking a lot of Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor's music soundtracks. When they do the soundtracks, like Challengers, great soundtrack. And a lot of stuff they've been doing. I even like when they would do stuff with David Fincher, like when they were doing a Social Network and all this stuff. I love all the music that he's been doing over the years. Even that other movie, what was it, The Killer, that he did, that was not a good movie. I love the music. With Michael Fassbender, that was the David Fincher movie that he last did that went straight to Netflix. I heard the story is that the guy goes into, and which is, I guess, a take on the last film, because remember at the end, Cora goes into the real world. She's brought into the real world by Sam. And it was like, I wish they kind of brought back those characters, but they didn't. Melanie C revealed Northern Star is a one and done, like Jagged Little Pill was for Alanis Morissette. I was only seen as a Spice Girl, so for me at 25, it had to be done. But I'm almost 51. Full circle, okay, being a dance. Well, the funny thing was, Northern Star was like she was experimenting with a lot of different sounds. I didn't even think she worked on with William Orbit on a couple of tracks as well. So it was sort of like she had to kind of find a way to step outside of the Spice Girls bubble, and she was successful at it. Like out of all the Spice Girls, the one person whose music I like out of all of them is Melanie C. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Emma Bunton, I like Free Me, that is a good record, but that's not an album I listen to all the time. Now, when it comes down to Melanie C, I definitely put on a lot of her music. But it's like if she want to be a full-fledged dance artist, why not? That's where it's at. And plus, with her being athletic and everything, her jumping around on the stage and everything, that's what the fans want. I watched Arnold's the Running Man a few months ago. I think it might still be on one of the streaming services. I think it's on Paramount, might be on Prime. I love Degrassi. Been watching that show since I was 9 and got so many song recommendations. See, that's what I told her. It was like when it came down to it, I said, yeah, they used to do song titles from Degrassi. Pop act. I'm a Spice Girl. Just understand the context of my life and where I was at 25 because I was. Why are we talking about the Spice Girl? We're supposed to be talking about movies. But it was like Paramount Plus has a special about. Do they? Do I care enough to want to watch that though? Because I'm not feeling no ways about the Grammys. I mean, I'll watch it when it comes out in February, but I'm like, I don't know. I get so bored with those freaking specials. You said the new remix album. They're coming out with a I didn't even know they were coming out with a. Oh, you said the new remix of the song. Look. The only one that the only. Yeah, what was I going to say? The only remix of "I Turn to You" that I live for is the Hex Hector. That one always still lives rent free in my brain. That will always be a forever iconic remix. That and the "Waiting for Tonight" remix that Hex Hector did. Look, Hex Hector was giving it back in the day. Oh, you said most anticipated shows, Stranger Things 5. You know what? I should have did like like my favorite shows of 2024 and most anticipated of 2025. I should have been doing that too. But there's been a couple of shows that I love this year. It's like I told you about what was that? Damn, it's like hard to remember all the shows I was watching, but there's been a lot of good shows. I usually write them on social media, but it's like, yeah, I'm drawing a blank. You said, wow, what happened? A Harkins movie gift card for birthday. Well, yeah, like the Winnie the Pooh Blood of Honey movies, they lost the copyright for that, so that's why they did the and then they had the one with Mickey Mouse and so many other ones. Then they did one where it was like a Mickey Mouse serial killer that was on the Staten Island ferry. Child, these movies are a mess. But yeah, that's what happens. Like when you let an IP go stale, then people could do whatever they want with it. If you can come up with a clever way of telling a story, I'm here for it. But it is what it is. So, oh yeah, I did hear about that one. It's that he's going to be a killer Mickey Mouse, saying can't wait to kill Minnie and eat Pluto for dinner. That would be funny. But anyway, we're at the end of the show. I knew this was going to go at least almost 5 hours, and that's because of the last segments. Otherwise, this show would have been a lot shorter. Based on the segments and stuff. But anyway, thank you all for tuning into this long episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'm not going to be on to bring in the new year, unfortunately, because I'm going to be bringing in the new year at the Garden, working this Fitch concert. So I know that one's going to be going over late. So if I don't hear and see from you all, may you all have a happy new year. I'll see you all in 2025. Maybe I'll even try to come on because I don't think I'm working New Year's Day, so I can come on and do. Although there is I think a Knicks game on New Year's. I'll come on and do a New Year's situation, New Year's Day show. We'll see how all that works out. But yeah, this has been a crazy 2024. It's been a lot going on. So Anna says, thank you for giving us a year of celebrity news and gossip. I've been watching you since April, and I can't imagine my year without you. Thank you. And I can't wait to see what 2025 brings me. Well, thank you. Those are such kind words. I can't believe it's been that long. I've been doing this for so long. Sometimes I don't even remember how long I've been doing it. But 2026 makes 20 years that I've been doing the whole celebrity news and gossip thing. Child, the time is flying. But I appreciate, the comments, and definitely, you know what? I appreciate all of you that come in and comment and chime in with the show, and love the fact that I'm giving you all the celebrity news and gossip. And I be having people tell me that, oh, I need to go find a job and a hobby. You mean this one? Because I get paid to do this from YouTube. So why would I give up money talking about celebrity news and giving my opinion on things? So thank you all for the many of you that subscribed this year, the new subscribers, the people that have been here from the beginning, the people that have been here over the years, the people that just been out here supporting. It means a whole lot to me. And as Onyx says, I can't wait to see what 2025 brings me. I hope it's just bigger and better opportunities, as well as a lot more subscribers and a lot more money. Wanna make love to you, baby. I need someone like I never needed love before. It's like that. You know what? I hate you because I literally had that song in my head all day, and I finally was able to get it out of my damn head. And here you go, put in the comments. I heard Emma's version of Two Become One. I was like, I finally got that damn song out of my head. And here you go. Yeah, she does. I mean, I do love Emma's voice. It's so ethereal and calming and soothing. But anyway, let me get up off here. I'll see y'all in the new year. Have a happy new year, and don't do anything I wouldn't. Don't drink a lot. Or if you do, take an aspirin so you don't get that damn hangover. So before I get off of here, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash that notification bell. So that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Yes, be a little bit wiser. Put it on. But yes, love you all for watching. Have a happy new year. And until next time, which will be in 2025. Ciao, darlings.